Starting with just an egg, I became the laughingstock of the entire school. While everyone else awakened vibrant miniature worlds, mine contained nothing but a lifeless giant stone egg. The beautiful schoolgirl's kind words of comfort only drew endless mockery from those around. Trash, you're not worthy of her at all. They had no idea that my golden finger, which I had waited 18 long years for, awakened at this very moment, the Genesis system. Facing the desperate situation of a collapsing world, I went all out, exhausting all my energy. It successfully hatched the mythical creature that had only existed in legends. My name is Muyu, an unlucky fellow who crossed over to a world where everyone could become a creator deity. An hour ago, I awakened my miniature world, a lifeless, oval-shaped boulder, a civilization of giant eggs. This made me the laughingstock of my classmates. Just then, the long-awaited benefit of being a transmigrator that I had been anticipating for 18 years finally arrived. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, you have met the conditions to activate the Genesis system. Would you like to activate the Genesis system? Overjoyed, I proceeded to activate the system. The system has unlocked the simulator function, allowing for previews of the small world's development. The starter pack was also distributed, and I received 10 drawing opportunities. I immediately drew the prizes and obtained 10 cards, the most dazzling among them being a golden rule card. Man can conquer nature, golden rule. Creatures in this world will receive massive, significant, moderate, or minor enhancements based on their degree of transformation of nature. When I got this card, I knew I'd hit the jackpot. Shinmushua, the campus belle of Taichung Third High School, came to comfort me, but with the system now in my heart and a bright future ahead, I confidently told her, "Just wait, I'll make you look at me in a whole new light." Back home, I lay on my bed and let my consciousness enter the small world. I didn't hesitate to use all 10 cards and activated the simulator. This simulation requires 100 simulation points. Current simulation points, 300. I'm entering the simulation. The first glimmer of light appeared in the world but quickly vanished. In the early days of creation, it rained continuously for 3 days and nights, and the moss soon withered and died. Something within the giant stone core seemed to be awakening, but soon fell silent again. The world's energy was depleted, plunging it into lifeless stillness. This simulation has ended. My little world inherently lacks the conditions for life to evolve, but the log mentions something awakening within the rocks. It makes me suspect that this giant rock is truly an egg. With the idea of hatching the giant egg in mind, I simulated again and realized that accumulating sufficient energy was necessary for incubation. I switched my approach and began the third world creation simulation, consecutively applying the blessing of fertility and the baptism of the wood god. Prayer, rain and strength enhancement, 4 cards in total. The giant rock tore horizontally from the middle, and a figure slowly rose from the crack. He propped up the sky with his hands and pressed his feet against the earth, gradually separating heaven and ground. I was overwhelmed with excitement. It was the mighty Pangu. For his merit in cleaving heaven and earth, Pangu activated the man can conquer nature law, receiving immense enhancement. Size increased by 200, brute strength boosted by 500. Pangu supported the cosmos with full strength, expanding the miniature world to 10,000 kilometers. Ding dong! The simulated evolution process was rated perfect, triggering the solidification function. Solidify? I choose to solidify. Early first epoch, Pangu sacrificed himself to give rise to all things. Mid-first epoch, the Earth Mother Nuwa appeared in your small world. Nuwa molded clay figures, and thus humanity appeared upon this land. A massive earthquake suddenly struck, and Mount Buzhou, which had been supporting the heavens and the earth, collapsed. Nuwa attempted to mend the shattered heavens and earth, but ultimately exhausted her strength and perished, marking the failure of the sky-mending endeavor. The world fell into silence once again. I had failed in 2 consecutive simulations. I suspect that the principle of man can conquer nature may have intensified the natural disasters, leading to increased destructive power of the earthquake. The solution is no longer about Pangu evolving all things, but about preserving Pangu. I instructed the system to simulate the preservation of Pangu and explore alternative methods for the evolution of all things, ultimately selecting option 3. Evolve 3,000 divine demons to wage war against Pangu. The 3,000 divine demons were born at the end of the world with the goal of destroying it. In the middle of the war, Pangu, burdened by holding up the heavens and the earth, was unable to exert his full strength and gradually fell into a disadvantage. The small world was on the verge of collapse. I immediately ordered the system to calculate a victory plan for Pangu, forged the heaven-splitting axe for Pangu. I consumed the last of my creation energy and forged immediately. Pangu obtained the heaven-splitting axe, and his power multiplied. Pangu swung his axe at the void, instantly turning thousands of gods and demons into flesh and bones that scattered across the land. Pangu soon eradicated all 3,000 gods and demons. In the war of gods and demons, Pangu emerged victorious. The bones and flesh of the 3,000 gods and demons became the nutrients for the evolution of all things in the world. In the late first epoch, a primordial world teeming with fierce beasts was born. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for constructing the primordial world. Simulation points 600 have been solidified again. The war of gods and demons has concluded, with Pangu emerging victorious. The foundation of the world has been reinforced. Exiting the simulator, it was already late at night. On the way to school the next day, Shinmushua, the school belle of Taichung No. 3 High School, stopped me and asked if I wanted a ride with her. Chapter 4, The Wager, Battle Across Realms. Shinmushua stopped Muyu. That's such a hassle. Muyu waved his hand dismissively, then ran off. I'll just treat it as exercise. Today's the first day of awakening. The homeroom teacher might announce something important, Shinmushua reminded him. Are you sure you want to be late? Muyu gave a wry smile. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Shin. The bus was fast, and Muyu arrived at the classroom 5 minutes early. The classroom was now a bustling hubbub. Everyone was discussing the results of last night's mini-world construction. Muyu and Shinmushua entered the classroom side by side. Today, Shinmushua wore light makeup. Her exquisite features radiating both innocence and allure. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her slender legs showed not a single flaw. Walking beside her, Muyu could faintly catch the scent of a young girl's perfume. Look! School beauticians coming in with Muyu. Damn, are they actually together? You're overthinking it. How could Miss Shin possibly fancy a loser like Muyu? Today marked the first day after the awakening ceremony concluded. And as per tradition, the homeroom teacher would explain the small worlds. Small worlds are categorized into ordinary worlds, supernatural worlds, and the rare supernatural above aka mythical worlds. Listening to the homeroom teacher explain on the blackboard, Muyu roughly grasped the tier of his own small world. Without a doubt, his own microcosm belonged to the realm above the extraordinary, the mythical world. With a few minutes left before class ended, I have an announcement to make, the homeroom teacher's voice interrupted Muyu's thoughts. In 7 days, the city will hold a unified mock exam. The test, titled Dawn of the Undead, is extremely challenging. To ensure the safety of your small worlds, you must form teams of 2 for this exam. To help everyone find suitable partners, teaming up is permitted within the same level, regardless of class. After class, the classroom instantly buzzed with activity as everyone discussed potential partners. Shinmushua, would you like to team up with me? A large-framed boy from the neighboring class walked into the room. And walked straight up to Shinmushua. I knew it. Zhang Xiaochang would definitely come ask Miss Shin to team up with him. Zhang Xiaochang had also awakened to the extraordinary world, apparently the highly popular super martial arts technology world. Those two are such a perfect match, while that Muyu just looks kinda shabby. The murmurs continued. But Shinmushua had already risen from her seat. Zhang Xiaochang immediately followed, smiling ingratiatingly. Classmate Mushua, we're both builders of extraordinary worlds with boundless futures. If we join forces. Yet, under Zhang Xiaochang's stunned gaze, Shinmushua walked over to Muyu. Bending slightly at the waist, she revealed a charming, faint smile. Muyu, I'd like to team up with you. Would you consider it? The entire class erupted. The school beautician had rejected the rich and handsome Zhang Xiaochang. And instead wanted to team up with Muyu. Many boys' eyes betrayed complex emotions. What was so great about this Muyu? Zhang Xiaochang, who had seemed relatively amiable, instantly lost his smile. Dare someone else snatch the woman he had his eye on? Muyu, please help me get rid of this annoying guy, I beg you. Shinmushua leaned close to Muyu, whispering in a voice only they could hear. I'll definitely reward you handsomely afterward. Shinmushua's sudden proximity caught Muyu off guard. Especially the faint floral scent emanating from her, making his nose tingle. Muyu, as far as I know, your little world is a barren wasteland, barely even a world. Are you sure you want to drag Mushua down with you? Zhang Xiaochang sneered. Recognize your place as a toad trying to eat swan meat. Do you even deserve it? Zhang Xiaochang, you dare say that again? Shinmushua shot Zhang Xiaochang a cold glare. I'll team up with whomever I choose. What gives you the right to meddle here? Zhang Xiaochang dared not confront Shinmushua directly. And instead turned his scorn toward Muyu. Muyu, you tell me if you're worthy. Stop hiding behind a woman like a coward. Zhang Xiaochang's voice boomed so loudly it carried not only throughout the classroom, but even several students from the neighboring class pressed their noses against the window to peek inside. That must be Zhang Xiaochang's love rival. He's actually pretty handsome. What good is good looks? Zhang Xiaochang has money. I remember his name is Muyu, right? He's awakened to the crappiest world. Just as the students were getting into their discussions, Muyu spoke up. Zhang Xiaochang, huh? Since you look down on me so much, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Zhang Xiaochang snapped back. What do you have to bet against me? Tomorrow, Muyu said with a hint of challenge, you and I will have a battle of dimensions. Dare you? Muyu, you're out of your mind. Shinmushua tugged at his sleeve and whispered, your world doesn't meet the conditions for life to emerge. Unless you pour resources into it later, you won't even be able to cultivate living organisms. Muyu was about to explain. But Zhang Xiaochang's arrogant laughter cut him off. Ha! You think you can challenge me to a plane war? Your world is a dead entity utterly unworthy of facing me. Whispers swirled around them, most voices predicting Muyu's defeat.
Shin Mushue's expression darkened, while Muyu remained surprisingly calm.
Muyu, your little world is a barren wasteland. If you really want to start a plain war, what do you have to fight me with? Zhang Xiaocheng crossed his arms, sneering coldly at Muyu.
Just talking tough? Who says my world is dead?
Muyu smiled faintly, glancing at the crowd and challenging them. Why have you all decided I'm a failure? The words ignited an instant uproar. This guy's got a pig's nose stuck in a green onion, yet he's trying to act like an elephant. A loser is a loser. What's the point of talking tough?
Exactly.
Your little world can't even produce living creatures. What value does such a world hold?
Facing their taunts,
Muyu snorted coldly, yet slowly extended his palm.
The next second, a faint projection of a miniature world materialized.
Within the projection unfolded a scene of lush, vibrant jungle. With towering trees reaching dozens of meters high, a crystal-clear river, and deer-like creatures playing in the water along its banks. During the display, Muyu deliberately avoided showing scenes of ferocious beasts or towering giants that might reveal his true strength. After Muyu finished showcasing the appearance of his miniature world to the crowd, the classroom fell instantly silent. And the faces of those who had mocked Muyu now bore expressions of astonishment.
Wasn't Muyu's microcosm supposed to be a barren wasteland incapable of nurturing anything? Yet why did the one he was showing now appear so vibrant and full of life? I knew you could do it.
Excited, Shin Mushue instinctively wrapped her arms around Muyu's arm.
That's incredible. You've already built an ecosystem. The next step is to cultivate intelligent life.
Muyu smiled without speaking, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaocheng.
Well, do I qualify for tomorrow's wager now? Chapter 5, Affection from the Little Rich Girl. Zhang Xiaocheng's gaze fell on Shin Mushue, clinging to Muyu's arm.
His eyes flashed with intense jealousy.
Since you're asking for it, I'll grant your wish. Tomorrow in the plain battle, I'll beat you into begging for mercy.
Although the appearance of flora and fauna in Muyu's microcosm surprised many, they still didn't believe Muyu could defeat Zhang Xiaocheng in the plain battle. So what if they misjudged him? Zhang Xiaocheng was a rich kid. His dad could just buy him some resources to develop, and he'd still beat Muyu hands down. He doesn't know his place.
This Muyu just keeps digging his own grave, huh?
Can't wait to see him get utterly crushed by Zhang Xiaocheng tomorrow. Zhang Xiaocheng's voice was sharp.
Then it's settled. Tomorrow, you and me. If I win, you stay far away from Shin Mushue. And if I win? Muyu asked calmly. You win? Zhang Xiaocheng pulled out a crystal stone glowing with a faint blue aura. Then I'll give you this. The basic Genesis source crystal issued by the school. It should be worth a pretty penny to a broke guy like you, right? A basic Genesis source crystal was worth around 50,000 blue star coins on the market.
1.
Muyu tilted his head.
I thought you cared so much about Miss Shin, but now it seems, not so much. Zhang Xiaocheng instinctively glanced at Shin Mushue, only to find her face as cold as ice. He gritted his teeth and declared, you little brat, then I'll bet an intermediate Genesis source crystal.
My feelings for Mushue are genuine.
The room erupted in commotion at his words.
An intermediate Genesis source crystal? 500,000 credits?
Young Master Zhang sure is willing to spend big to woo a girl. The Genesis source crystal of intermediate grade contains over 10 times the Genesis energy of the primary grade. So its price is also 10 times higher, 50,000.
Muyu's lips curved into a faint smile.
In that case, we'll see you tomorrow. On his way home, Muyu was once again stopped by Shin Mushue. And her first words after getting out of the car were an apology.
I'm sorry, Muyu, Shin Mushue said anxiously.
It's all my fault you had to face Zhang Xiaocheng. Seeing the worry etched across Shin Mushue's delicate features, Muyu smiled faintly.
Don't worry. I'll win tomorrow's match.
But your little world. Shin Mushue hesitated, then held out her flawlessly white hand.
Here. This is for you. You must defeat Zhang Xiaocheng tomorrow, okay?
In Shin Mushue's palm lay a crystal stone shimmering with purple hues.
Muyu froze upon seeing the crystal, then immediately waved his hands. An intermediate source crystal? I can't accept something so precious. Take it.
Shin Mushue insisted sternly. I dragged you out to block the attack just to shake off Zhang Xiaocheng.
I have to take responsibility for you. A wave of warmth washed over Muyu. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Put it away.
I don't need your source crystal to beat him.
Don't forget we still have to team up for the mock exam. You have to trust your teammates. Muyu's affectionate gesture made Shin Mushue's cheeks flush slightly, but she didn't resist.
Instead, she murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, then do your best.
After the match, I'll properly thank you.
After Muyu left, Shin Mushue returned to the car. Miss, given your noble status, it's best not to associate too closely with such lowly commoners, the driver cautioned. Getting too involved with people like him will only anger the master. Muyu comes from a poor family but works hard. I only wish to help him, Shin Mushue replied calmly. Besides, it was my recklessness that led him to face Zhang Xiaocheng.
I bear responsibility for this too. Miss Shin actually came personally to deliver the Genesis Source Crystal? This little rich girl really treats me well. Walking home, Muyu felt quite content. The world Muyu had traveled to wasn't vastly different from his previous life. One striking difference was, the people here were intensely obsessed with interdimensional warfare. The dimensional battles here resembled the gladiatorial arenas of ancient Rome. The victor could plunder resources from the loser's minor world. Returning home, Muyu ate, bathed, and tidied up. Then he lay down on his bed and let his consciousness enter his micro-world. At this moment, Muyu's microcosm had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to its primordial state. Across the 10,000 li expanse, life teemed with vitality. Traces of beasts were everywhere in the mountains, rivers, and primeval forests. Unlike ordinary beasts, the beasts of the primordial world were known as ferocious beasts. Having evolved from the remains of 3,000 divine and demonic beings, their individual strength far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Some great monstrous beasts even possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas, their bodies towering larger than mountains themselves. Observing the ferocious beasts slaughtering each other upon the land, Muyu confirmed his microcosm had now reached the level of the primordial world's early stages. Simulation credits remaining, 800. Consume 300 to activate simulation? Note, simulation points automatically triple weekly. Current simulation requires 300 points. Tomorrow, he would face Zhang Xiaocheng in a real fight. Tonight, he must create combat units. With that thought, Muyu held his breath and focused his mind, activating the simulation. The war of gods and demons concluded with Pangu's victory. To safeguard the stability of this realm, Pangu held up the heavens day and night without a moment's respite. Early Second Era, ferocious beasts roamed the wildlands, devouring one another to form diverse and monstrous new tribes. Mid-Second Era, you notice a strange half-human, half-snake creature sitting by the riverbank. Here it comes, Nuwa creates humanity. Watching everything unfold, Muyu clenched his fists. Nuwa creating humanity, the beginning of Chinese mythology, and the pivotal step for the small world to form its own cycle. Nuwa creates humanity, and the primordial human race is born. Simultaneously, the beasts of the primordial world grew restless. A ferocious beast named Taotai charged toward the human tribe, yet dared not cross the boundary out of fear of Pangu. A pack of smaller beasts appeared at the outskirts of human settlements, seemingly driven there by the larger, more ferocious creatures. The first clash between humans and beasts began. At the center of this small world, the human race was locked in fierce combat with the beasts. The vast majority of humans fought barehanded, confronting the beasts with nothing but their bare fists. The outcome was predictable. The outnumbered humans suffered heavy casualties in the fight against the beasts. The loss of her children plunged Nuwa into profound grief, prompting her to fashion a new batch of humans. The beasts launched a second assault, annihilating the human race in the war. Nuwa ultimately lost her divine power and perished from exhaustion. The ferocious beasts invaded human settlements, slaughtering the last remnants of humanity. The primordial human race was extinguished. Ding! All creation energy has been depleted. No cycle formed. Creation failed. Remaining simulation credits 500. Chapter 6, Simulation Failed, Prophet Saves the World. Ensuring the survival and proliferation of humanity in the primordial world was no simple feat. Muyu furrowed his brow, beginning to analyze the reasons for the primordial human race's failure. The primary issue in this simulation failure was that this group of primordial humans relied solely on brute force to solve problems from start to finish. The greatest advantage of humanity wisdom had not been harnessed within this primordial tribe. Upon this realization, Muyu formed a plan. He resolved to intervene personally and guide the primordial humans toward proliferation. Ding! Shall I descend upon the minor world as a prophet? Descend. Simulation initiated. Consuming 300 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 200. Race log. A human shrouded in golden radiance was fashioned by Nuwa. He seemed to possess immense psychic power, capable of perceiving all things around him. Celestial omens led the human race to venerate this newborn as a prophet. When Muyu opened his eyes, he found himself in the primordial chaos. Warning! A force of ferocious beasts is approaching. Prepare defenses immediately. Muyu's gaze sharpened. In the unfolding events, he would lead the primordial humans to survive on this land overrun by ferocious beasts. Guided by the prophet, the primordial humans chose a cave to withstand the beast tide. The ghost-faced spiders within the cave were completely eradicated by the humans. The prophet collected the ghost-faced spiders' legs and silk. They seemed to be excellent materials. The prophet ordered the tribe to build defensive fortifications using the cave as a foundation. A wall of massive logs was swiftly erected. Under the prophet's guidance, the primordial humans crafted spears using spider silk and sharp spider legs. Armed with spears, the primordial human tribe's morale soared. They no longer feared the beast tide. Gazing at the wall of timber, nearly 2 meters thick, Muyu nodded with satisfaction. With this wall in place, the humans' chances of withstanding the beast tide greatly increased. Just then, the forest erupted with the howls of hundreds of monsters. The beast horde was upon them. The ferocious beasts and the primordial human race clashed for the first time. Relying on the defensive strength of the wooden walls, the human race withstood the beast's first charge. The use of spears gave the humans a significant advantage. The primordial human race first recognized the importance of weapons. At dawn, the beasts retreated, and the humans survived the battle. The 16 surviving humans spontaneously knelt before the prophet, expressing gratitude for his aid. Ding! Gained primordial human worship, faith power plus 16. Faith power? Muyu felt a slight surge of excitement. Faith power is generated by the sentient races within the microcosm, serving as the most crucial element for the miniature world's creator to enhance their own strength. Miniverse creators could harness the power of faith to fortify their physical bodies. It was said that sufficiently powerful creators could even soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, exploring realms beyond their own. He never imagined he would obtain the power of faith so quickly. Muyu calmed his emotions before resuming the simulation. After the first battle, the primordial human race recognized the importance of tools. Guided by the prophet, they fashioned various weapons and tools from the bones of ferocious beasts. The surviving primordial humans used caves as bases to continue building defensive fortifications. At an unknown time, manhwa appeared near the caves, bringing 30 new members of the human race. The primordial human race's numbers expanded to 46. This was a good omen, signifying that their numbers would continue to grow rather than diminish until the human race learned to reproduce naturally. The second beast tide erupted, and the primordial human tribe engaged in even fiercer combat with the ferocious beasts. The humans survived the onslaught thanks to their sturdy fortifications and the weapons in their hands. One tribesman had the sudden inspiration to combine spider silk with mountain mulberry wood, crafting a crude bow. With his exceptional marksmanship, he achieved remarkable feats in the fight against the beasts. The people called him E. Mother Earth, manhwa, reappeared, bringing more people. Under Muyu's guidance, the primordial human race repelled wave after wave of beasts. And their numbers surged to 200 during this struggle. Congratulations, host, for leading humanity to crush the ferocious beasts. Their vitality is severely depleted, and they will not reappear for a short time. As the first intelligent race to exterminate the beasts, the primordial human race earned the favor of Heaven's Way, minor racial attribute boosts, permanent 30% increase in natural conception rate, 10 points added to physical strength, and a slight enhancement to the human race's destiny. The human will overcomes Heaven Law activated, race attributes receive a minor boost. Physical strength plus 20, mental strength plus 20. Activated race talent, elementary innate chi. As descendants of the 3,000 divine demons, the ferocious beasts sought to destroy the world. Their defeat likewise embodies the principle that man triumphs over heaven. Ding! With the host's assistance, the primordial human race has weathered its initial calamity. Congratulations! Host has gained the primordial human race's worship. Faith power plus 213. The renewed surge of faith power deeply satisfied Muyu. His efforts had not been in vain. Yet one thing puzzled him: why was his faith power golden? According to the textbooks, initial faith power should be white. Faith power is influenced by racial quality. The higher the racial value, the greater the level of faith power. The primordial human race, born in the harsh conditions of the primordial world, generates faith power of an exceptionally high level. Muyu paused in surprise, then erupted in elation. His faith power was of a higher grade. This meant that with the same amount of faith power, his power would be greater. Indeed, choosing the primordial chaos world as his starting point was the right decision. Muyu clenched his fists in excitement. As long as he could develop and expand the primordial human race, he would gain more golden faith power, and his physical strength would also advance by leaps and bounds in the process. As it had not yet met the requirements for solidification, the primordial world continued to evolve. The prophet's life reached its end. Before dying, he entrusted the human race to E. Under Yi's leadership, the human race hunted ferocious beasts and steadily expanded their territory. The ferocious beasts were driven into the wild and desolate regions, where they lay dormant. Manhwa, honored for her creation of humanity, was elevated to godhood by the heavenly Tao, and mankind began to reproduce independently. Gazing upon the thriving little world, Muyu breathed a sigh of relief. With only 1 unit of creation energy remaining before the end of the creation cycle, his small world would be considered complete. But creating the primordial world of ancient chaos was clearly not so straightforward. In the late Second Era, a great beast named Xiongqi ambushed Pangu's ankle. Wounded, Pangu's instability caused the heavens and earth to shake. A great earthquake struck. Manhwa, newly ascended to godhood, sensed the impending catastrophe and used the 7-colored stone to mend the heavens. The earthquake plunged humanity into chaos, allowing the beasts to regroup and march upon human territories.
The tribal chief drew his bowstring and slew the leader, the three-legged firebird. Human morale soared, and they prepared to repel the invaders.
Chapter 7, All who offend the primordial realm shall be slain. Exhausting her divine power to mend the heavens and earth, Nuwa plummeted into the primordial chaos and fell into a deep slumber. As the cosmos stabilized, Pangu rose once more, lifting the heavens and earth, restoring solidity to the shattered world. Ding! Nuwa's merit in mending the heavens activated the man overcomes heaven law, granting the Earth Mother Nuwa massive enhancements, spiritual power plus 200, talent enhancement, enlightenment of all things. A pale green aura radiated outward from Nuwa as its center. Wherever the green light touched, ferocious beasts screamed and turned to bone, while all living creatures bathed in the life energy, rapidly growing and evolving. Spiritual herbs, sacred trees, and mystical beasts sprouted across the land like bamboo shoots after spring rain. This land now pulsed with more vitality than ever before. The primordial energy was exhausted. The birth of the sentient race succeeded, and the microcosm established its own self-sustaining cycle. Simulation solidification successful. Reward, 1000 simulation points. Next simulation will consume 400 points. Success. This microcosm. As the system notification sounded, Muyu was enveloped in a golden halo. After successfully creating the world, one could now expend faith power to enhance physical constitution. But Muyu didn't rush to use his faith power. After successfully creating the world, the system granted a reward. Congratulations, host, on successful world creation. Reward, 110 draw lottery. Another 10 consecutive draws. Muyu rubbed his hands together, eagerly clicking the draw button. The last 10 pull had yielded human will overcomes heaven, propelling his microcosm to new heights. What would this 10-card draw bring? Muyu was filled with anticipation. As the cards fluttered, 10 of them finally came to rest before his eyes. At first glance, he didn't spot any golden cards. But luckily, he pulled 3 purple cards this time. Advanced Land Expansion Purple, increases land area by 50-100 li upon use. Big Bang Destruction card, purple, collapses a certain mass of matter, annihilating all substances within a minor world and forming a universe. Super Shield Defense card, purple, used to withstand one world-ending catastrophe. The rest were common cards like Life Rain, Beast Taming, Civilization Enlightenment, and so on. He decisively used the Advanced Land Expansion card, causing the primordial world's area to surge by 50-100 li. Next came other cards enhancing the microcosm's quality. All usable ones were deployed immediately. Divine beings performed miracles, enriching the world. Glancing at the 2 remaining purple cards, Muyu paused briefly before deciding to save them for later. The Big Bang could serve as a trump card to attack opponents' microworlds, while the Super Protective Barrier was a defensive ace up his sleeve. Should any powerful adversary covet his world, these would serve as formidable tools for both offense and defense. With creation complete, Muyu exited his microcosm. Glancing at the time, it was nearly dawn. System, convert faith power. I need to boost my strength. No sooner had Muyu spoken than a golden halo began to envelop him. Ding! 229 faith energy consumed. After world creation, faith energy will be automatically collected at the end of each epoch based on the quantity and quality of intelligent species. The host may also project into the microcosm to intervene in its development and earn additional faith energy rewards. The golden aura faded from his body as Muyu slowly opened his eyes. He felt power coursing through his entire body, shattering a wooden door with a single punch seemed like no challenge at all. His attribute panel immediately popped up. Name, Muyu. Race, Blue Star Human. Faith power, 229 consumed. Level, Apprentice Demigod 229,100. Advancing from Apprentice Demigod to Demigod requires converting 1000 faith power, which presented a near-term goal for Muyu to strive toward. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Muyu arrived at school early. The moment he stepped through the school gates, he noticed several students eyeing him. He must be the one challenging Zhang Xiaochang to a planar duel. This had caused quite a stir. They say even the principal was involved. Zhang Xiaochang? Isn't he the one who awakened the Western magic world? Holy crap, Muyu dares challenge such a powerful realm? Mages are basically human walking cannons, virtually unbeatable early on, and later stages bring dragon knights and archmages. Muyu has no chance. Listening to the murmurs all around him, Muyu wore a complex expression. The ancient myths of Huaxia were missing from this world. Most people only knew of figures like Nuwa, Pangu, and Shinnong from the ancient era. Yet their mythological tales remained vague. Precisely because of this, people today are generally more enthusiastic about the Western supernatural world and Western gods. Eastern indigenous myths, however, held little appeal. Muyu's primordial world remains utterly unknown in this realm. Are Eastern deities truly weak or powerful? Muyu narrowed his eyes slightly. And when he grows strong enough to stand atop the world will witness the true might of Eastern deities. Muyu, come to the office. His soaring ambitions were abruptly interrupted by the sudden call. Muyu's mood shifted slightly. The trial was approaching. Muyu's homeroom teacher was surnamed Li, a woman around 40 with a gentle expression. Entering the office, Muyu glanced around and saw Zhang Xiaochang and his homeroom teacher already present. Before them sat a kindly-faced, white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man was the principal of Tai City No. 3 Middle School. The duel is acceptable, but the requirements must be clearly stated, the principal said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. I wholeheartedly approve of your duel, but the conditions still need to be laid out. Please proceed, principal, replied Zhang Xiaochang's homeroom teacher, a tall, slender woman surnamed Zhao. Your duel must adhere to the minimum plunder standard of the Dragon Nation's Realm Wars, he declared. The victor may seize only 5% of the loser's land resources. Dare to take a single extra square meter, and you'll be expelled immediately. At these words, the crowd fell silent. Muyu, however, remained unfazed. In a plain war, the victor could plunder the loser's world resources without restraint. Without limits, if all resources were seized, that student would be utterly ruined. A 5% plunder allowed the victor to gain benefits without utterly crippling the loser, a rather humane regulation. You're lucky, kid. Zhang Xiaochang whispered in a voice only Muyu could hear. If there were no restrictions, I'd smash your little world to pieces and make you a useless wreck for life. A cold glint flashed in Muyu's eyes. He didn't doubt Zhang Xiaochang's words for a second. Without rules, Zhang Xiaochang would ruthlessly destroy his opponent's world. The rules are settled. Find time during lunch break for your contest, the principal said, stroking his beard. The victor reigns supreme, the defeated are cast aside. Survival of the fittest. When you enter society, competition will only intensify. If your ambitions are grand enough to one day venture beyond our borders, you'll need the courage to charge forward without hesitation. News of Muyu and Zhang Xiaochang's interdimensional battle scheduled for lunchtime quickly spread throughout Tai City 3rd High School. The battle hall was packed to capacity. As two light screens enveloped Muyu and Zhang Xiaochang, they were automatically pulled into the battle space. At that moment, Muyu's consciousness largely entered his own miniature world. The way of heaven descends. All primordial humans heed my command. All who dare trespass upon my primordial world shall be slain. Chapter 8, The Western Magic World? Is it that powerful? Take up your weapons. Help me crush the invaders' skulls. The primordial human race prepares for interdimensional war. Muyu's voice echoed throughout the primordial world. The ferocious beasts cowered motionless on the ground, while the primordial human race seized their weapons, unleashing deafening roars. Go, Muyu! From the spectator stands, Shin Mushua's silvery voice drew envious glances from the surrounding male students. The interdimensional battle was already thrilling, and with a beauty cheering them on, it added an extra layer of excitement to the contest. Humph! Once my magical army crushes your world, Shin Mushua will see who the true strong one is. Zhang Xiaochang snorted coldly. Exposing your strength before the match even begins? Are you stupid? Muyu shot back without mercy. Just as Zhang Xiaochang was about to explode with rage, the principal's voice cut him off. Both world builders, begin constructing the world bridge. The moment the principal's words fell, Muyu and Zhang Xiaochang simultaneously reached out, only to see the projection at the center of the battle hall manifest. From the void, various rocks and earth fragments emerged, continuously coalescing into a rugged, uneven bridge. Muyu immediately focused his energy within his microcosm. Within his primordial world, a section of land vanished into thin air, which disintegrated and extending outward toward the bridge beyond the microcosm. It ultimately merged with the other half of the bridge outside the microcosm. The beginning of the plane war commenced as combatants constructed bridges from the land of their respective microcosms, where combat units engaged in the first round of slaughter. The victorious side then attacked the world barrier, breaching it allowed entry into the opponent's microcosm. There, the second and even third rounds of combat would unfold, until the attacking side either conquers the opposing microworld or suffers total annihilation within it. Should the attacking side be annihilated, both worlds continue dispatching forces to wage war. If the attacking side loses all combat units, the defending side gains the opportunity to counterattack. Planar warfare appears simple yet holds immense unpredictability, with instances of turning defeat into victory being commonplace. When Zhang Xiaochang's assault units appeared on the world bridge, the students in the battle hall erupted into a roar of excitement. True to the magical realm, Zhang Xiaochang deployed a mage force. How could his mage force be so large? A full 500, how was that possible? Zhang Xiaochang's family is loaded, he must have splurged on creation crystals to accelerate world development. 500 mages. They could sweep everything aside. Damn it, if only I'd awakened in the Western magic world too, even the vampire or werewolf world would be better. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Muyu's forces emerged from their world's barrier. However, the moment his troops stood upon the world bridge, the previously heated atmosphere froze for a moment before erupting into even more chaotic clamor than before. Are you kidding me? Mu Yu's troops are a bunch of savages. They just marched out carrying bone clubs. Clearly, Mu Yu's world was still stuck in the barbaric age. But these savages look incredibly strong. What good is strength? Can they withstand a mage's fireball spell? 500 mages unleashing fireballs simultaneously, that power could level a skyscraper. The most absurd part? Mu Yu's barbarians numbered only 100. 100 barbarians against 500 mages? Guess I shouldn't have pinned any hopes on Mr. Mu after all. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos. Barbarians represent a civilization just beginning to sprout. How can such a world possibly compare to the mages of the magical realm? I pulled an all-nighter just for this moment. Zhang Xiaochang spread his arms wide, grinning triumphantly. I thought Mu Yu was something special, but your civilization is still stuck in the barbarian age? You've let me down. Zhang Xiaochang made no effort to lower his voice as he cackled wildly. Mu Yu, are you ready to receive the baptism of my magical civilization? Meanwhile, Shin Muxue in the audience had lost her earlier confidence. Her fists clenched, she looked visibly tense. Meanwhile, from the referee's seat, Zhang Xiaochang's homeroom teacher murmured with a faint smile, young people these days always love to brag. A bunch of barbarians clearly have no business challenging Zhang Xiaochang's magical civilization. Our classmate Mu Yu isn't one to boast. In my experience, he's quite level-headed, Teacher Li remarked calmly. Before the battle begins, anything is possible. The troops Mu Yu has assembled all bear the features of Longwa people, and their attire resembles that of ancient Longwa. Could he be constructing the ancient civilization of Huaxia? The principal stroked his goatee and chuckled. It's been quite some time since I've seen a student build the ancient Huaxia civilization. These savage humans seem exceptionally robust. Ancient Chinese civilization? A flicker of disdain crossed Teacher Zhao's eyes. Under the barrage of magical fire, they'd be utterly defenseless. Zhao, beat the crap out of him. Just then, a group of students who usually got along well with Zhang Xiaochang started cheering. The Western magical world is invincible. Use your mage troops to burn those barbarians to ashes. The magical world is invincible. The magical world is mighty. More voices joined the clamor. Summon the fire rain. Burn these savages to death. When pride escalated to nationalistic fervor, Mu Yu could no longer remain silent. The magical world is invincible? Ridiculous. Mu Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and resolute. My world is the ancient civilization of China. The Chinese civilization has endured for millennia. How could a mere magical world compare? Charge. Almost simultaneously, Mu Yu and Zhang Xiaochang issued the order to advance. On the world bridge, troops occupying both sides began advancing toward the center. Zhang Xiaochang's magical forces marched in formation, blue-robed mages forming ranks while conjuring searing flames in their hands. 500 mages simultaneously conjuring flames created a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. In stark contrast, on the other side of the world bridge, where bone spear-wielding barbarians trudged forward with grim determination. We're defeated. There's no way we can win, Teacher Zhao concluded immediately. Judging by the momentum, Mu Yu's forces truly seemed inferior to Zhang Xiaochang's, the principal remarked with a meaningful smile. It was painfully obvious magicians wielding ranged spells against primitive warriors who only knew how to charge mindlessly. Some students began analyzing the situation. Yeah, just kite them and the barbarian army will be wiped out. Besides, it's not even certain they'll survive the first wave of attacks. No way he can win. If he does, I'll run naked around the field 3 times. But just then, Shin Mushua's face flushed crimson as she shouted, Go, Mu Yu! I believe in you! Go! Go on! Mu Yu, hearing Shin Mushua's voice, let a faint smile curve his lips. Now, witness the miracle. Chapter 9, Primordial Human Race vs. Western Magic. The primordial human tribe continued charging toward the mage corps. With only 300 meters separating the two sides, the long-prepared mage forces simultaneously raised the flames in their hands. The next instant, a crimson cloud spread across the sky, from which flaming meteors rained down upon the charging savages. Intermediate magic flame rain. 500 mages cast simultaneously, a spectacle rivaling an archmage's forbidden spell. The fiery downpour struck the primordial human tribe's ranks. And the blaze spread, engulfing every primordial human in an instant. It's over. I win! Zhang Xiaochang roared with laughter. The magical world is invincible. I haven't even played my final trump card yet. You won? Mu Yu sneered coldly. Open your dog eyes and look closely. As Mu Yu's words fell, one by one, primordial humans shrouded in pale golden halos burst forth. They had survived the rain of fire, unscathed. Innate Gangqi, a primordial human clan innate skill that channels vital energy to form a relatively sturdy protective aura around the body. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaocheng's eyes bulged wide, his expression one of utter disbelief. On the world bridge, Zhang Xiaocheng's mage corps watched as the enemy charged forward unscathed. They channeled magic once more, this time, ice-attributed magic. Fist-sized ice crystals coalesced in the mage's hands. But this time, the primordial humans counterattacked. A particularly burly man charged to the front of the formation, wielding a massive bone bow with an arrow nocked. His thick arms drew the bowstring taut, then released the arrow with a fierce jerk. The arrow pierced the mage formation at a terrifying, almost unnatural speed. The lead mage was instantly pierced through the chest, yet the arrow's momentum remained unabated, tearing through the chests of the second and third mages. At this moment, the entire audience outside the arena was stunned by the scene. On the projection screen, the arrow resembled a reaper's scythe, mowing down every enemy in its path. The 500-strong mage formation was brutally cleaved in two by this single arrow. This has to be fake. What kind of insane arm strength would it take to shoot an arrow like that? But the real absurdity was yet to come. The mage core, now crystallized into countless ice spikes, unleashed their barrage upon the primordial human tribe. These ice spikes, capable of piercing iron armor, struck the primordial humans without even slowing them for a second. The projection displayed a scene where the dense hail of spikes appeared merely as flashy special effects, vanishing the instant they touched the primordial humans, utterly powerless. Born of primordial chaos, the primordial human race possessed physical prowess akin to fierce beasts. Further tempered by the beast tribulation and cleansed by Nuwa's life energy, these savage-born humans harbored astonishing power within their bodies. When they charged straight through the mage army's attacks, everyone, including Zhang Xiaochang, realized these seemingly barbaric savages were no ordinary foes. How is this possible? Why is Mu Yu's force so formidable? Teacher Zhao exclaimed in disbelief. Why did Zhang Xiaochang's mage troops fail to inflict even a scratch? How could the magical world be this weak? The magical world has never been strong, the principal chuckled. It only seems powerful because so many people revere it. Mu Yu's ancient Huaxia world, however, is quite intriguing. How did he manage to grant these people from the primordial era such formidable physiques? In the stands, the once boisterous students fell silent, staring in stunned silence at the primordial humans slaughtering the mage army. Limited knowledge left most unable to comprehend how Mu Yu's barbarians could crush the mage army. Everyone said the Western magical world was powerful, so why did it now appear so feeble and pathetic? So cool, Mu Yu! Shen Muxue screamed like a starstruck fan. Nothing was more thrilling than seeing the one she'd always supported utterly destroy the enemy. Especially since just a moment ago, most had doubted he could defeat them. On the world bridge, the battle was drawing to a close. Apart from a dozen or so mages retreating in disarray back to their own world, the rest of the magical forces lay dead. Zhang Xiaochang's face darkened, his heart bleeding with pain. The mage army, cultivated at the cost of countless resources, had been defeated so easily by Mu Yu. His expression shifted from rage to gloom, then twisted into venomous hatred. Since you've destroyed my life's work in an instant, I will crush your little world. The interdimensional war raged on. The primordial human race arrived before the world barrier. Sure unleashed tremendous force, smashing Zhang Xiaochang's world barrier. Half an hour later, a gaping hole tore through the barrier, and the primordial human race poured into Zhang Xiaochang's small world. The war between planes entered its next phase, with Mu Yu leading the assault on Zhang Xiaochang's realm. As the projection screen shifted, the spectator hall's projection shifted from the world bridge to the front of a massive European-style ancient castle. This colossal fortress was equipped with catapults and housed approximately 200 mages. These mages represented the last reserves of Zhang Xiaochang's microcosm. Upon seeing this imposing castle, a small wave of cheers erupted once more from the spectator seats. The Western magical world not only builds structures with remarkable simplicity, but also develops at a pace far surpassing ordinary realms. Indeed, in just one night, Zhang Xiaochang's magical world had advanced into the classical era. Such high walls made it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Could Mu Yu's barbarian legion possibly breach this ancient fortress? Whispers filled the spectator stands. Yet at the battle station, Zhang Xiaochang spoke in an extremely sinister tone. Mu Yu, I'll give you one chance. Withdraw to my world, kneel and beg for mercy, and I won't trouble you. Continuing the attack will be the most regrettable thing you've ever done in your life. Zhang Xiaochang had previously hinted at a trump card. Even if Mu Yu's primordial human tribe crushed his mage forces, he remained confident he could defeat him. Mu Yu was somewhat curious about what Zhang Xiaochang's trump card might be. Ignoring Zhang Xiaochang's taunts, Mu Yu kept his focus on the unfolding battle across the plains. After entering the magical realm, the primordial human race did not rush to attack the colossal castle. Led by Yi, they gathered to strategize their assault tactics. The attacking force established their camp without rushing to attack, but Zhang Xiaochang's magical world began to stir. Catapults mounted on the colossal fortress activated, launching flaming projectiles toward the primordial human tribe's encampment. Chaos erupted across the encampment. Ha! Your barbarian IQ is a bit low, huh? Not dodging or evading, are you trying to be a sitting duck? Chapter 10, a mere two-legged lizard, and you dare call yourself a dragon? No matter how Zhang Xiaochang mocked him, Mu Yu remained utterly calm. He believed the primordial human tribe he had personally raised would surprise him. After several rounds of bombardment, the primordial human tribe remained in disarray. Seemingly enraged, many human troops charged recklessly toward the colossal fortress without even forming proper formations. Immediately following this, a hail of fire and ice spikes rained down upon them. The attacking humans quickly collapsed and retreated. Zhang Xiaocheng watched with a smug expression. So this was their supposed might? Just a bunch of brainless fools. The battle raged on. The primordial human tribe kept charging at the massive fortress, only to be repelled each time. Despite the protection of innate gongqi, many bore wounds. This battle raged on for 7 days and 7 nights, and the primordial human tribe's morale plummeted under the relentless assault. Their cohesion teetered on the brink of collapse. Chifi struck the war drum fashioned from the bones of a fearsome beast, mobilizing every last soldier for a final assault. This final assault was fiercer than all previous ones. The primordial human tribe charged toward the mage fortress, shields of massive timber raised high. Fireballs and ice spikes relentlessly pelted the massive shields, clanging with each impact. Magicians atop the fortress continuously hurled spells coalesced in their hands downward, and a sea of flames soon engulfed the area below the castle. The primordial humans drew near the walls. Some battered the gates, while others attempted to scale the walls. However, the city walls were now covered in a layer of ice cast by the mages, leaving the primordial humans with no footholds to climb. The rout began swiftly. As the Legion commander, retreated, the rest of the human forces followed suit. The magical world remains formidable. Zhang Xiaocheng clenched his fists, unable to hold back a shout. Charge! All of you, charge! Slaughter every last one of these retreating soldiers. Hundreds of winged birds swiftly took flight from within the fortress, each carrying a mage. They dove from the sky, pursuing the fleeing humans. From open ground to dense jungle, fireballs rained down relentlessly. Just as Zhang Xiaocheng thought victory was assured, the primordial humans who had fled into the forest suddenly launched a counterattack. Nearly 100 wooden spears shot out like arrows from the trees. The mages, caught up in their pursuit, were utterly unprepared for this sudden counterattack. A dense rain of spears blanketed the airborne mage forces. In a single volley, dozens of mages and their winged beasts were pierced through. In the dense forest, the primordial humans no longer resembled a fleeing army. Each man now carried dozens of wooden javelins strapped to his back, hurling them one after another at the mage squadron above. The mage force instantly realized they were ambushed, commanding their winged beasts to flee toward the fortress, while the primordial humans pursued without hesitation. In that instant, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. So what if we were ambushed? As long as we return to the castle, your barbarians still won't breach my colossal fortress. Zhang Xiaocheng remained unflustered by the ambush, confident his massive castle was impregnable. But the next second, his smile froze. A deafening explosion erupted from the previously quiet fortress. Looking toward the source of the blast, flames shot skyward amidst billowing black smoke. The oil storage warehouse had exploded. Zhang Xiaocheng's current magical world existed in a classical era where whale oil served as the primary source of illumination. The warehouse that had exploded stored large quantities of whale oil. When Zhang Xiaocheng saw 4 or 5 barbarians setting fires throughout the fortress, he knew his troops had fallen into a trap. Their earlier feigned retreat was merely a ploy to infiltrate a small force into the fortress. As the mages poured out of the ancient castle, the barbarians who had infiltrated its walls launched their assault. At that very moment, the primordial human tribe infiltrators pushed open the castle gates. Damn it! Hurry and stop them. If they enter the city, it's all over. Zhang Xiaocheng roared, disregarding his dignity. But the returning mages immediately converged toward the city gates. But as soon as they appeared near the gate, a massive wooden barrel flew straight at them. The barrel shattered among the crowd, spilling foul-smelling whale oil everywhere. A flaming splinter of wood followed suit, landing directly on the whale oil. In an instant, flames engulfed the mages. This whale oil, sourced from the magical world, had an extremely low ignition point and proved exceptionally difficult to extinguish. Magicians were notoriously frail, and the flames consumed them like flesh-eating maggots, their screams echoing relentlessly. At that very moment, the primordial human tribe outside the city walls surged into the city. Facing the mage forces surging from the alleyway, the primordial humans hurled their spears once more. Wooden spears, imbued with immense force, rained down into the mage ranks, instantly slaying dozens. Damn bastards! My life's work, my mage core. Zhang Xiaocheng's eyes burned with unchecked murderous intent. You forced my hand, forced me to play my trump card. No sooner had Zhang Xiaocheng spoken. A piercing roar suddenly echoed from the canyon near the colossal fortress. The moment that roar echoed, both the students in the spectator stands and the teachers in the judges' seats paled visibly. What was that sound? It sounded like a dragon. A Western dragon? Good heavens, there's a Western dragon in Zhang Xiaocheng's microcosm. Defeat was inevitable. Mu Yu had done his best.
Yet, a crimson dragon nearly 20 meters long soared out of the distant canyon.
That's cheating! Teacher Lee immediately shouted. A civilization at this level couldn't possibly have dragons. Cheating?
Teacher Lee, you need to get your facts straight, Zhang Xiaoqing's homeroom teacher smiled.
Using foreign units during an exam is cheating, but this is a contest. How can you call it cheating? You! Teacher Lee fumed. A magical civilization needs to reach the mid-stage to cultivate dragons. This dragon must have been procured for Zhang Xiaoqing by his family. So what? The rules never specified units must be cultivated within one's own microcosm. Zhang Xiaoqing's homeroom teacher turned to the principal. Principal, what do you think? I must admit that was an oversight on my part. One neglected to clarify the rules beforehand, the principal said, stroking his beard. I wonder what the odds are for Muyu's ancient Chinese civilization against a Western dragon. The principal's eyes brimmed with anticipation. The battle within the castle was nearing its end. Hordes of mages had been slaughtered. These Western mages, with their high noses and blue eyes, crumbled like paper under the clubs of the primordial human race, utterly defenseless. The clash between civilizations was savage and brutal, a fight to the death. And at that very moment, the dragon approached the fortress. The 20-meter-long dragon was already fully mature. Its thick, horn-like scales rendered it impervious even to the highest-tier magic of archmages. Such a colossal beast was unmatched in the early stages of this small world's development. It landed atop the castle's highest point, rearing its massive head and gazing down upon its enemies with a look of utter contempt. Its vertical pupils brimming with utter arrogance and disdain. As the pinnacle combat unit of the magical world, the Western dragon had every reason to be proud. Unrivaled in aerial combat, its dragonfire could melt even steel. TSK, Zhang Xiaoqing's family really is loaded. Acquiring a dragon like this starts at several million. There's no way we can lose now. If we still lose, Zhang Xiaoqing is nothing but a complete failure. Burn them all. Incinerate these savages. Zhang Xiaoqing's voice cracked from shouting. This dragon was purchased by my father from a high-tier magical civilization architect as a trump card never meant for casual use. But now, Muyu, you forced my hand. Now you'll see the terrifying might of a Western dragon. Go forth, peerless dragon. Spew your dragonfire and incinerate the foes before us. Humph. Those two-legged lizards from the west dare call themselves dragons? Muyu's voice echoed throughout the entire battle hall. In my eyes, a lizard is a lizard. Even with wings, it doesn't deserve to be called a dragon. Chapter 11, The Might of a Single Arrow, awe striking the entire school. As Muyu's words fell, the leader of the human race, rested a spear brought from the primordial world upon his bowstring. The spear measured 2 meters in length, somewhat resembling the arrows fired from ancient siege crossbows used in city defense battles. As the barbarian leader began drawing his bow, the spectator stands erupted in heated debate once more. Are you kidding me? Shooting down a dragon? Is that even possible? A dragon's horn scales are incredibly hard. Do you think you can just pierce through them? But this barbarian is incredibly strong. Perhaps he can create a miracle. A miracle? Sorry, but miracles don't exist against sheer power. Perched atop the castle's highest point, the dragon seemed to sense the enemies below. And as it watched them draw their bows, its vertical eyes brimmed with pride and disdain. Tiny arrows? Could they possibly harm a noble Western dragon? Don't be ridiculous. The next instant, spears sliced through the sky, stirring up violent winds wherever they passed. The dragon, mid-breath of gathering dragonfire, suddenly sensed the touch of death descending. It tried to close its jaws. But the spear's speed was too swift. It plunged into the dragon's maw before it could close. Immediately, the dragon let out a piercing wail and crashed to the ground. Its massive body smashed a huge hole in the ground. The dragon lifted its head and struggled twice, only to collapse lifelessly the next instant, its eyes utterly devoid of life. The battle arena fell into a deathly silence. What just happened? The leader of those barbarians killed the dragon with a single arrow. No way, this is ridiculous. How could this be? How could a dragon's physical strength be killed by a single spear? If it truly did, what terrifying power must this spear possess? The students and teachers who witnessed it all wore expressions of utter astonishment. These seemingly backward savages had actually shot down a dragon. Could the ancient Huaxiao tribes possess such formidable physical strength? Impossible. This can't be. Yet it was Zhang Xiaoqing who let out a heart-wrenching wail. My dragon! How could you kill my dragon? You cheated! You must have cheated! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Students who had previously supported Zhang Xiaoqing now looked at him with utter contempt. You accuse others of cheating? You're just some newbie who barely created a minor realm, yet you pull out a dragon? I'd say you're the one cheating. Damn, what an embarrassment. Just because you've got a few stinking bucks, you think you're hot stuff? Well, now you've been put in your place. Just moments ago he was so cocky, and now he's completely broken. This guy really can't handle losing. Zhang Xiaoqing's loss of composure drew increasing ridicule from the crowd. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the planar war, after he slew the dragon with a single arrow, the primordial human race began slaughtering the castle's remaining inhabitants. In the clash of civilizations, there's no room for mercy. Victors seize resources to challenge mightier foes, while the defeated, if they did not strive to develop with all their might, would be plundered and devoured by other powerful forces. Muyu, I surrender. Withdraw your forces from my castle at once. Zhang Xiaochang pleaded, his earlier arrogance now completely gone. The defeated side in a plain war would pay a devastating price. Territories are carved up, resources plundered. If they encounter ruthless opponents, intelligent species within the microcosm might even be annihilated, leaving the realm severely weakened. To Zhang Xiaochang, Muyu now embodied that very ruthlessness. No matter how desperately he pleaded, Muyu pretended not to hear, allowing the primordial human race to continue wreaking havoc throughout Zhang Xiaochang's microcosm. Zhang Xiaochang's expression shifted slightly. Muyu, I beg you, spare me. I was wrong before, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But Muyu paid him no mind whatsoever. The referee hadn't called the match over yet. Since it wasn't finished, he kept fighting, might as well make the most of it. Muyu, I'm sorry. Watching the population he'd painstakingly cultivated dwindle to mere scraps, Zhang Xiaochang cried out, his voice breaking. I lost. I surrender. Here, take this intermediate Genesis source crystal. Please, stop fighting. I still have my college entrance exams. Only then did the teachers and principal at the referee's table snap back to reality, and hastily declared the match over. The sight of that arrow slaying the dragon had stunned even the teachers and principal, causing the referee's whistle to sound over 10 seconds late. 10 seconds in reality equated to over 10 minutes in the realm war. And in that dazed moment, over 100 lives perished in Zhang Xiaochang's microcosm. Holding the intermediate Genesis source crystal he had won from Zhang Xiaochang, Muyu felt quite pleased. With one basic and one intermediate Genesis source crystal, the energy they provided would sustain his microcosm's evolution for quite some time. As Muyu stepped down from the battle platform, many classmates stared at him with burning eyes, while those who had spoken ill of him after his giant egg world awakened now hung their heads in awkward silence. Muyu, you're so strong. Shen Mushue's voice rang out. Clenching her fists, her face flushed with excitement. One arrow to slay the dragon, you're absolutely awesome. Among the students, Shen Mushue was the only one who had supported him from start to finish. Muyu flashed a dashing smile and waved at Shen Mushue. Her little heart immediately began racing uncontrollably. The Battle of the Plains concluded with Muyu achieving a complete victory. He adhered to the rules, absorbing only 5% of Zhang Xiaochang's microcosm before summoning the human race back to the main world. Zhang Xiaochang's microcosm spanned only 1,000 li, ceding 5% amounted to 50 li. Not a significant amount, but better than nothing for Muyu. The greatest prize from this contest was undoubtedly that intermediate Genesis source crystal. Muyu, the principal requests your presence. Just as Muyu was about to leave, he was summoned to the principal's office. Knock, enter, then close the door. Only the principal was present in the office. Young Muyu, might you tell me what form your constructed microcosm takes? The principal asked without preamble. I've constructed the ancient Huaxia world, Muyu replied with his prepared answer. I believe ancient Huaxia civilization holds immense potential and is worthy of cultivation. Ha! Excellent! The principal chuckled, stroking his beard. Your concept is splendid, I'm truly gratified. Moreover, this interdimensional battle was quite spectacular. It's been ages since I witnessed such a thrilling duel. The Eastern human race is no weaker than the Western world. This is precisely what I wish for our students to recognize. Principal, you summoned me regarding Muyu. I scratched my head. Oh, I nearly forgot the main purpose. The principal retrieved a small wooden box from his desk drawer. This duel holds extraordinary significance. This is an additional reward. An extra reward? Muyu opened the box with puzzlement, only to find a pale yellow crystal stone resting quietly inside. This is a world-expanding crystal, the principal said with a hint of pride. It can expand a small world by 500 li. How about that? Pretty decent reward, right? For other students' microcosms, expanding by 500 li would indeed be substantial. But for Muyu, whose world already spanned 15,050 li, this reward was rather ordinary. Still, a reward was better than none. Muyu thanked the principal and tucked the world-expanding crystal into his pocket before leaving the office. Muyu remained at the school for the entire afternoon. During that time, Shen Mushue approached him to discuss strategies for the mock exam, which once again sparked envy among many. With only 5 or 6 days left until the mock exam, everyone was diligently preparing. Finally enduring until dismissal, Muyu declined Shen Mushue's offer of a ride and dashed home. The next 2 days were the weekend. And barring any unexpected events, he planned to stay home both days to continue evolving the primordial world. Within the microcosm, Muyu retrieved the world-expanding crystal awarded by the principal, preparing to use it. Just then, the system alert sounded. Ding! Detected high impurity levels in the world-expanding crystal. Direct use is not recommended. The system can purify it, but after purification, the crystal will only be able to expand the world by 80 li. Chapter 12, The Ingenious Use of Spear and Shield, Forging Boundless Universes. Ha! Muyu was dumbfounded. A crystal capable of expanding 500 li, yet after purification, it could only expand 80 li? System, are you sure you're purifying it? The host's microcosm possesses an extremely complex structure, demanding exceptionally high-grade expansion tools. The host is advised to exercise caution. Then why could I plunder Zhang Xiaocheng's land resources? Muyu pressed further. Loot from the plane war is automatically filtered by the system, prioritizing the extraction of the most essential components. Host need not worry. So plundering Zhang Xiaocheng's land only gets me the most valuable bits? In that case, this system is actually quite user-friendly. Muyu suddenly remembered the 10 consecutive card draws from the system's last reward that he hadn't used yet. Big Bang Destruction card, purple, collapses a certain mass of matter, annihilating all substances within a minor world and forming a universe. Super Protective Barrier Defense card, purple, upon activation, withstands one apocalyptic catastrophe. 2 purple cards, one a powerful destruction card, the other an invincible defense card. These 2 purple cards were like a spear and a shield, Muyu murmured to himself. Yet his gaze suddenly fixated on the final description of the first purple card. Annihilate all matter within a microcosm and form a universe? Muyu felt a surge of excitement as a mad plan took shape in his mind. He would use these 2 purple cards to create a universe within his own microcosm. Ding! This evolution requires 1 world-expanding crystal and 1 intermediate Genesis source crystal. Proceed? Yes. To create a universe, Muyu unhesitatingly expended the resources in his possession. As the source crystal's energy was continuously drawn out, the Big Bang commenced. The super protective barrier enveloped and froze the primordial continent. The 500-mile-wide mass sphere is collapsing inward, forcibly compressed to 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. 10 centimeters. 1 millimeter. Terrifying energy converged within this infinitesimal mass, its volume approaching 0. The singularity was born. Creation source crystal energy infusion, singularity detonation countdown, 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1, the singularity detonates, unleashing immense energy outward. Space rapidly expands, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 10,000 meters. Space expanded and stretched before our eyes. The primordial chaos that once permeated the surroundings is swiftly crushed and vanishes from sight. The Big Bang continues, with space expanding toward infinity. The universe was born, and space is rapidly cooling and solidifying. Ding! Congratulations, host, on creating the universe. You may now construct anything you desire within this boundless, vast world. Super protective barrier effect removed. The primordial world resumes normal time flow and appears within the universe. The universe, I actually made it happen. Muyu, who had been on edge, finally let out a sigh of relief. Creating a universe within his microcosm meant Muyu's spatial domain was approaching infinity. With sufficient materials, he could even craft satellite planets to produce resources or even specialized troop types. Excited, Muyu recalled he still possessed a primary Genesis source crystal. He decided to immediately extract its energy to simulate the microcosm. The energy within the basic Genesis source crystal was insufficient to initiate a simulation. So this simulation proceeded directly upon the existing microcosm. Nuwa mended the heavens, restoring cosmic stability. Spiritual energy surged in pillars, reviving all creation. Spirit beasts multiplied, forming tribes. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin clans rose to prominence in the primordial chaos, each claiming a corner of the world. The primordial triad appeared so swiftly. Muyu gazed at the galloping Shilin cubs on the ground, feeling profoundly satisfied. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin were the primary races to emerge during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. Possessing formidable strength and vast numbers. Properly nurtured, they would undoubtedly form formidable forces capable of dominating land, sea, and air. Their respective ancestral leaders Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shiki possessed formidable divine power. After 40 years of development, the population of the primordial human race surpassed 1,000. Influenced by Nuwa's enlightenment of all things, the lifespan of the primordial human race was greatly extended. Over the decades, he led his people in repelling ferocious beasts and expanding their territory, fostering a thriving internal community. Since the energy provided by the primary Genesis source crystal could only accelerate the development of the microcosm for about a century, Muyu's simulation was exceptionally meticulous. Within their territory, the tribe discovered a unique metallic ore. When smelted and fused with beast bones, it enhanced their resistance. Upon discovering the metal's remarkable properties, he intensified its collection. While gathering wild fruits, a female clan member accidentally consumed an unknown plant. She felt a sense of profound ease throughout her body and shared it with her fellow tribespeople. A great beast appeared near the human territory. Sensing the threat, he began assembling an army. Armor and shields were invented, greatly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the primordial human tribe members who wore them. Gazing upon the primordial humans in the miniature world clad in standardized armor and wielding spears, Muyu nodded with satisfaction. The primordial humans had mastered weaponry, giving them a greater advantage in battles against the beasts. The next step was to research cultivation methods. Only through such techniques could the primordial humans cultivate and grow stronger. But that would have to wait until Muyu acquired more Genesis Source crystals. The energy of the primary Genesis Source crystal was nearly depleted. Just as Muyu prepared to conclude this small world's evolution, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The great beast Shangliu has launched a surprise attack on human territory. He leads the army into battle. Shangliu was a 9-headed serpent monster, towering 7 or 8 stories high, with a ferocious appearance. Hardened weapons and armor proved invaluable in this battle. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights, during which Shangliu's 9 heads were severed one by one. He drew his bow and shot an arrow that pierced Shangliu's heart in one strike. Shangliu perished, and the way of heaven bestowed a reward. The entire primordial human race received a modest enhancement to their physical strength. A golden aura emanated from the leader as if he had caught the attention of the way of heaven. The energy of the primordial Genesis crystal was exhausted, and his primordial human race gained a boost. Forming armies, crafting weapons, everything was evolving toward standardization. Beep. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone ringing. It was now 10 p.m. Answering the call, a silvery female voice rang out. Muyu, I've located the coordinates of a fallen second-tier deity's ruins. Meet me at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll team up for the exploration. I've texted you the address. After hanging up, Muyu fell silent for a moment before letting out a wry smile. Shenmushua was truly kind to him, even sharing something as precious as relic coordinates. The ruins of a fallen god were the miniature worlds left behind after a world builder's demise. With precise coordinates, a micro-world creator could venture there for exploration. Divine beings were ranked from lowest to highest: apprentice demigod, prospective demigod, lower god, and true gods from tier 1 to tier 9. The ruins of a fallen second-tier deity were rich in resources, and with good luck, one could even obtain quite a few treasures. With limited energy, Muyu retired early. And by the next morning, he was already on his way to Shenmushua's residence. Unlike Muyu's cramped, old apartment, Shenmushua's home was a lakeside villa featuring an enormous swimming pool. Young, beautiful maids and burly bodyguards were everywhere. So rich, huh? Muyu couldn't help but marvel at the young heiress's wealth. Chapter 13, Exploring Ruins in a Zombie Wuxia World. Muyu, you're here. Shenmushua appeared on her family's second-floor sundeck in a pale pink dress, waving at him. The morning sun shone brightly, its soft rays bathing Shenmushua in a radiant glow that made her look exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Even Muyu, who prided himself on his extraordinary composure, felt his heartbeat quicken slightly as he ascended to the second-floor boudoir to meet Shenmushua. The moment he stepped onto the landing, he caught the scent of a delightful floral fragrance. Delicate feet tapped lightly on the wooden floor, and the door opened, revealing Shenmushua's exquisite face. Her graceful, alluring figure was draped in a pale pink spaghetti strap dress, her slender legs adorned with creamy stockings, giving her an air of youthful allure. Today, Shenmushua hadn't gone out of her way to dress up. Her dark hair slightly disheveled, exuding a lazy charm tinged with a touch of innocence. It made Muyu's mind wander. What are you standing there for? Come inside. It was Shenmushua, grinning as she pulled Muyu into her bedroom. My parents are out today. We can do whatever we want. Really? Anything goes? Muyu cleared his throat, realizing his mind had wandered. Muyu, why won't you look at me? Shenmushua sat on her plush bed, tapping her toes lightly against the floor. You were so fierce during yesterday's match, yet now you seem so timid, Shenmushua observed, studying Muyu. So many girls at school talk about you, saying you're both handsome and domineering. Aha, Muyu rubbed his head with a wry smile. Miss Shen, let's get down to business first. You seem really scared of me. I'm not some monster like I could eat you or something? It's not that I'm afraid you'll eat me, it's that I'm afraid I won't be able to resist eating you, Muyu thought to himself before asking, the coordinates for the divine relic, are you really willing to share them with me? Shenmushua's expression smoothed out as she turned to the matter at hand. Yes, I intend to invite you to explore it together. But as far as I know, your family shouldn't lack powerful deities. Wouldn't it be safer to have them guide you? Muyu voiced his doubts. After all, I'm still an outsider. Competition in my family is fierce, Shenmushua winked at Muyu. I have an older sister above me and several younger brothers below, all eyeing the family inheritance. I want to explore this relic using my own connections. If I ever seize the inheritance, you'll get your share. Shin Mushue lifted her chin. Then I'll support you. Then tell me about this second-tier True God's ruins. How did you acquire it? Muyu pressed. This second-tier True God was an elder from my maternal grandmother's family, Shin Mushue explained. An accident occurred during the exploration of the outer realms. After the collapse of the microcosm, the coordinates were passed down through my mother's hands to me. What kind of accident? Muyu pressed. I don't know the specifics, but her original martial arts civilization was corrupted by foreign dark spirits. Now it's become a dangerously fallen world. A fallen world? Muyu gave a wry smile. Fallen into what zombies? Highly likely. Shun Mushue nodded earnestly. I only feel secure bringing you along after all. Your civilization can slay dragons with a single strike. The first step in exploring the divine ruins remained the same, constructing the world bridge. Muyu summoned his avatar and joined the other 9 primordial human race members as they stepped onto the world bridge. Muyu, are you ready? Shen Mushue's voice echoed from above, brimming with excitement. Ready. Let's start breaking down the barriers, Muyu replied. This was a world of deathly silence, where plants withered and dark clouds obscured the sun. Occasionally, streaks of blood red flashed through the clouds, like the closed compound eyes of some nameless, malevolent deity. 200 miles east of the imperial city, within a farm abandoned for over a century, a gray mouse scurried across the parched grassland in search of food. The next instant, the ground caved in. A palm covered in festering sores seized the rodent and yanked it underground. The wasteland fell silent once more, while faint crunching sounds echoed from below. 2 spatial rifts, strangely tall compared to an adult, tore open, from which 2 groups emerged. When Muyu was the last to emerge from the rift, he instinctively furrowed his brow. What met his eyes was a world shrouded in gloom, the earth a lifeless expanse. Was this the state of the microcosm after the fall of a second-tier True God? It looked far too desolate. He turned to look at the other team emerging from the rift. It was Shun Mushue's medicinal spirit team. Shin Mushue was also an awakened being from the transcendent world. Her awakened medicine spirit world is a variant of the cultivation realm, offering average combat strength but exceptionally powerful logistical support. The expedition team Shin Mushue brought numbered only 6 members including herself. Unlike Muyu's 9 burly men, the medicinal spirit tribe members she brought were all fresh-faced, cute girls. Daggers and hand crossbows hung at their waists, while herbal medicine gourds slung over their backs. These are the medic spirit healers in my microcosm, average in combat but exceptional in healing. Shin Mushue appraised Muyu, who had transformed into a primordial human form. She murmured, your projection has quite the figure. Looks incredibly reassuring. Muyu had entered the microcosm in the form of a primordial human, with dark wheat-colored skin, messy black long hair, and well-defined muscles. Shin Mushue, meanwhile, wore a cool, light green tight-fitting outfit, her slender figure radiating an elfin-like aura. Amidst their conversation, piercing wails echoed from the nearby farm. Muyu's brow furrowed. He barked orders instantly. Ancient human, form a circle to protect our ally. You have freedom of movement, take out dangerous enemies. Shin Mushue simultaneously issued her command, gather together. Maintain long-range vigilance. If any ally is injured, begin healing immediately. After the 2 issued their commands, the 2 expedition teams swiftly converged. Simultaneously, the distant wails rapidly drew nearer. In Muyu's line of sight, 2-meter-tall weeds in the distance swayed violently, as if something was moving through them. Soon, those moving figures came into Muyu's view, revealing a group of farmers clad in ancient cloth robes. But their pupils held no life, their bodies covered in festering sores, and their emaciated hands sprouted claws as sharp as a beast's. Are these zombies? They looked disgusting. Shin Mushue instinctively retreated behind Muyu, while the others wore expressions of alert vigilance. These weren't the zombies described in textbooks, they were poisonous creatures, their bodies brimming with deadly toxins. Their blood was deadly poison, any living creature it touched would be corroded within moments. The medicine spirit beauties drew their hand crossbows and fired bolts at the charging poisonous beings. Poisoned humans over 100 meters away died instantly upon being struck by the arrows. After several rounds of fire, nearly 30 poisonous humans were eliminated, leaving 70 remaining to close in on the primordial human tribe. Hold formation. Do not spread out. A warning came, the poisonous creatures were already upon them. Chapter 14, The Corrupt Taoist. Facing the swarm of poisonous creatures surging toward him, Muyu drew a bone blade forged from the spine of a ferocious beast from his back. A poisonous man, half his face rotting and the other half covered in pus-filled boils, charged toward Muyu. Muyu gripped the bone blade with both hands and swung it viciously at the poisonous creature. In the next instant, the poisonous creature split cleanly in 2 like tofu, its foul-smelling venomous blood and pus splattering across the floor. With prior experience battling ferocious beasts, Muyu felt no fear toward his enemies, though the sheer repugnance of the creature churned his stomach, causing an indescribable nausea. Just then, a cool energy flowed into his body, swiftly easing the discomfort from slaying the creature. Muyu, with me here, feel free to eliminate the enemies. Shen Mushuo declared as she fired an arrow. Don't worry about injuries, I'll heal you. Shen Mushuo's voice steadied Muyu's resolve. Without hesitation, he swung his bone blade, swiftly reaping the poisonous creatures before him. 5 minutes later, nearly 100 attacking poisonous creatures lay slain without exception. The ground littered with their corpses. Thank goodness I called you. If I'd come alone, I probably wouldn't have survived the first wave, Shen Mushuo declared, patting her chest. Muyu nodded slightly. The threat level of poisonous creatures, as recorded in the books, far exceeded that of zombies. If it weren't for the primordial human race's innate protective aura, we would have suffered casualties in this first battle. This divine relic site carries a high danger rating. Our immediate priority is establishing an outpost, Muyu stated. Mushuo, do you have any ideas for the outpost's location? The core of this ruin is the royal city. About 80 li north of it lies a sacred mountain where Taoist cultivators practice an easily defensible, hard-to-attack location. We can establish our outpost there. Outposts, also known as teleportation hubs, serve as transportation nexuses for deploying forces during relic exploration. Only by establishing a forward base can we deploy legions into the ruins on a large scale. In that case, let's depart immediately, Muyu declared. Formation remains unchanged. My ancient human clan will continue providing perimeter defense. Right. Shen Mushuo nodded firmly. 7 days passed in the ruins world in the blink of an eye. While only a day and a half had passed in the outside world. By Sunday afternoon, Muyu had spent all his time in Shen Mushuo's room except for a brief return home Saturday night. With the mock exam scheduled for next Thursday, the two trainee demigods were helping each other finish their assignments. Within the ruins world. Mushuo, is that the Taoist immortal mountain up ahead? Muyu asked, gazing up at the towering peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. But unlike the Taoist sacred mountains of legend, this one held not a trace of ethereal aura. Surrounded by swirling black clouds that gave the entire mountain an eerie, sinister aura. This is the spot. Not far from the royal capital, with terrain that's easy to defend but hard to attack, Shen Mushuo said, flicking her tongue. But this place doesn't look easy to capture. The Taoist sects in the martial arts world were notoriously formidable. Muyu frowned slightly. No worries, Shen Mushuo patted Muyu's shoulder. Your ancient human clan is so powerful, and with my super healer on board, we'll definitely win. Indeed, that was the case. If anyone else teamed up with Shen Mushuo, they'd likely wipe out within 3 days. But every member of Muyu's primordial human clan was a near-perfect all-around warrior. Boasting high attack and defense, rich combat experience, and innate talents like the heavenly chi. Combined with Shen Mushuo's constant healing, this lineup could advance steadily even within a second-tier True God's ruins. Since Mission's so confident, let's set out now. Muyu chuckled after recovering his stamina. The fallen Taoist mountain may be perilous, but it surely hides countless treasures within. Right. Let's go. Shen Mushuo declared with vigor, clenching her fist and shouting. The expedition team continued moving toward the Taoist immortal mountain. 3 hours later, they stood before a colossal archway. Skeletal remains littered the ground around the archway, suggesting a bloody massacre had occurred here long ago. Passing through the archway and climbing upward would lead to the mountain's summit. Surrounded entirely by steep, jagged cliffs. This mountain was easy to defend but difficult to attack, truly ideal for establishing an outpost. Muyu, can you feel it? The atmosphere here is so oppressive, Shen Mushuo said, shivering slightly. It's like the gates of hell in a horror movie. What's there to be afraid of? You're not going to die, Muyu replied with a wry smile. We're all deities. If our projections are destroyed, we'll just be forcibly sent back to the main world. Ugh, I'm a girl. Can you stop being such a straight guy? Shen Mushuo shot Muyu a fierce glare. Muyu scratched his head, then feigned deep emotion. Don't worry, little sister. With me here, nothing bad will happen. Oof. That's more like it. As they walked slowly up the stone steps of the Taoist mountain, 6 Taoist priests with decayed features suddenly leapt out from the weeds. Who dares intrude upon our sacred Taoist sanctuary? Perhaps their vocal cords had long since rotted away, for the Taoists' voices sounded hoarse and grating. These 6 Taoists clutched rusted iron swords, their robes tattered. Their bare chests teeming with maggots, snakes, and rats. Unwilling to waste words on them, Muyu gave the order to attack. The herbalist beauties raised their crossbows and fired at the 6 Taoists. But the Taoists parried the arrows with a flurry of swordplay, blocking every shot. Visible gale force winds swirled around the 6 figures. When the medicine spirit beauties fired again, the arrows were all deflected by the gale force winds. The 6 Taoists charged toward the expedition team, charging while weaving intricate sword patterns. The gale's intensity surged at that moment, whipping up sand and stones, while the surrounding weeds were swept aside by the relentless sword energy. Muyu gripped his bone blade with both hands, striking downward as the 6 Taoists attacked. A sharp clang echoed as the bone blade severed the iron sword from one Taoist's grasp, simultaneously cleaving off his hand. The others met similar fates, unable to withstand a single exchange against the primordial human. Soon, the fallen Taoists lay dismembered, their severed heads scattered across the ground. Muyu, look at this! Shen Mushue's voice rang out. Following her voice, he saw several blue crystals lying quietly beside the fallen Taoists' corpses. They were 6 primary Genesis source crystals. Here, they're all yours, Shen Mushue said, pressing the 6 crystals into Muyu's hand. I have no use for these. They're all yours. Muyu knew Shen Mushue came from a wealthy family and didn't care for these low-grade crystals. He thanked her and tucked the crystals away. They pressed onward toward the immortal mountain. The next hour passed without incident. Yet the closer they got to the summit, the more they felt the bone-chilling cold wind. Finally, they reached a relatively open clearing in the mountains. At the very center of the clearing stood a figure bearing a massive sword, their back turned to the group. A tattered cloak shrouded their entire form, while strands of hair across their forehead fluttered wildly in the wind. Wow, a hero! Shen Mushue stared wide-eyed, utterly captivated by the cool look. Almost the moment Shen Mushue finished speaking, the figure turned to face them, revealing a face half handsome and sharply defined, the other half a stark white skull. As the turn continued, his eyeballs rolled out of their sockets and fell to the edge of his mouth. I am Linghu Qiong. Those who trespass upon the Taoist path shall die. Chapter 15, The Corpse-Rotten Hero. Judging by his demeanor, this man was no pushover. So Muyu immediately dispatched Yi, who drew his bow and released an arrow. The arrow shot forth with a piercing whistle. Come on then! Linghu Qiong roared, his giant sword automatically flying from his back to smash down on the arrow. With immense force, it smashed the arrow deep into the ground. So powerful! Shen Mushue gasped in shock. This guy is incredibly strong. Don't get distracted preparing your defense. Muyu shouted. He's coming! Linghu Qiong, wielding the giant sword, soared skyward before plunging downward with devastating force. His target was Yi. Get out of the way! Muyu shouted, but it was already too late. The massive sword crashed down upon Yi. As the leader and strongest warrior of the primordial human race, he fixed his resolute gaze upon the descending blade. At the instant the blade descended, his bone dagger met it head-on. A visible crack spread across the bone blade. The next second, Linghu Qiong let out a sinister chuckle. The skin on his left hand peeled away, revealing a sharp bone claw. The bone claw lunged toward a nearby primordial human. A golden halo rose from the primordial human's body. The next instant, the aura shattered completely. Thud! The bone claw pierced through the primordial aura and sank deep into the primordial human's chest. Hold on tight, don't let go. Muyu's voice rang out from the sky. And in that instant, the primordial human with the pierced chest clutched Linghu Qiong's arm with all his might. The next instant, Muyu's bone blade struck his arm. With a sharp crack, the withered arm was severed clean off. Ha! Linghu Qiong emitted a strange laugh. Snatching back the giant sword in his right hand and sweeping it violently around, Muyu reacted swiftly, pulling Shen Mushue backward. While the 2 medicinal spirit girls, caught off guard, were tragically bisected at the waist. Within a 5-meter radius, only Linghu Qiong and Yi remained. Yet Linghu Qiong continued to emit his chilling laughter, while relentlessly pounding Yi with the massive blade. Caught off guard, he found no opening to counterattack, forced into passive defense. Mu Shui, help me! Muyu shouted, activating his armor technique. The more, the better. Layer upon layer of vines swiftly coiled around his body, finally reaching the maximum layer, 16. The moment Muyu completed the buff, the bone blade in Yi's hand finally couldn't withstand the immense force and snapped clean in two. Muyu immediately hurled the bone blade toward Linghu Qiong. The moment Linghu Qiong sensed danger, he drew the giant sword to shield his back. A crisp clang echoed. The Jew remained unscathed, yet the bone blade was flung away. That sword is incredibly hard. Muyu caught the ricocheting bone blade and swung it down at Linghu Qiong, while Linghu Qiong continued to emit an eerie laugh, raising the giant sword to smash down upon the advancing Muyu. It was a clash of mutual wounds. The bone blade thrust toward Linghu Qiong's throat, while the massive blade smashed toward Muyu's shoulder. Layer upon layer of vine armor was torn apart, dissolving into energy foam. Muyu's expression remained unchanged as he swung the bone blade with all his might. Golden light exploded, accompanied by a sound like shattering glass, as Muyu's protective aura was breached. Yet in that instant, Muyu's bone blade sank deep into Linghu Qiong's throat. With a wet thud, the Jew's sword blade sank into Muyu's shoulder. Golden blood gushed forth instantly. At the same moment, Muyu's bone blade pierced Linghu Qiong's throat. The moment it pierced, Muyu twisted it violently, completely severing his head. Muyu, are you okay? A green aura enveloped Muyu's body. As for medicinal spirit healers administered emergency treatment, and soon his injuries were properly tended to. Muyu's full attention was now focused on Ling Huchion's corpse. The remains slowly shattered, revealing two items within. One was a pale purple crystal stone, undoubtedly an intermediate Genesis source crystal. The other item was rather peculiar, a transparent sphere about the size of a palm. Slowly rising, it hovered directly above the corpse. Holy crap, what is that? Shin Mushue stared curiously at the orb. It seemed like something from her textbooks, but she couldn't quite place it. It's called a soul crystal. The teacher just described it last week. Muyu rolled his eyes. How were you paying attention in class? Wow, a soul crystal. Shin Mushue exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean we've struck gold? Pretty much. Ling Huchion's combat prowess is formidable, and his cultivation potential is immense. After a deity's demise, the beings within its ruins become ownerless spirits. Some of the stronger ones gradually lose their rationality over time, becoming monstrous beings. Killing them yields a chance to drop soul crystals. These soul crystals can be brought back to your own microcosm for rebirth and cultivation, yielding unique, special creatures. Brother Muyu, take this intermediate Genesis source crystal. Shin Mushue's voice suddenly turned sweet. Later, I'll give you 3 more intermediate ones. His greatsword looks pretty powerful, you should take it too. No good deed goes unpunished. Muyu shot Shin Mushue at a glance. What are you up to? Could you spare me this soul crystal? Though you obtained it, I really want it. Shin Mushue gazed at Muyu pitifully. My medicinal spirit world's combat power is too weak, it can only provide support. I need a powerful bodyguard. Ling Huchion's combat prowess is undeniable. If I could cultivate it, it would be immensely helpful for a medicinal spirit realm like mine, which isn't adept at combat. Take it if you want. I only need the intermediate source crystal and the giant gate, Muyu chuckled. If it weren't for Miss Shin's invitation, I wouldn't have had the chance to explore the ruins. Thank you. Shin Mushue clutched the soul crystal excitedly, beaming like a child. Though Ling Huchion's soul crystal was extremely rare, it held little practical use for Muyu. In terms of raw power alone, every primordial human was on par with Ling Huchion. His earlier advantage in battle stemmed solely from superior martial arts and sheer madness. Of course, there was also the giant sword. Stowing away the intermediate Genesis source crystal, Muyu held the giant sword in his hand. This weapon was entirely jet black, possessing the shape of a sword but lacking a blade, emphasizing sheer mass and weight. Yi's bone blade, forged from the spine of a ferocious beast, possessed extraordinary hardness. Yet it would still chip and shatter against the giant sword, clearly indicating the material composing the giant gate was far from ordinary. However, this weapon is too large for Muyu. And if melted down, it could forge several weapons. He tossed his bone knife to Yi and hoisted the giant gate onto his back. They camped to rest and recuperate. Once the healer had tended to everyone's injuries, the expedition team pressed on toward the Taoist Immortal Mountain. Having already lost 2 healers, the expedition proceeded with extreme caution on the journey ahead. Not long after setting out, snow-white human bones began appearing on the stone steps of the mountain path. Scattered sparsely at first. But as they neared the summit, the number of bones on the steps increased exponentially. Until finally, there was scarcely a spot left to place one's foot. What was even more chilling upon reflection was that these remains were all human. What we saw from the base wasn't snow after all. Shin Mushue leaned closer to Muyu. My god, bones covering the entire mountain peak must be tens of thousands of people. That's an underestimate, Muyu corrected. Many bones have tumbled off the cliffs over time. The remains underfoot clearly have far more skulls than bodies. The death toll here likely exceeds 500,000. At this staggering figure, a look of horror flashed across Shin Mushue's small face. Chapter 16, Nuwa Descends, Divine Might Unleashed. As they ascended, the bleached bones piled ever higher, gradually rising past their waists. Progress became increasingly arduous. As the physically frail demonic spirit tribe, they had to cling to the backs of the primordial human tribe to move forward. Shin Mushue, meanwhile, rode on Muyu's back, claiming it was to conserve her strength. Soon, they reached the mountaintop, where a dilapidated Taoist temple stood before them. There, upon the threshold stone, sat a gatekeeper, half a corpse, skin rotted away, who immediately barked at the approaching group. Master Hongjun is holding a Taoist discourse. No unauthorized persons allowed. Hongjun's discourse? The name sounded strangely familiar. As the gatekeeper's words fell, the temple floor began to shake violently. Muyu and the others immediately drew their weapons, alert to their surroundings. Yet the expected fallen Taoist master did not appear. Instead, countless skeletal fragments behind them reassembled into massive claws, hurtling toward the group. Ha! He leapt high into the air, shattering one bone claw with a single slash. While the other primordial human tribesmen followed suit, shattering every bone claw that came their way. You're not pilgrims, you damned creatures. The half-doorkeeper charged madly, looking utterly grotesque, like a spider. Muyu immediately swung his great sword, smashing the doorkeeper into a fine dust. This strike triggered some forbidden force. as the 50,000 human corpses encircling the mountain peak began to tremble violently, accompanied by an androgynous laugh echoing from the valley below.
A colossal centipede, formed from human skeletons and skulls, crawled up from the ravine.
Is this the fallen Taoist Hong Jun? Shen Mushue's face paled.
A monster formed from 50,000 human skeletons, how immense must its true form be?
We can't possibly defeat it.
This colossal centipede, bearing human heads, was as vast as the immortal mountain itself. And now it was coiling around the mountain, crawling toward the summit.
Establish an outpost immediately.
We must deploy legions from our respective worlds to battle this abomination. This is far too dangerous.
Shen Mushue protested anxiously. If this monster breaches our small world, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Risk and reward are proportional, Muyu said solemnly. If the expedition is wiped out here, we'll not only lose the spoils we've gained but also waste the time spent in the ruins. With only a few days left before the mock exam, I refuse to give up.
Muyu had an absolute reason he couldn't abandon this mission. He refused to lose the primordial human race.
Death within the ruins meant true, permanent death for all except the gods. Seeing the resolute determination in Muyu's eyes, Shen Mushue clenched her teeth and said, "All right, let's take the gamble.
We'll establish an outpost here."
The two rushed to the center of the ruined Taoist temple, channeling their faith energy to inscribe a teleportation point on the ground. The primordial human clan and the medicine spirit clan stood guard around them, ready for battle. The medicine spirit tribe members weren't idle. They removed gourds from their backs and planted seeds of the carrion flower around the perimeter. "My teleportation point needs half an hour to activate," Shen Mushue said, her expression grim.
"That's too slow. I fear we won't have enough time." "No problem. I only need 10 minutes. Muyu's golden faith energy drastically reduced the portal's activation time.
Shen Mushue was both astonished and envious. But before she could say anything, a colossal skull head formed of white bones began climbing up the cliff face nearby.
"The skeleton centipede is here."
He immediately fired a specially crafted arrow at the skeleton centipede's head, but it didn't penetrate. Instead, the skeletal plates along its neck opened like double gates.
And hundreds of half-sized monsters, resembling doormen, poured out. Just as the little monsters charged forward,
the ground suddenly caved in, shooting out several barbed vines. Many of the little monsters were ensnared by the vines, struggling frantically but unable to escape. The carrion flowers took effect, suppressing the creature's assault. Scattered creatures broke free from the carnivorous flowers trap and charged toward the group, only to be instantly smashed to pieces. The number of little monsters visibly dwindled. Yet at that very moment, Muyu noticed a massive shadow swiftly obscuring the sun. Looking up, the colossal centipede's raised head towered over them, reaching a height of over 10 stories. And in the next instant, that head along with the entire centipede's body crashed down toward Muyu and the others.
"Damn it, get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way."
Muyu scooped up Shen Mushue and retreated to one side, while the others scattered in all directions.
As long as the deity remained alive, the teleportation base station would not be destroyed before it was fully activated.
While Muyu fled in disarray, clutching Shen Mushue,
several little monsters lunged at them. "Hold me tight." Muyu wrapped one arm around Shen Mushue,
swinging his giant sword to instantly slay two of the little monsters. A sharp pain shot through his ankle as a third creature sank its teeth into his leg. Muyu's brow furrowed. This creature was ignoring his innate gale energy. He smashed it to pieces with a single sword strike. The next second, a pale green healing energy enveloped Muyu. The pain in his ankle rapidly subsided.
"Heal me up. The teleportation point is about to activate," Muyu called out as he sprinted toward Yi, who was surrounded by enemies.
After crashing into the ground, the skeletal centipede slowly retracted its head back onto the cliff face. During this time, more small monsters emerged from the gaps in its bones, charging toward the primordial human clan. The medicine spirit tribe members had all perished in battle. And the primordial human clan had also suffered varying degrees of casualties. After reuniting with E, they advanced to another location where they encountered even more enemies. The mountaintop was now crawling with half-formed creatures, so densely packed that there was scarcely room to stand.
The colossal skeletal centipede raised its massive head once more.
But this time, not only did its head rise,
its tail also coiled around the sacred mountain, rearing up from the opposite side. Head and tail should both strike simultaneously. Those atop the mountain would meet certain death.
Faced with such dire straits, Shen Mushue tightened her grip on Muyu's limbs. In this situation, even opening a teleportation gate would be too late.
"Who says it's too late?" Muyu retorted instantly.
His voice was unwavering, and to Shen Mushue's ears, it radiated an overwhelming sense of security. The moment of miracles was upon them. The instant Muyu's words fell, a spatial tunnel collapsed open at the very center of the Taoist temple ruins. The small monsters near the tunnel were instantly torn to shreds by the terrifying spatial force.
A halo flickered as one primordial human after another emerged from the tunnel.
Clad in uniform armor, they wielded swords in one hand and shields in the other, lashing out wildly at the surrounding monsters.
The halos flickered again as more emerged from the tunnel.
But this time, it was not a primordial human, but a strange woman 3 meters long, with a human face and a serpent's body.
Shin Mushue stared at the serpent-bodied, human-faced woman, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if she had seen her in textbooks. A deep green aura shimmered around her, her stunning beauty radiating an approachable aura.
"Who is she?"
Shin Mushue murmured. The next instant, she snapped her head up and shouted, "Watch out above!"
The head and tail of the skeletal centipede, having risen to sufficient height, slammed downward once more. An attack of this magnitude and lethal radius would inflict catastrophic casualties upon the primordial human race if it connected. Just as the skeletal centipede's body began its descent,
Mother Earth Nuwa raised her palm, simultaneously enveloping her in a deep green aura. Talent activated, enlightenment of all things. Chapter 17, Defeating a Fierce Enemy, a Bountiful Harvest.
The parched land visibly came alive. Dozens of towering trees shot up from the ground, colliding with the skeletal centipede's body. A thunderous crash echoed overhead. Looking up, they saw the skeletal centipede's body had been flung skyward by the towering trees. The ground beneath their feet had transformed into a forest, and the half-bodied little monsters, caught off guard, were dragged underground by vines to become nourishment for the plants. No matter how powerful he might be, he remained flesh and blood, a mortal being, while true deities possessed the power to alter the laws of heaven and earth. Though not a war god, the earth goddess Nuwa, she effortlessly shattered the skeleton centipede's assault. The world had already fallen into utter corruption. Why would such a powerful life force appear? Could you also be an enemy from beyond the heavens? The skeletal centipede coiled atop the immortal mountain, emitting a voice neither male nor female.
Nuwa paid it no mind.
Slowly, she spread her arms wide, and a surge of life energy, more violent than before, erupted around them. The skeletal centipede sensed immense peril. It writhed its massive body, attempting to escape the sacred mountain. But it was too late. Vines and plants began sprouting from the mountain's surface. These plants possessed sentience. The moment they broke through the soil, they burrowed toward the giant centipede's massive body. Pierced and pulled by countless dense tendrils, its entire body was eventually anchored firmly to the mountain's surface. Like a spider unraveling silk, the vines peeled away layer after layer of bone from the skeleton centipede's frame.
"No, don't kill me. I don't want to die."
The giant centipede's massive head twisted frantically, begging for mercy. But Nuwa paid no heed, continuing to unleash her spiritual energy. The skeletal centipede's pleas grew fainter and fainter. When the entire surface of the immortal mountain was covered in green vegetation, the sound of the skeletal centipede vanished completely.
It actually won.
Shin Mushue, leaping down from Muyu's back, wore a look of utter astonishment. What had been a desolate ruin of a Taoist temple moments ago had transformed into a dense jungle in the blink of an eye.
Could this be a miracle wrought by mortal hands?
Mushue, does she look familiar to you?
Muyu's voice snapped Shin Mushue back to reality.
I think I've seen her in textbooks, Shin Mushue said, gazing at the strange snake-bodied creature with a human face.
She must be some obscure wild deity, right?
As the words wild deity left her lips,
Shin Mushue's face flushed crimson. How could it be a minor deity?
Such formidable power could never be matched by fragile spirits born in the wilds.
She's clearly a powerful deity. An extremely powerful one.
She's Nuwa, the earth goddess, Muyu said with a smile. In our textbooks, Nuwa is described as a weak deity who only creates inferior beings.
Do you think she's weak now?
Not weak at all, she's ridiculously powerful,
Shin Mushue declared without hesitation. Is she really Nuwa?
Yes. The Mother Earth, the mother of ancient Chinese civilization. Muyu nodded, then turned to look seriously at Shin Mushue.
Mushue, would you agree to one thing for me?
Ha? Shin Mushue flushed slightly.
What is it?
Keep this confidential. It's my trump card, I don't want too many people knowing about it.
Rest assured, Shin Mushue replied earnestly.
I'll keep it confidential. As a deity, Nuwa cannot remain in another world for too long, as she would be detected by the powerful beings of this realm. Thus, after Nuwa vanquished the skeletal centipede, she returned through the portal to Muyu's miniature realm. Hundreds of primordial humans poured through the portal, using the 3-day great tree to construct defensive fortifications around them. With the skeletal centipede slain, 4 halos rose from its remains. One halo contained 5 purple crystals, 5 intermediate Genesis source crystals. The second halo contained a ball of pure white flame. Seeing the flame, Muyu and Shin Mushue exchanged a knowing smile. The fight wasn't in vain, it dropped something good. Flame of Faith, formed from scattered faith energy within the microcosm after a deity's demise. This flame can be refined and absorbed by other microcosm builders. The third halo contained a clump of brown earth, while the fourth held a coffin. Relic soil 50 li, after a deity's demise, the earth's essence scattered across the microcosm.
Acquiring this essence allows microcosm builders to absorb the land of the relic world. Stone coffin holds the remains of Taoist Hongjun, appearing unremarkable. For items dropped, what a bountiful haul.
Shin Mushue looked like a little miser.
Wow, the residual soil is great stuff, and the faith flame isn't bad either. So how should we split it? Muyu asked with a smile. Brother Muyu, you were the one who took down that giant monster.
I barely lifted a finger, Shin Mushue said, shoving 5 Genesis Source crystals into Muyu's hand.
How about I take 1/10 of the faith fire and 3/10 of the ruins residual soil? Muyu thought for a moment, then shook his head.
While I did take down the skeleton centipede, I wouldn't have made it that far without Miss Shin's healing.
How about this, you take 2 parts of the Genesis Source crystals, I'll take 3. We'll split the faith fire evenly. As for the ruin residue soil, you can keep it all. I don't need it right now, Muyu suggested.
Shin Mushue's stubborn streak flared up instantly.
She felt this was taking advantage of Muyu. Muyu couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he finally had to redistribute the spoils.
Shin Mushue took all the resting soil and 1/10 of the faith fire, while the rest went entirely to Muyu.
This expedition was incredibly fruitful. Thank goodness for Brother Muyu.
Shin Mushue remarked with satisfaction just before returning to the main world. It was already late in real time, and they had classes tomorrow, so this exploration would have to end here.
After Muyu and Shin Mushue departed the microcosm,
time flow within this realm slowed to a pace dozens of times slower than the real world.
The advantage was that even if they didn't return to the divine ruins for days,
they wouldn't have to worry about the teleportation point being attacked by powerful monsters within the ruins.
Muyu opened his eyes, awakening in Shin Mushue's boudoir. He glanced outside,
only to find the sky had turned pitch black.
By his calculations, he'd spent the entire weekend holed up in the school beauty's bedroom. And if anyone at school found out, they'd probably die of envy.
His nose tickled, and a faint floral scent drifted over. Shin Mushue had leaned in close.
Wow, it's already dark. Stay for dinner, Muyu, Shin Mushue said cheerfully.
I'll have the housekeeper prepare something right away.
No, I should head back, Muyu protested with a wry smile.
Shin Mushue pretended not to hear, slipping her little feet into fluffy cotton slippers and scurrying toward the door with a patter of footsteps. The smile froze on her face the moment she opened the door. Standing at the door of her bedroom was a stern-looking middle-aged man in a suit.
Dad! Why are you back? Mushue, I heard you brought a male classmate home.
Shin Ao scrutinized Muyu with a probing gaze.
The atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. Chapter 18, Opening Blind Boxes, Enhancing the Little World.
Must be my little sister's boyfriend, another voice chimed in from behind Shin Ao.
Wow, he's actually quite handsome.
A girl resembling Shin Mushue, yet radiating a mature charm with a hint of allure, stepped out from behind Shin Ao.
Shen Yen? Why are you back?
Shin Mushue's expression instantly turned icy.
Muyu is my friend. You'd better not get too out of hand.
Sis getting jealous?
Looks like you two are pretty close, huh?
Shin Yen giggled.
Why not stay for dinner?
Uncle, sister, I have things to attend to. I won't keep you company, Muyu politely greeted them before quickly slipping away.
After Muyu left,
Shin Ao frowned slightly and turned to Shin Mushue. Your sister came back specifically to help you explore that little world.
You two have been butting heads since childhood. Can't you act a little more mature? Who needs her help?
Shin Mushue plopped back onto her bed.
I've already completed the initial exploration.
I don't need Shin Yan's assistance.
That's a second-tier divine relic site.
Did you build the teleportation point?
Shin Yan asked, slightly surprised.
Yes, so what?
Shin Mushue snorted coldly.
And it's built on the peak of the Taoist Immortal Mountain. I said I'd grow stronger on my own. I don't need your help.
You've only just awakened.
You're still a weak medicinal spirit world with no combat power. There's no way you could have attacked the Taoist Immortal Mountain. Shin Yan frowned slightly, then her expression shifted to one of understanding.
Was it your little boyfriend who carried you to victory? Could you please not say things like that?
Shin Mushue looked disgusted. Shin Ao interrupted the sisters' quarrel. Alright, now that the teleportation point is set up, we can take our time conquering it later.
Your sister didn't come back easily. Let's all have dinner together. At the dinner table, everyone kept their heads down, eating quietly.
Only Shin Yan propped her chin on her hand, her brow furrowed in deep thought.
She was curious about the little guy who'd carried his sister to victory. Just who was he?
Returning home, Muyu ate, showered, and after a quick cleanup, collapsed onto his bed. His consciousness entered the microcosm to tally the gains from this relic expedition. First were 6 mid-grade Genesis Source crystals. With these crystals, he could continue evolving his microcosm.
Next was the giant gate sword dropped by Ling Huqiong.
The moment he drew the sword, a system notification sounded.
Ding! Special ultra-dense alloy material detected. Proceed with research? Research requires 5 basic Genesis Source crystals.
Upon completion, it can be applied to the microcosm.
Research? Absolutely. This Dweck sword could even sever a beast's spine blade, making its ultra-hard material highly valuable for research. Research complete. Data stored. Current smelting technology of sentient races falls short of minimum forging requirements. Replication of this material is currently impossible. The primordial human race has only just begun mastering iron smelting. Fully developing forging techniques will likely take hundreds or even thousands of years. But Mu Yu felt no urgency. 1,000 years was but a blink of an eye for a deity like him. Ding! Faith flame detected. Proceed with conversion? Yes. Conversion in progress. Conversion complete. Acquired 46 points of golden faith power. Only 46 points converted? Mu Yu smiled wryly. White turning to gold, that's quite a shrinkage. Though Mu Yu's primordial world was powerful, advancing further proved exceedingly difficult. The path from apprentice demigod to provisional demigod was long and arduous. Mu Yu retrieved the final item obtained from this relic exploration. Stone coffin, contains the remains of Taoist Hongjun. Appeared unremarkable. Unknown item detected. Proceed with scan? This scan requires one intermediate Genesis crystal. As the system announcement concluded, a transparent magnifying glass conveniently appeared over the sarcophagus. That's expensive for a single scan, Mu Yu grimaced. But there must be a reason for the high cost. With that thought, he reluctantly used one intermediate Genesis source crystal. Searching, please wait. Obtained 8 basic Genesis source crystals. Obtained Hongjuan's manuscript. Acquired complete volume of innate skill. Acquired 13 pieces of innate Dao bone. Obtained martial arts mastery. Obtained 1 corrupted Hongjun essence. Acquired 1 corpse corrupted heart. This wasn't a coffin at all. Mu Yu rubbed his hands together. It was clearly a super treasure chest. Surrounded by treasures and materials nearly obscuring his entire field of vision, Mu Yu knew he'd struck gold. Hongjuan's manuscript, the ghoul path devours all things under heaven to achieve oneness. To seize that sliver of life seeking survival is not wrong, and I have no regrets. Should the quest for life fail, the world will rot, and no one will remember this realm, nor will anyone remember me, Hongjun the Taoist. The manuscript was Hongjuan's diary, documenting the entire process from the world's decay to his transformation into a skeletal centipede. Reading through the entire diary, Mu Yu could sense Hongjuan's despair and his intense will to survive. Every being in these microcosms was flesh and blood, truly alive. When the gods fall, the microcosm gradually succumbs to ruin. If I die, the primordial world I created will also decay and fall into ruin, becoming a stagnant pool, Mu Yu murmured. Therefore, only by continuously growing stronger can this world endure. As the microcosm grows mightier, it will in turn nourish me, sustaining this virtuous cycle. After reading Hongjuan's manuscript, Mu Yu's perspective shifted slightly. The primordial Dao bone and the corrosive heart, such materials held little value for Mu Yu. He could sell them on the market when the opportunity arose. However, the 2 manuals, Primordial Art and Martial Way Refinement, caught his keen interest. Primordial Arts, condense primordial chi to forge a primordial physique. Upon mastery, one's chi can shatter all techniques. Martial Arts Mastery, forge the essence and spirit of the body, master the profound secrets of martial arts. Mu Yu surmised that the little monsters on the immortal mountain must have cultivated this primordial energy to break through the primordial chi of the primordial human race. Perhaps the primordial human race could learn from this too. The primordial chi of Huaxia should be fundamentally the same. And the martial arts refinement manual could also be studied by the human race. With this thought, Mu Yu placed both manuals into the miniature world. Time accelerated several years forward. Ding! The primordial human race has deeply researched the primordial art, enhancing their mastery of innate chi. Their basic innate Gale Chi has upgraded to intermediate level. Humans have learned to imbue weapons with Gale Chi, significantly boosting their attack power. Martial arts have flourished among the human race, enhancing their mastery over their physical bodies. The 2 manuals significantly boosted the primordial human race's overall strength. Especially the intermediate level innate Gonchi, which offered far superior defense compared to the basic form. This expedition to the divine ruins proved immensely rewarding for Mu Yu, who now eagerly anticipated what other treasures might be uncovered. The night passed uneventfully. On Monday morning, Mu Yu arrived at school early. I have some good news to share, the homeroom teacher announced with a smile. This mock exam will be a unified test for all 6 middle schools in Tai City. The top 10 scorers will receive special rewards from the city government. I'll give you a little hint. One of the grand prizes is the Flame of Faith. Chapter 19, Mock Exams begin the battle among universities. During the break, students were passionately debating the rewards for the top 10 scorers in the mock exam. While those who considered themselves strong immediately began strategizing with their group partners. Brother Mu Yu, the mock exam rewards actually include a faith flame. What do you think got a shot at first place? Shinmushue sat down beside Mu Yu with effortless ease, drawing envious glances from many classmates.
The unified exam across Tai City's 6 high schools. Geniuses abound in these schools.
Taking first place won't be easy, Muyu said calmly. But I'll strive for it, because faith fire is truly crucial. Faith power is the core requirement for deity advancement. Muyu planned to advance to quasi-demigod status before the college entrance exams. Currently, his faith power stood at a mere 275 points, still a vast distance from the 1000-point threshold. For the next few days, Muyu dedicated himself entirely to preparing for the citywide unified exam. The primordial human race, blessed by the cosmic fortune of heaven and earth, surpassed 1,000 members. Inspired by the gods, the human race vigorously developed its metallurgy industry. A special ultra-dense alloy was forged and began being used in the crafting of weapons and armor. A great beast named Fei unleashed a plague, attempting to poison the primordial human race. A skilled herbalist among the humans tested the plague on himself and ultimately discovered the cure. He was revered as Shinon. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Muyu's miniature world gained substantial consolidation and development. The next morning, led by their homeroom teacher, they boarded the bus. Today marked the day of the joint entrance exam for all major universities in Tai City. The examination site was located at the Divine Training Grounds in the heart of Tai City. Upon entering, the training grounds were packed with people. Students and teachers from all 6 high schools in Tai City were present. Wow, look at that guy standing over there, it's Chen Feng from First High. I heard he awakened to the spirit world. Big deal. Check out that tall, elegant lady over there. Everyone in her awakened world has superpowers. And isn't there a kid from number 2 high who awakened the Blood Moon world? His vampires and werewolves are practically unkillable. I wonder what our school's Muyu stands against them. The classmates beside him chattered excitedly, but Muyu remained utterly calm. The competition's so fierce this year, Shin Mushue couldn't help but remark. I heard both first and second high have some serious talent. Even the principals from top universities are paying close attention to this tournament. Don't worry, I'm here, Muyu smiled faintly. I'll carry you through. Who needs your help? Shin Mushue huffed, stamping her foot, drawing envious glances from the surrounding students. The competition rules were soon announced. The first round was a zombie horde confrontation test. After the exam proctor announced the world coordinates, Muyu and Shin Mushue began connecting their worlds to build a bridge. Tribesmen from both their respective micro-worlds appeared upon the bridge. Wow, brother Muyu, have you already entered the Iron Age? Seeing nearly 100 primordial human tribesmen emerge from Muyu's world, clad in armor and wielding standardized military swords, she remarked with a touch of envy, my medicine spirit tribe isn't suited for combat, we can't wear armor. But your powerful support. Muyu's gaze fixed on a medicine spirit carrying a massive green sword. Is this Ling Hu Qiong you've trained? Yes. Shun Mushue nodded. To cultivate him, I spent an entire mid-grade source crystal. His strength is now very close to what it was before. Muyu nodded slightly. Just then, the exam proctor's voice echoed through the void. During this test, zombies will continuously emerge from the zombie world. Your mission is to prevent them from invading your microcosm. You are strictly prohibited from using creatures cultivated outside your own microcosm during the exam. Any forced use will be considered cheating, resulting in disqualification. With that, the exam commenced. Ripples rippled across the world barrier of the zombie plane. And soon hundreds of slow-moving zombies emerged from within. The first exam proved remarkably straightforward for Muyu and Shin Mushue. Zombies poured out of the temporal barrier, starting with 100 and swelling to over 1,000. Many candidates, whose cultivated units proved too weak in combat, were surrounded and torn apart by the zombies, who then charged toward the world barrier. When the world barrier shattered, candidates' connections were forcibly terminated, marking the end of their exam, with scores calculated by the number of zombies they had slaughtered. An hour and a half later, most candidates on the Divine Training Ground had concluded their exams. They were all forced to end their exams when the zombie tide breached their defenses. Ugh, I failed miserably, could only hold out until the 9th wave. The 9th wave is already super tough, you know? I barely made it through the 6th wave, just barely passed. I didn't even make it past the 1st wave. What can I say? Whatever. I just gave up. At that moment, only 20 candidates remained defending against the undead tide on the Divine Training Ground. To motivate the remaining candidates, the battle footage of these 20 was projected onto a large screen. It's now the 15th wave. Beyond the tidal wave of zombies flooding the world, they also unleashed all sorts of dangerous special zombies. Some spewed corrosive venom, others detonated explosives, some moved with unnatural agility, and even colossal zombies encased in steel plates appeared. Look at Chen Feng's microcosm, his elf archer is so cool. Those wind element infused arrows can pierce through 10 zombies at once. Lu Ruobing's microcosm is downright insane, her psychic just waved her hand and crushed over a dozen zombies flat. That kid from number 2 high school scattered the zombie horde with just 4 or 5 vampires and werewolves, utterly terrifying.
Students buzzed with discussion about the 20 teams displayed on screen.
Ha! Barbarians and Medicinal Spirit Clan? Which school's team is that? They look pretty strong too.
I know that beauty Shinruashue, the school flower from 3rd High. Don't recognize the guy she's teamed up with.
Holy crap, look at those barbarians. The clawed zombies can't even scratch them.
Could they be this year's dark horse?
Is 3rd High finally rising to prominence?
Meanwhile, in the referee hall, the principals of all 6 high schools in Tai City had gathered,
along with department heads and other faculty members.
Hey, old Zhao, the principal of number 2 high school spoke up. I thought your school Shinmushue would team up with Zhang Xiaochang.
Those two are the only ones from your school likely to get into key universities.
Principal Zhao Qingli of number 3 high school, the one who gifted Muyu the Taku crystal.
Zhao Qingli chuckled, who knows? Kids' affairs are beyond us old folks.
You don't understand, but I understand even less. The principal of 4th High frowned slightly.
What kind of miniature world did that kid from your school construct? How long has he been awakened, yet he's still a barbarian?
These barbarians possess remarkable combat prowess, the principal of number 5 high school chimed in. It's the first time I've seen youngsters survive this long relying solely on physical strength.
My student's microcosm is extraordinary, Zhao Qingli declared proudly. His microcosm is the ancient world of Huaxia. Ancient China? The principals exchanged glances, their expressions complex. The principal of 1st High School, who had remained silent, finally spoke up.
Old Zhao, after all these years, do you still believe ancient Chinese civilization could create such a powerful microcosm?
Zhao Qingli's expression hardened slightly.
Yes, why? Don't let your stubbornness harm your student, the 1st high school principal replied with a meaningful smile.
That little fellow constructing the ancient Chinese civilization, hasn't he only managed to hold on this long because of that female student's medicinal spirit world?
The remark caused a wave of realization to wash over the assembled crowd.
Chapter 20, Fighting for the School. Blood Moon Ambushers. The principal of 1st High had a point.
These barbarians had only survived this long because of the powerful healing capabilities of the medicine spirit world.
After all, they didn't believe ancient Chinese civilization could have cultivated beings of such formidable strength.
Principal Wang, your 1st High has quite the intake this year, 5 teams still standing. The Superhuman World, Mecha World, and Spirit World teams all offered their congratulations in advance, Principal Wang. Seeing the other principals shift the conversation to flattering Principal Wang, Zhao Qingli silently stepped aside. He knew anything he said now would be futile.
He could only mutter inwardly, Muyu, you little brat, you better make me proud. Let these jerks see the might of Chinese civilization. After 20 rounds of zombie waves concluded,
12 candidate teams remained on the field.
These 12 teams undoubtedly represented the top 24 performers in Tai City. After lunch, the examination resumed,
with the 12 teams competing in the 2nd round to determine their final rankings based on performance. Those who had already completed their exams became spectators. They sat in the stands, cheering on their respective schools.
Xiao Yu is unbeatable. 2nd High will win. 2nd High's got this? What a joke. It's 1st High that's gonna win, okay?
5 of these 12 teams are from 1st High.
What do the other schools have to compete with us? We've got 4 teams too, you know. Who wins and who loses isn't decided yet.
Students from 1st and 2nd high schools soon erupted into a heated argument, while students from 3rd, 4th, and 5th high remained surprisingly quiet.
What can you expect?
Students from schools 3, 4, and 5 just aren't competitive enough. Each school only made it with one team. Deep down, they believed schools 3, 4, and 5 couldn't beat schools 1 and 2. In the open space right in the center of the spectator area,
12 groups of examinees sat in a circle.
A hint of arrogance was visible on most of their faces.
I wonder what the rules are this time.
There's never been overtime in previous years, remarked a tall, handsome boy as he turned to ask a girl beside him. The girl possessed a lovely face, her brow hinting at a touch of pride.
The rules don't matter, she said. It's just you and me competing for 1st and 2nd place.
Her words immediately drew hostile stares from the others. That girl's way too cocky, someone muttered.
Just because she's from 1st High, she thinks she's got it in the bag?
Perhaps sensing the hostility around her, the girl shrugged indifferently.
We at 1st High are always united.
No matter what the exam rules are, we'll still have the upper hand.
After her words, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone thought no one would speak up next.
But a slightly shadowy voice cut through the silence. You must be Muyu from Tai City 3rd High School. Turning toward the voice, he saw a slender boy in 2nd High's uniform staring intently at him.
Muyu frowned slightly. And you are? My name is Xiao Yu.
The mini-world is a werewolf and vampire realm.
If you cross paths with me, you'd better watch your back. Muyu couldn't quite make sense of Xiao Yu's sudden hostility.
Before he could ponder further, the proctor announced the start of the competition.
Re-entering the world bridge.
This time, both Muyu and Shin Mushue appeared as projections on the bridge.
The second exam involved exploring a zombie world.
Each candidate had to lead an expedition team to complete the mission. Teams could be formed freely during the exam, with points awarded for defeating elite zombies and bosses. The second exam was similar to the previous one, exploring the divine ruins. After the briefing concluded, Muyu and Shin Mushua passed through the world barrier into the zombie world. What met their eyes was a scene of utter darkness and apocalyptic desolation. Dozens of lurching zombies roamed the streets of New York City. As the tribe members gradually assembled, Shin Mushua glanced around and frowned. This city is huge. Where are we supposed to find clues about the boss? According to the exam proctor's rules, clues would be found on elite zombies scattered throughout the city. Muyu stroked his chin. Killing elite zombies will mark areas without bosses. Once we take down enough of them, pinpointing the boss's location shouldn't be too hard. Well then, let's get to work, Shin Mushua declared, rubbing her hands together eagerly. Outside, dozens of massive screens descended from above the training grounds, displaying the candidate teams deployed throughout the New York instance. Our first high school got incredibly lucky. Chen Feng and Lu Ruobing spawned right next to each other, and the other teams aren't far either. We've got 3 teams from second high school within range too, you know. TSK, Xiaoyu's group broke away from the main force. They're right next to third highs. Tough luck for third high. This exam actually allows PvP. Xiaoyu's werewolves, they're all beasts that devour their prey without sparing a bone. A lurking licker leapt from the rooftop, lunging toward Shin Mushua. The next instant, a giant sword formed from plant roots sliced the licker clean in half. Phew, that was close. She almost didn't make it. Shin Mushua wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and glanced toward the nearby area, only to see Muyu just finishing his battle, surrounded by a pile of slithers lying at his feet. A clue crystal floated above the corpse of one elite licker. Muyu immediately pulled out the map provided for this exam and placed the crystal on it. Several areas on the map instantly turned gray. The boss's location has narrowed down a bit more. Let's keep moving toward the city center, Muyu beckoned. Shin Mushua jogged to catch up. They hadn't gone far when they encountered the second elite zombie. A obese zombie covered in toxic tumors. Not wanting to waste time, Muyu had to draw her bow and shoot. A single arrow from afar instantly killed the massive creature. A clue crystal floated above the corpse of the obese zombie. Just as Muyu moved to retrieve it, disaster struck. His feet suddenly lost their footing as dozens of black tentacles shot out, binding his limbs, followed by several dark figures smashing through the skyscraper's glass and leaping down, plunging toward Muyu like cannonballs. Outside, witnesses to this scene. A collective gasp erupted from the spectator stands. Xiaoyu was far too cautious, laying in wait for so long, only to unleash a killing move at the first opportunity. Xiaoyu's partner was a world builder in the sorcerer realm. Those tentacle traps had been set up ages ago. Rumor has it that Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaocheng from third high are close buddies. Zhang Xiaocheng was supposedly beaten up a few days ago. Oof. With such a meticulously planned ambush, that third high student won't survive. If anyone's to blame, it's third high's bad luck for crossing paths with second high's top tier fighter. Chapter 21, One-hit knockout, beaten like a husky. Not only were the spectators buzzing with discussion, but even the referee's booth had several teachers and the principal watching the situation unfold. Oh dear, Principal Zhao, it's my fault. The second high school principal looked deeply remorseful. I should have reminded the students to focus their energy on competing against first high school. This exam has barely begun, and your third high school student is already facing off against ours. I'm truly sorry. The Xiaoyu team excels at ambush tactics, remarked the academic director of second high, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. They rarely miss when their opponents are caught off guard. Principal Zhao, if your students were eliminated early, it was unavoidable. Don't dwell on it. The principal of first high remained silent, but his eyes betrayed a faint trace of disdain. The principals of fourth and fifth high schools shook their heads helplessly. They too sensed that Team 3 was doomed, given Xiaoyu's formidable vampire world. Within the zombie world, Muyu, trapped by black tentacles, frowned deeply. These tentacles were peculiar. No matter how much strength he exerted or how many he broke free from, more would instantly wrap around him. Muyu couldn't escape the tentacles' grip, while the deadly attack hurtling toward him from the sky was already within inches. Meanwhile, not far from Muyu, his other teammates were also ensnared by the same tentacles, unable to break free, meaning they couldn't come to Muyu's aid. In the air, Xiaoyu, transformed into a vampire count, narrowed his eyes as he flew toward Muyu, his crimson vertical pupils appearing eerie and dangerous. Xiaoyu flashed a sinister smile. With the power of the vampires he had cultivated, he was confident he could tear the enemies on the ground to shreds in an instant. As he drew closer to Muyu, Xiaoyu and the other 3 vampires bared their fangs, already anticipating the moment after tearing Muyu apart, and toy with the third middle school girl in his group. Yet a faint golden halo began to shimmer around Muyu's body, rapidly condensing and converging onto the jet-black long sword whose tip touched the ground. Now, Muyu gripped the blade with both hands, assuming a stance poised to strike. A counterattack?
Ha! Utterly delusional. Xiao Yu sneered coldly. The control specialized witchcraft cultivated by his own team member. Muyu had no chance of breaking free. Yet in the next instant, a flash of golden light erupted from Muyu's jet black blade. And the tentacles that had bound him began to crack and shatter at a visible pace. Xiao Yu froze in shock before his expression turned grim. Muyu swung his blade, slashing fiercely at the 4 vampires descending from the sky. Splatter! Blood and entrails poured down like rain. 3 vampires were beheaded on the spot. The fallen vampire corpses still bore the savage expressions they had in life. This can't be. Not far away, Xiao Yu clutched a massive wound in his abdomen, his face frozen in shock. His blood-red pupils betraying uncontrollable terror. Why was his blade so sharp? How could it sever even a vampire's torso? How did he break free from those tentacles? That witchcraft could even bind a dragon. Xiao Yu wasn't the only one finding the unfolding events utterly unbelievable. But the students from the 6 academies in the real audience were equally frozen in disbelief. One strike? Is a vampire's body that fragile? How did he evade the wizard's tentacle spell? Xiao Yu was actually severely wounded. He's the vampire count. The atmosphere froze for a moment as all the students stared at the screen in stunned silence. But then, a student from 3rd High was the first to snap out of it. Shouting excitedly, "Muyu is awesome! 3rd High is awesome!" Like a stone setting off 1,000 ripples, once the 3rd High students caught on. They immediately joined the chorus, "Muyu rocks! 3rd High rocks! Muyu rocks! 3rd High rocks!" How arrogant are the 2nd high school students now? They were bragging about how amazing Xiao Yu was, but now it seems he's nothing special. TSK, getting 3 combat units wiped out in one strike, then getting seriously injured himself? Pretty embarrassing, huh? Students from other schools wasted no time mocking number 2 High, with number 1 High's crowd cheering the loudest. I haven't lost yet. In the miniature world, Xiao Yu clutched his abdominal wound, his expression dark. Suyin, what are you waiting for? Use the forbidden technique. The moment Xiao Yu finished speaking, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the alley between the buildings. 6 massive, blood-red werewolves burst through the wall and charged toward the group. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, their bulging muscles were almost unbearable to look at. You call this forbidden technique a blood sacrifice ritual? Muyu stepped before Xiao Yu, his gaze dripping with contempt. Do you truly believe such a spell could defeat me? Werewolves are born warriors with formidable bodies. Combined with the blood sacrifice ritual's enhancement, they rival celestial beings. How could mere humans compare? Even now, Xiao Yu remained stubbornly defiant. Oh, I see, Muyu nodded. Then let me show you the true power of the ancient Huaxia race. As Muyu finished speaking, 6 figures stepped forward from the primordial human tribe's ranks, facing the 6 charging blood wolves head-on. Both the gravely wounded Xiao Yu and the students watching from the audience in the real world were now fixated on this battle. As a projection, Muyu had every reason to be powerful, but surely those barbarians shouldn't be this strong? 6 werewolves with blood sacrifice activated possessed formidable combat prowess. They might very well tear these humans to shreds. Sheathe your weapons. A pack of beasts who only rely on external power to enhance their cultivation is unworthy of staining their blades with blood. As Yi's voice rang out, the 6 primordial humans sheathed their great blades behind their backs without hesitation. These humans actually intend to fight the werewolves hand to hand? Holy, this is intense. A student in the audience couldn't help but shout. Is this going to be a bone-crunching brawl? To battle beasts with mere human flesh for that alone, I'm rooting for Muyu. The real world buzzed with discussion. While inside the miniature world, the first blood wolf had already snapped its massive jaws toward one of the primordial humans. The next second, a fist the size of a clay pot slammed into the blood wolf's jaw at an even faster speed. With a loud crack, the wolf's jaw dislocated instantly. The blood wolf swung its massive claw toward the human's shoulder, but the claw capable of tearing through rock left no mark on the primordial human's shoulder. With each heavy punch the human landed, the blood wolf was beaten until its head was covered in blood. 6 werewolves and 6 primordial humans clashed in a chaotic melee. The anticipated back and forth of punches and claws never materialized. Instead, the 6 blood wolves were being beaten senseless, utterly defenseless. The werewolves' originally coarse howls transformed into whimpering sounds akin to a husky's under the relentless assault. They're beating the werewolves like dogs, someone in the audience suddenly remarked. Chapter 22, Alumni shocked, boss location pinpointed. Even with the berserk buff, the werewolves couldn't win in melee against humans? This guy from 3rd High is ridiculously overpowered. Those humans look just like us. Could he be cultivating ancient Chinese humans? When did ancient Chinese humans become this powerful? How did this guy pull it off? Stop calling him that guy, his name is Muyu. He's from our 3rd High. At that moment, starkly contrasting the murmurs and gasps from the spectator stands, was the deathly silence at the referee's table.
The sight of ancient humans utterly dominating the werewolves left the principals of each school with distinctly peculiar expressions. Moments ago, they were certain Muyu couldn't stand a chance against Xiaoyu from number 2 high school. Only to be slapped in the face the very next moment when Xiaoyu actually lost. Finally, the principal of number 2 high school couldn't hold back any longer. "I just don't understand," he exclaimed. "Why is that student from number 3 high school's army so incredibly powerful? Ancient Chinese tribes? There's no reason for them to be this powerful." The principal of number 2 high school's question went unanswered. Even Zhao Qingli looked stunned. He hadn't expected Muyu to take down Xiaoyu so decisively. "Everyone, please continue reading." Principal Wang of First High chuckled. "Setting aside whether Muyu's ancient human race is truly powerful or not, I can see that Xiaoyu from Second High isn't as outstanding as rumored. Second High students always like to brag. Unlike us at First High, the stronger the student, the more low-key they are." Gazing at the werewolf gradually losing its vitality, Xiaoyu now bore none of his earlier arrogance. "Do I have a grudge or enmity with you that you must target me?" Muyu hadn't finished off Xiaoyu yet, merely wanting to ask this question. This Xiaoyu seems desperate to push himself to the brink of death. "Because I'm friends with Zhang Xiaocheng, if you bully him, I'll put." Before Xiaoyu could finish his rant, Muyu ended him with a single slash. "Damn, I thought some dangerous figure was after me, but it was just Zhang Xiaocheng." Muyu was speechless. "Too bad this is an exam, casualties don't count. If this were a private duel, you'd see me wipe out your entire squad." Shortly after disposing of Xiaoyu, his teammate was also dragged out. Muyu showed no favoritism, ending his exam early as well. Taking out both of them wasn't without reward. Dozens of clue crystals now hovered above their corpses. So eliminating rivals sped up clue collection. Muyu tossed all the crystals onto the map. And vast swaths of the map turned gray. Until only a small section remained illuminated. And a red skull icon now appeared over that spot. The boss location is found right within the Times Square area. "Mu Shui, let's go, we found the boss location." Muyu called out to Shenmu Shui, who immediately scampered over in quick little steps. "Thanks to you breaking that witchcraft during the last battle, otherwise we'd have had to put in more effort," Muyu praised with a smile. "You truly deserve the title of strongest healer and support." "I didn't do much," Shenmu Shui replied, sounding a bit down. "I'm just a total noob at fighting. But your medicinal spirit is incredibly powerful. It can heal and break curses. Back at the Divine Ruins, your medicinal spirit tribe even accelerated fruit tree growth to solve the food shortage." Muyu ruffled Shenmu Shui's hair. "Given time, your potential is limitless." Muyu and Shenmu Shui abandoned their search for elite zombies and headed straight for the boss location. While defeating elite zombies earned points. Defeating the final boss and securing its medal guaranteed first place. 3 hours later in the microcosm, Muyu and Shenmu Shui arrived at Times Square. This bustling district covered a considerable area, making it no easy task to locate the hidden boss here. Just then, Shenmu Shui spoke up. "While I can't assist you in combat, I do excel at locating things." With that, she issued commands to her Medicine Spirit tribe members. Except for Linghu Qiong, the rest of the Medicine Spirit clan members waved their arms. And tiny, pale green points of light began to radiate from their bodies. Upon closer inspection, these tiny points of light turned out to be luminous insects resembling fireflies. As Shenmu Shui issued commands to these tiny lights, they scattered and drifted toward Times Square. Soon, word came back, the boss had been located inside a commercial plaza. When Muyu and the others arrived at the plaza, they saw a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster seated cross-legged at the very center of the hall. Its limbs were covered in sharp spikes, but its most striking feature was the enormous eyeball protruding from its thick right shoulder. William Bacon, Patient Zero infected with the G-virus. It is the final boss of this exam. The boss battle was about to begin. Muyu flexed his wrists, determined to finish this quickly before the other candidates arrived. Meanwhile, in a park east of New York City, a large crowd had gathered. 5 teams from First High had surrounded 2 candidates from Fourth High. "What's your game, First High?" The Fourth High candidate, clad in a white Taoist robe and wielding a long sword, frowned. "Instead of hunting elite monsters for clues, why pick a fight with us?" "Elite monsters? Aren't you the elite monsters?" a girl named Lu Ruobing chuckled. "Taking you out should give us a pretty good idea of the final boss's exact location. 5 teams teaming up like this is unfair to everyone else. Aren't you afraid other schools will band together to attack you?" The Fourth High student continued to scold. "Bullying the outnumbered, what kind of skill is that? Other schools teaming up? That'd be perfect," Chen Feng from First High laughed. "After all, 5 versus 5 sounds pretty good." "What do you mean by that?" The Fourth High student frowned. "Before you, we took out the Fifth High team," Lu Ruobing replied lightly. "Take you out next, and it'll be 5 against 5. The moment Lu Ruobing finished speaking, dozens of cannonballs flew in from the distance, crashing down on the number 4 High team. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's elf archer unleashed a volley of arrows.
2 students from number 4 high and their entire team were cut down almost without resistance.
Meanwhile, in the spectator stands of the special training ground,
the verbal battle intensified. You first high school bullies are pushing it too far. What kind of skill is bullying the outnumbered? Don't you know about survival of the fittest? Who made you guys from 4th and 5th high so weak? This is so unfair. This is blatant malicious teaming. The rules never said you couldn't team up, you guys should team up too. If you can't find a team, why are you barking like dogs here? Chapter 23, Bullying the Outnumbered, the Arrogant Top Students of First High.
As the verbal battle escalated, the principal of First High School's voice echoed from the referee's stand. The purpose of this mock exam is to make you understand the brutality of the college entrance exam. Plunder as many resources from your enemies as possible to strengthen your own microcosm. This is the unchanging principle of world development.
You think it's unfair?
Let me tell you, only the weak demand fairness, while the truly strong pursue their own interests to the utmost. His words left the audience in stunned silence. The First High students wore defiant expressions. Students from schools 4 and 5 wore expressions of resentment, yet remained silent with heads bowed.
Zhao Qingli frowned slightly. Though Principal Wang spoke the truth, wasn't this statement a bit excessive now? Survival of the fittest, did I say something wrong?
Principal Wang wore an air of arrogance as he turned his gaze to Principal Li of 6th High School. Principal Li, your school's atmosphere is far too lax. That's why not a single student from your school made it into the top-tier exam. Meanwhile, our First High School has 5 teams qualified.
Can't you see the problem?
Principal Wang's words left the crowd speechless. With 5 teams from First High School qualifying for the elite exam, no one could refute his point, no matter what he said.
Within the zombie world,
after nearly half an hour of fierce combat, the final boss was finally slain. Holy crap, that monster was tough as nails. Took 5 forms before it finally dropped, Shinmushue muttered, patting her chest in the mall atrium. The mall lobby was now littered with the monster's torn flesh and severed limbs. Muyu crawled out of the corpse, covered in slime, forcing back his nausea.
We got lucky. Fought this long without anyone trying to steal the kill. Did you get the banishment scroll?
Shinmushue asked as she cast a purification spell on Muyu. The slime and flesh fragments on his body were quickly cleansed away. Phew, got it, Muyu said as he unfolded the scroll-like object in his hand, only to see a bolt of lightning suddenly strike from the previously clear sky. Then the entire hall of monster carcasses slowly charred to cinders as if scorched by flames. Once the boss's remains completely turned to dust, the bounty would drop the item with the highest point value in the entire exam.
Who'd have thought the boss would get snatched?
But that saves us a lot of trouble.
Just then, an incredibly haughty voice rang out.
Turning to look, he saw a dense crowd approaching from outside the mall. Scanning the horizon, there were nearly 100 of them. Damn it, First High is shameless, showing up only after the boss was defeated. While the exam rules encourage competition among candidates, First High School was truly pushing it.
Muyu from 3rd High is strong, but 1 team against 5? The outcome's obvious.
Muyu couldn't possibly win, the gap in strength was just too vast. While many spectators disapproved of First High's numerical advantage, most people still believe Muyu from High School number 3 stands no chance against such overwhelming numbers. Thus, few cheered for Muyu's team.
Muyu watched the group of candidates, their faces radiating arrogance, stride toward the hall.
His face remained as still as a well.
Once he learned the exam rules permitted PvP, he knew he'd inevitably face overwhelming odds. Everyone, prepare for battle.
Muyu drew the long sword from his back and stood shoulder to shoulder with the primordial human clan.
Ha! You little punk actually dares to resist?
Chen Feng crossed his arms, a playful smirk on his face.
Our numbers are 5 times yours. What exactly do you plan to fight us with?
Handsome, you still have time to back out, Lu Ruobing said with a grin. Leave this place and hunt elite zombies elsewhere.
You might even crack the top 10. Staying here gives you 0 chance. Don't underestimate us. We might not lose. Shinmushue retorted immediately. But don't you feel ashamed for bullying the outnumbered? Outnumbering you is our advantage. Survival of the fittest. Chen Feng snorted coldly.
As for you, Muyu, this barbarian cultivated in the ancient Huaxia world, you're hopelessly behind the times.
You deserve to be eliminated.
Whether I'm behind or not isn't for you to decide, Muyu chuckled lightly, extending a hand toward the elite students of First High.
Come on, let's see what you're really made of.
At the referee's table, the principals and teachers from all 6 schools watched the contest unfold. That Muyu is far too impulsive, the principal of number 2 high school shook his head.
1 team against 5 from number 1 high? They stand no chance.
Thankfully, our students at number 2 high are clever enough to avoid the sharp edge. I actually think Muyu has a certain drive, the principal of number 4 high school chuckled.
Young people should be passionate. Even when facing strong opponents, they shouldn't back down. Principal Lu has a point.
Principal Wu of number 5 high school also spoke up for Muyu.
This kid has real talent. He might just give those 5 teams from number 1 high a run for their money. Compete? Principal Wang of First High frowned slightly. Do you really think Muyu stands a chance?
At this remark, the room fell silent.
Any clear-eyed observer could see that defeating First High's teams would be extremely difficult for Muyu. But just then, Zhao Qingli's hearty laughter cut through the silence.
I have faith in our school's 2 youngsters, especially Muyu. My expectations for him are quite high.
Oh? Is that so?
A fleeting, barely perceptible sneer flashed in Principal Wang's eyes.
5 teams, 10 distinct civilizations units including powerful control and psychic combat units. Principal Zhao, how exactly does Muyu plan to win?
The remark left Zhao Qingli speechless. He felt a surge of irritation, but he forced himself to swallow his anger.
No need to say more, let's just keep watching.
Muyu's provocative gesture successfully ignited the fury of the first high school crowd. And the melee units in the team began surging toward Muyu's position.
The battle commenced, yet the students in the audience fell into spontaneous silence,
staring intently at the footage being projected on the screen. Though First High students chanted slogans about survival of the fittest,
they remained silent, knowing there was little glory in overwhelming a smaller force.
Students from other schools, convinced Third High had no chance against the arrogant First High, remained silent as well.
But just then, a student in the Third High viewing section suddenly spoke up. What if they win? You mean Muyu's team beating First High squad?
Of course.
If they actually win, Muyu would be my idol.
With less than a fifth of the enemy's forces, if they actually win, it'll go down in the history books of Tai City, even the entire Dongshan province.
Damn it, I don't want those First High jerks to win anyway. Go Muyu, crush them. Yeah, go for it. Take them down. Take down those arrogant jerks. Chapter 24, Believe in Miracles, Shin Mushua's Sacrifice.
Young people in their student days are always passionate.
Soon, wave after wave of cheers erupted.
Even knowing defeat was certain, these students facing their college entrance exams still believed in miracles. The underdog's triumph over the mighty is always a thrilling and hopeful prospect.
Ancient human clan, raise your shields.
In the zombie-infested world, at Muyu's command, the humans immediately raised their jet-black shields. At that very moment, from the rear of the First Middle United Forces, arrows wrapped in the power of wind rained down upon them. The sharp clatter of impact echoed.
The massive shields deflected every incoming arrow. Lian Zhan, open fire. Shatter their shields.
Behind them, a row of soldiers clad in power armor extended cannons from their backs, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the primordial human tribe. Yet the primordial human tribe stood firm, shields raised, unflinching amidst the barrage.
Muyu, too, held his shield aloft. Crafted from ultra-dense alloy, these shields and armor possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Amidst the relentless bombardment, an intangible assault also bore down upon the primordial human tribe, just as Muyu was about to order a counterattack.
When suddenly, a sheer cliff appeared before his eyes. The abyss below seemed bottomless. A fall would mean certain death.
What was happening? Muyu was bewildered. But just then, an even more absurd sight unfolded.
A colossal meteorite, as large as a planet, hurtled toward him.
Its colossal momentum and scorching heat ignited a profound dread within Muyu. But just as he instinctively tried to retreat,
a faint green glow rose from his body. The cliff, the meteorite vanished without a trace. His vision shifted back to the mall atrium. He'd fallen victim to an illusion. Thankfully, Mushui had dispelled it.
Muyu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Cannon fire and arrows continued their relentless assault.
Had he withdrawn his shield just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Sun Ing, take your people and eliminate the support unit across the way. Lu Ruobing issued the order while commanding her subordinates to activate their superpowers. Laser beams shot from her subordinates' eyes.
The intense light momentarily dimmed the surrounding brightness. A barrage of long-range attacks, terrifying in scale. Yet what sent blood rushing to their veins was the sight of the targeted human still holding their shield, standing firm in place. The students watching erupted in excitement. Muyu is awesome. The Huaxia humans are awesome. Holy crap, this is insane. With so many troop types focusing fire from a distance, they're still holding their ground.
Did you notice the golden aura around the Huaxia humans?
It looks like some kind of protective energy field.
The Huaxia human race is too strong.
The roar of the crowd never ceased, and the battle within the microcosm raged on. The moment the ranged attacks ceased, melee units surged forward. Leading the charge against the primordial humans was a battalion of giant bears transformed from claw druids, roaring to the heavens as their massive paws slammed down toward the primordial humans. If it were merely a matter of facing them head-on, Muyu would not fear them. But at that very moment, black shadows suddenly appeared behind each primordial human. These shadows clung to their backs, their sharp spines repeatedly thrusting toward the necks of the primordial humans. This was the shadow curse of the Lich World.
Muyu instantly recognized it. Though the curse's attack power was weak, it would weaken the power of the cursed. What was most needed now was Shin Mushue's purifying power. Yet as Shin Mushue and the Yaoling tribe prepared to cast their spells from the rear, ripples suddenly appeared behind each medicine spirit. Daggers extended from the ripples, pressing against their necks. And in the next instant, the entire medicine spirit clan had their throats slit. No! Shin Mushue's face drained of color as she let out a piercing scream. She too would have had her throat slit, but Linghu Qiong intervened just in time, swinging his greatsword to smash the enemy behind Shin Mushue to pieces. In an instant, only Shin Mushue and Linghu Qiong remained of the medicine spirit clan. The claw druid's massive bear paw slammed into the human shield. The immense force caused the ground beneath the humans to collapse instantly. Yet they did not fall. The men wedged their shields into the giant bear's jaws, raised their great swords, with a sharp thud, impaling the bears through and through. Wave after wave of green light shields enveloped the primordial humans. Shin Mushue bit her lip, continuously casting purification spells. Linghu Qiong stood guard beside her, shielding her from harm. Even Muyu, usually composed, was growing impatient. Being pinned down and beaten was never pleasant. As Shin Mushue dispelled the negative buffs one by one, Muyu roared, "All humans, heed my command. Charge with me. Powered armor warriors, hold the front line. All mage units, unleash debuffs immediately to weaken the enemy's combat strength." Chen Feng issued the orders with a furrowed brow. The top students from First High School all looked grim. As the battle dragged on, they realized a colossal problem. The opposing human forces were absurdly strong. Logically, the first wave of concentrated fire should have obliterated them instantly. Instead, they had to deploy druids for close combat. And now those druids too had fallen to enemy blades. Now that the enemy was charging forward, an inexplicable sense of oppression rose within them. "Everyone, stay calm. We will win." Chen Feng rallied his teammates while issuing orders to his own troops: use binding arrows to restrict the enemy's movement. The use of binding arrows drastically slowed the primordial human tribe's advance. Among the students of Class 1, combat units possessing spellcasting abilities were simply too numerous. This directly caused the charging primordial humans to slow dramatically. Their bodies piled high with a kaleidoscope of debuffs. Meanwhile, Mushue's medicinal spirit tribe was nearly wiped out, making it impossible to continuously remove these negative effects. "Ha! The enemy's nearly finished, let's push harder." Lu Ruobing smiled faintly, her eyes glowing crimson as she joined other psychics in unleashing searing beams of light. Watching the primordial human clan struggle forward under the enemy's relentless assault, Shin Mushue felt a surge of anxiety. Especially when she saw Muyu being targeted first, his shield scorched red hot. Tears of heartache welled in her eyes. "No, I must find a way to help brother Muyu." Shin Mushue's mind raced. "Gotta use that move." Shin Mushue clenched her teeth and raised both hands above her head. A faint green light erupted violently from her body. Simultaneously, green flames ignited upon her body. Medicine Spirit Forbidden Technique, Flower Fairy Descent. With a soft gasp, Shin Mushue's body was completely consumed by the green flames and vanished from her original spot. At the same time, Muyu, who was struggling to advance, was swiftly enveloped by a pale green aura. As the aura expanded, every debuff imposed upon him vanished without a trace. "What is that?" The top students of First High stared in astonishment directly above Muyu, where a pale green, fairy-like apparition now floated above his head. This apparition dispelled all negative effects from Muyu and granted him powerful buffs. Chapter 25, Cruelty to Flowers, Muyu the Protective Father. In the spectator stands, the students' emotions were stirred once more by this scene. "I just saw Shin Mushue burn her life force to cast a spell for Muyu. What kind of spell is that? Holy crap, it looks so beautiful. Holy crap, sacrificing herself to help a comrade, this scene is so moving, I could cry." Whispers filled the stands, while in the miniature world, Muyu, whose body had been crushed under various debuff effects, slowly rose from the ground. He gazed up at the beautiful, pure flower fairy above him, her features identical to Shin Mushue's. A surge of overwhelming power surged through his entire being, demanding to be unleashed. The flower spirit's descent not only granted Muyu temporary immunity to curses but also vastly enhanced his physical capabilities. Golden light blazed around Muyu as he stood unflinching amidst the enemy's concentrated fire, as if possessed by a war god. "Quick, everyone focus fire on Muyu. Something's wrong with him." Chen Feng's voice cracked from sheer tension, but he paid it no mind. At that moment, Muyu tossed his left-hand shield to the ground, gripped his jet-black long sword with both hands, and charged straight at the top students of First High. At the front of the elite students' formation stood the power armor warriors from the super martial world. They held massive steam shields, assuming defensive stances. Yet the next instant, Muyu, charging at full speed, leapt high into the air. His blade, radiating a golden halo, struck viciously across the face of a power armor warrior. The steam shield and armor shattered into two pieces almost simultaneously. After landing, Muyu immediately swept his blade, destroying the nearby power armor. "Steel Claw Wolves, charge!" the moment Lu Ruobing's words fell. Four burly American men suddenly leaped out from the rear of the squad. Both fists clenched, steel claws sprang from between their knuckles. They were clearly high-quality replicas of Wolverine. The metal forging these steel claw wolves was extracted from extraterrestrial meteorites at a cost of 2 million, Lu Ruobing's voice boomed. Their claws can tear through steel. The instant Lu Ruobing's voice faded, Muyu swung his long sword horizontally, colliding with the steel-clawed wolf's claw. A sharp clang echoed as the steel claws snapped clean off. This can't be. Lu Ruobing's face contorted with shock. Why would extraterrestrial meteorite iron? Lu Ruobing's voice cut off abruptly as Muyu charged before her. Damn Muyu, what are you doing? Chen Feng panicked, trying to stop him. But it was too late. Muyu's blade pierced straight through Lu Ruobing's chest. At that moment, Lu Ruobing never imagined Muyu would strike her down so ruthlessly. And she slowly collapsed to the ground, her face frozen in utter disbelief. With Lu Ruobing dead, the greatest threat to the primordial human race laser eyes was severely weakened. And the remaining primordial human race began breaking free from their restraints, closing in on the top students of First High. Meanwhile, Muyu, empowered by the Flower Fairy's descent, moved like a god descending from heaven, unstoppable in his path. All lich demons, detonate yourselves against him. With no other choice, Chen Feng issued the mutually destructive order. Yet the student who had awakened the lich world hesitated. What if I don't get a high score after self-destructing? Now is the time to sacrifice for the honor of First High. Chen Feng roared, his resolve shattered. If we don't take him down now, we'll be wiped out. The student gritted his teeth, about to issue the self-destruct command. The next second, a long blade pierced through his back. The primordial human clan struck back. They charged forward, closing in on the elite students of First High. A one-sided slaughter commenced. Though First High outnumbered them, not a single squad could break through the primordial human clan's innate gale energy. For students at this stage, was an absolutely overwhelming level of defensive strength. The once supremely arrogant top students of First High now wore terror etched across their young faces. Chen Feng, who had led them into battle, stood frozen in terror, utterly oblivious to the carnage unfolding around him. It wasn't until Muyu appeared and ended him with a single gesture that he snapped out of his stupor. 10 minutes later, the mall lobby was littered with corpses of various races. With only one race still standing tall, the primordial human race. They won. They actually won. Holy crap, I just witnessed a miracle. Muyu is awesome. Third High is awesome. When the students in the stands finally snapped back to reality, they erupted in a thunderous roar. Unbelievable. It was absolutely thrilling. Muyu's human forces had truly wiped out all of First High's top students. At that moment, on the battle chairs in the center arena, the top students of First High gradually regained consciousness and rose from their seats. The arrogance that once graced their faces had vanished, replaced by the dejected look of defeated dogs. Bullying the outnumbered was already unsightly, but now they'd actually lost, making them want to crawl into a hole. Among the defeated team, only Lu Ruobing showed little change in expression. Watching Muyu, still immersed in his own little world, with undisguised admiration in her eyes. She was drawn to powerful men, even one who had defeated her. The spectator stands were filled with intense emotion. While within the miniature world, the trial was far from over. After eliminating all the first high school teams, the Flower Fairy's phantom above Muyu's head dissolved into nothingness. The area was littered with the corpses of his enemies. While he stood with the other primordial human clan members, silently watching the final team emerge from the mall. What? You're here to claim the boss bounty too? Muyu stood covered in blood, radiating a fierce aura. Big shot Muyu, don't get the wrong idea, stammered the leader of the second high school team, flustered. We're not here to fight you, we're here to congratulate you on winning first place in this mock exam. Ha? Congratulations? Muyu tilted his head. Scared to fight me now? Of course not. The student stammered nervously. We're no match for you. The scene of Muyu leading the human race to slaughter the top students of First High School was still fresh in their minds. Laser cannons, fire arrows, and spirit arrows couldn't even scratch these guys' defenses. How can we fight if we can't break through their defenses? We just wanted the small bounty, said the second high student. You took the big one. Besides, your comrade sacrificed himself. It'd be a waste not to take the small bounty. After banishing the boss's corpse, 2 bounties appeared on the ground, one large, one small. Per the rules, each person could only take 1 bounty with them. The larger bounty held the highest value, while the smaller one came second. The second middle school student's calculation was shrewd. They knew Muyu could only take the larger bounty, leaving the smaller one for the second middle school student. Securing second place for free was quite the score. Realizing this, Muyu smiled as he plunged his blade into the ground. Sorry, folks, the smaller bounty's not up for grabs. Ha? Why? The second high students looked utterly bewildered. Because I need to make sure my partner gets second place, Muyu chuckled. She may have sacrificed herself, but there's still one warrior left on the field. At these words, the second high school student's face turned pale. Muyu, what do you mean by that? It's simple, Muyu said, a faint smile playing on her lips. By eliminating all of you, my partner can secure second place. Amidst the stunned gazes of second high's top students, a new wave of slaughter began. Chapter 26, The Female Student's Scream, the school's notorious figure. Muyu was the last to awaken from his chair. And the sound nearly deafened him. Yet from the surrounding bleachers, students from all the top schools were cheering for Muyu's victory. But louder than the boys' noise were the girls' shrieks. Amidst their shrieks, he could vaguely make out absurd phrases like, Muyu is my idol, and I want to have his baby. Muyu rubbed his head in bewilderment. It was just one battle, these girls couldn't possibly be this crazy, could they? Brother Muyu, a soft voice sounded beside him. Turning, he saw Shun Mushue. Shun Mushue was gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Her pitiful expression leaving Muyu even more bewildered. Thank you for fighting those second high students for me, Shun Mushue said, her nose red. It's so good to have you. Only then did Muyu realize. So it was because he helped Shun Mushue secure second place that the girls were so moved. That's why so many girls wanted to have his baby. Muyu let out a wry smile, not knowing what to say. The mock exam concluded successfully. And Muyu and Shun Mushue undoubtedly secured first and second place in the Tai City joint examination. Seated at the judges' table, the principals of first and second high schools, who had been chatting and laughing moments ago, now wore grim expressions. While Zhao Qingli, principal of third high school, beamed with pride as he accepted compliments from the principals of fourth, fifth, and sixth high schools. Today has truly opened my eyes. Muyu's ancient human race from Huaxia is incredibly powerful. The gap between him and the other students is enormous. I even suspected he might have cheated, so I specifically scanned his warriors. No issues, those humans are the indigenous inhabitants of his microcosm. I wonder if Muyu will be this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam. After the scoring was finalized, Muyu and Shun Mushue collected their respective rewards. A massive cluster of faith fire was injected into Muyu's microcosm, leaving him no choice but to find time to refine and integrate it. Besides the faith flame, Muyu also received an intermediate Genesis source crystal and a scroll inscribed with the coordinates of a first-tier divine relic. The rewards for first place were indeed generous. Especially that scroll with the ruins coordinates worth its weight in gold. Shun Mushue, who placed second, also received a splendid reward evident from the radiant glow on her rosy cheeks. With the exam concluded, it was time for everyone to return home. As Muyu followed his homeroom teacher toward the bus, a voice suddenly called out to him. Muyu, please wait. Muyu and the other three middle school students instinctively turned to look, only to see a mature, elegant woman in a purple long dress smiling as she approached Muyu. Lu Ruobing? Muyu furrowed his brow. What was she doing here? Hello, Muyu, Lu Ruobing said, abandoning her usual aloof demeanor as she extended her hand. Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Ruobing, creator of the superhuman world. Congratulations on ranking first in the mock exam, Muyu. Lu Ruobing, the renowned school beauty of First High, was known as the Ice Queen. After awakening her superpowered world, her fame spread throughout all the major high schools in Tai City. The school beauty of First High actively approaching Muyu students witnessing this scene couldn't help but look on with envy. Muyu, however, kept his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of shaking hands. He said indifferently, hello, classmate. What brings you here? Lu Ruobing awkwardly withdrew her hand. You're very strong. Can we be friends? Friends? Not really, Muyu shrugged. Remember that battle earlier? I killed you. Lu Ruobing pursed her lips, then pulled a note from her pocket. Here's my phone number and contact info. I really want to be friends with you, Muyu. Please give me a chance. On the bus back to school, students whispered about the scene. The school's most beautiful girl offered her contact info, and Muyu actually turned her down. What a waste. She's the Ice Queen, the school flower of First High. Why turn her down? So what if she's the school flower? She acts all high and mighty. Muyu was right to turn her down. Exactly. That Lu Ruobing can't hold a candle to our school's beauty, Mu Shui. Muyu quickly forgot all about Lu Ruobing's advances. After school, Muyu raced home. The mock exam reward was incredibly generous for Muyu's current situation. Entering the mini-world, Muyu retrieved the faith flame and swiftly initiated the conversion. He ultimately obtained 100 units of golden faith power. Name, Muyu. Race, Blue Star Human. Faith power, 100 unspent. Level, Apprentice Demigod 2,751,000. He spent the newly acquired 100 faith power points. His advancement experience bar rose to 375. The increase wasn't huge, but it was still a significant chunk of the bar. Feeling the surging power within his body, Muyu nodded with satisfaction. He was one step closer to achieving his goal of breaking through to quasi-demigod before the college entrance exams.
He took stock of his current Genesis source crystals. He found 6 intermediate crystals and 8 basic ones. The energy generated by such a quantity of crystals would be sufficient to complete a large-scale simulation of the primordial world. However, having just finished his exams today, his mental state was subpar. Muyu planned to rest for a few days before starting the simulation. With that in mind, he retrieved the final item from his first place reward, the coordinates of a first-tier divine relic. In the primeval jungles of an unfamiliar world, accompanied by rippling waves, an expedition team entered this plane. Muyu, slung with his long sword, patrolled the surroundings alongside other primordial human tribesmen. They ascended a mountain and surveyed the land below, only to find it strikingly similar to Blue Star. The only difference was the presence of numerous mutated creatures with weak offensive capabilities and small goblin-like monsters. The teacher who gave me these coordinates said this world's civilization had advanced to the late atomic age before nuclear war destroyed it. Now, tens of thousands of years later, intelligent species had perished, leaving only plants and mutated creatures to thrive. Muyu rubbed his chin. A minor world like this should have abundant basic resources. I could treat it as a resource collection point. Muyu had no intention of leading an expedition into such a minor world. After establishing a teleportation point on a relatively flat clearing, over 100 primordial humans were transported over. Next, the primordial humans would tame the goblins to mine the resources here. The extracted resources wouldn't be placed into the primordial world, but instead released into the cosmos to form the second landmass within this microcosm. After all, the universe within Muyu's microcosm was infinitely vast. He could freely transport land between various small worlds, and eventually incorporate them all into his own microcosm. The night passed without incident. Friday arrived. Just 20 days remained until the college entrance exams. As expected, when Muyu appeared at the school gate, many students at third high would give him the stares. And the more outgoing ones would even call him boss or heartthrob. Muyu found this rather helpless, unwittingly becoming a campus sensation, making it hard to stay low-key. Chapter 27, Returning to the Boudoir, the corrupted iron cavalry of the royal city. The senior year college prep courses were all about cultivating small worlds, mostly covering important considerations. After morning classes, students could head home at noon to build their microcosms. As the bell rang, Muyu hadn't even risen from his seat when Shin Mushue, dressed in a white JK uniform skirt, skipped over to him. Muyu! Come on, let's go to my place. Today, Shin Mushue had deliberately worn a little dress, looking as playful and adorable as a fairy. She drew the staring eyes of all the male students. Shin Mushue's invitation to Muyu was, of course, to continue exploring the ruins of that second-tier fallen deity. Muyu didn't hesitate, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and following Shin Mushue. Brother Muyu, have you decided which university to apply to? Shin Mushue asked as they walked through the academy grounds. Ah, not yet, Muyu chuckled. What about you? Me neither, Shin Mushue replied with a playful smile. Once you decide, I'll have made my choice too. Ha? You plan to apply to the same school as me? Yeah. Shin Mushue tilted her little head adorably. Brother Muyu, I'll work hard to get into the same university as you. Sounds good. Then we'll be college classmates, Muyu chuckled, unable to resist ruffling Shin Mushue's hair. Shin Mushue blushed, murmuring in a voice only she could hear, just classmates? I'm a little greedy, you know. Returning once more to Shin Mushue's luxurious villa, she led him effortlessly to her bedroom. My parents aren't home, they won't be back tonight either, Shin Mushue said, her cheeks flushing slightly. This weekend, let's clear this ruin. Clear meant eliminating the super powerful beings within the microcosm, thereby enabling safer exploration of this miniature world. Lying on Shin Mushue's soft pink bed, I closed my eyes, my consciousness fading into stillness. When I opened them again, Muyu had materialized as a projection within the territory of the primordial human clan. Follow my lead. March with me to conquer other worlds. The moment the words fell, 1,000 fully armed primordial human soldiers, carrying various weapons and equipment, marched toward the teleportation gate. It was worth noting that within Muyu's microcosm, the primordial human tribe now numbered 1,600. And this is merely what has transpired in less than a century. After subtracting those conscripted for labor and warfare, the remaining 500 were mostly elderly and children. The primordial human race possessed long lifespans. Many of the first humans fashioned by manhwa still lived in the world. Though they had grown frail, their combat prowess long diminished. Among these aged primordial humans stood Yi. The mock exam battle marked Yi's final engagement. As his body aged, he was no longer fit for field campaigns. For this expedition into the Muyu brought along 2 renowned figures, one named Shi, the other named Shinon. Their names were not bestowed by Muyu, but emerged organically as the primordial human race multiplied. Like Yi, these 2 had inherited partial abilities from the ancient gods of myth. As the portal flickered, Muyu returned once more to the fallen martial world. The sky remained gloomy, the land lifeless and desolate. By the time Muyu materialized, a crowd had already gathered around him. Besides the primordial human clan, Shin Mushue's medicinal spirit legion was present, numbering a full 1,500. Brother Muyu, I'll leave 500 men to garrison this position, Shin Mushue stated. This location is easy to defend and hard to attack. Monsters won't be able to breach it. Muyu nodded. He wasn't concerned about the outpost being breached. He had manhwa to teleport reinforcements at any moment. His greater concern lay in the combat strength configuration of the expeditionary force. Yesterday's battle had exposed the weakness of lacking ranged weapons. So he had ranged weapons forged overnight to equip the primordial human clan. The primordial human tribe now fielded 2 troop types, 500 shield soldiers, each wielding a large shield and a long sword, with 10 javelins forged from hyper-dense alloy strapped to their backs. The other 500 were archers personally trained by E. Equipped with small shields, 2-handed greatswords, and longbows. Their equipment was so impressive even Shin Mushue felt envious. I saved up my allowance for ages just to buy those armor blueprints. I was planning to show off the gear to you, Shin Mushue pouted. But compared to your troops' armor, mine is in a completely different league. The ancient human armor is just too cool. Glancing at Shin Mushue's adorable expression, Muyu sighed wryly. What you can buy isn't the best. When you get the chance, try to explore more divine ruins. Divine relics are treasures you can only stumble upon. They're incredibly hard to buy. After half an hour of rest, Muyu and Shin Mushue's combined 2,000-strong force set out. Their objective was clear: the heart of the relic world, the royal capital. Unlike the previous expedition team that proceeded with extreme caution, the 2 commanders, backed by their legions, advanced toward the royal city in a straight line. The various monsters encountered along the way were no match for the combined legions, and were utterly annihilated. Occasionally, they encountered stubborn foes. Though they required more effort, they yielded substantial rewards in loot and materials. After 3 days of marching, the faith fire, earth dust, and other resources looted from the slain monsters had already accumulated to a considerable amount. After discussing with Shin Mushue was not in a hurry to level up. She needed to expand the breath soil in her microcosm. As for Muyu, since he already had a small world with a first-tier deity under development, he had no shortage of breath soil but instead required more faith flames. Thus, from the looted supplies, Shin Mushue took all the residual soil, while Muyu claimed all the faith flames. 3 days later, on an afternoon, the legion set up camp. While the medicine spirit tribe purified the land beneath their feet and cultivated sustenance, while the primordial human tribe handled perimeter security. Inside one of the tents, Muyu finished sorting through his spoils, setting aside various materials. He had gathered 6 strands of faith fire. He channeled all these flames into the golden faith energy within his personal microcosm, bringing his total accumulated faith flames to 400. He had taken another step closer to advancing to quasi-demigod status. The divine ruins truly proved to be a valuable resource. In such a short time, he had gathered so much faith energy. Muyu was quite satisfied with his current gains. If he relied solely on his own microcosm to produce faith flames, it would require consuming vast quantities of creation source crystals for each harvest. His primordial world's demand for creation source crystals was a bottomless pit. As he pondered this, the ground suddenly rumbled, followed immediately by Shin Mushue's voice, "Muyu, come out quickly. We're in trouble." Stepping out of the tent and gazing into the distance, only to see thick smoke billowing across the flat, desolate land. And through the haze, cavalrymen mounted on skeletal warhorses were surging toward them. "The royal city's iron guard!" Shin Mushue exclaimed. "They've spotted us." Chapter 28, A Bountiful Harvest and the Ambush of a Mysterious Powerhouse. The sudden surge of skeletal cavalry numbered a staggering 10,000. Leading the charge alongside the cavalry were dozens of generals clad in dark crimson armor. Shin Mushue's young face was etched with solemnity. She sensed a fierce battle was imminent. Muyu, however, grinned as he watched the advancing cavalry. This wasn't a group of enemies, they were clearly a herd of running experience points. "Ha? What did you say?" Shin Mushue was baffled. "Experience points? Don't worry about it. Just follow my orders," Muyu instructed before issuing commands to the primordial human clan. "Shield troops to the front, defend against the cavalry charge with all your might. Archers in the rear, fire freely and slaughter the enemy." After a pause, Muyu shouted again, "Mushue, have your ranged units shoot down the enemy. Support units, cast vine armor on the shield soldiers." The orders were swiftly executed. Soon, the 2,000-strong force completed its formation, while the decayed iron cavalry of the royal city charged into view. Both the soldiers and their steeds appeared as though buried underground for ages, their bodies severely decayed. Such monstrosities appeared terrifying, yet were pathetically weak. The first wave of skeletal cavalry collided with the primordial human shields. The shields held firm like an iron wall, while the skeletal riders that struck them shattered into dust. A hail of arrows rained down upon the skeletal cavalry, felling a large number in an instant.
Perhaps sensing the enemy's strength, the rear ranks of cavalry, led by their commanders, began to fan out to the flanks.
They aimed to bypass the shield bearers and strike the vulnerable archers in the rear.
But were archers truly vulnerable?
Not Muyu's archers, they were anything but weak. At his command, the archer formation composed of primordial human tribesmen swiftly shifted into a figure-8 array,
shielding the yowling troops at its center.
These humans raised their bows, aiming at the charging skeletal cavalry. They drew their bows and fired, black arrows shooting forth in a hail. The skeletal general at the forefront swung his long sword to block the incoming arrows. The next instant, the arrows shattered the blade and pierced through its chest. Wave after wave of skeletal cavalry fell to the arrows. From above, it resembled a harvester reaping black straw.
But finally, the skeletal cavalry closed in upon the primordial human tribe. Just as they anticipated a bloodbath.
The primordial humans, who had been drawing their bows, suddenly slung their longbows onto their backs and gripped greatswords in their hands. The next instant, as the cavalry charged head-on, the primordial humans swept through them like a whirlwind, hacking wildly at the skeletal riders. The skeletal cavalry offered no resistance under the blades. Their blades slicing through the skeletons like the blades of a meat grinder.
Goodness, how formidable! Watching the primordial humans fight with such fierce ferocity, Shin Mushue's eyes widened in astonishment.
Though she'd witnessed their strength before, she'd never seen them engage in such a large-scale battle.
Snap out of it. Get the medicine spirit clan to apply buffs.
Muyu gave Shin Mushue a light tap on the shoulder to rouse her. There were still thousands of enemies left. The battle would drag on for a long time. Jolted back to reality, Shin Mushue scrambled to issue orders to her subordinates. Half an hour later, when the last cavalryman was cleaved in two by the primordial human clan's great swords, the battle finally concluded. The battlefield now lay strewn with fragments of bones. And at regular intervals, one or more small spheres floated above these fragments. These orbs contained the materials looted from the skeletal cavalry. Gazing at the floating orbs around her, Shin Mushue's eyes sparkled with the glint of money.
Wow, we're rich!
Shin Mushue cheered, raising her hands. Let's go collect the materials that dropped, Muyu chuckled. Same deal as always, you take the Shi-2, I'll take the Faith Fire. After instructing her to be careful, Muyu headed toward the cavalry skeletons on the right, picking up the dropped materials as he went. Though this cavalry unit was relatively weak overall and didn't drop particularly good items, the sheer numbers made up for it.
Nearly 10,000 cavalrymen slain. Even at a mere 1% drop rate, it would yield a decent haul.
Scanning the area, he spotted several small clusters of faith flames. He had already gathered quite a few before even reaching the royal city.
Once he cleared the royal city, he might have a chance to advance to quasi-demigod. The gap between quasi-demigod and apprentice demigod was like night and day.
Advancing early was naturally a good thing. Just as Muyu was deep in thought, Shin Mushue's voice rang out from behind him.
Muyu, look what I found. Muyu turned to see Shin Mushue holding a purple Genesis source crystal. Huh, not bad.
You found an intermediate grade source crystal, Muyu chuckled.
How about I give it to you?
Shin Mushue narrowed her eyes as she approached Muyu. When she was close enough, she held out the source crystal.
You should keep it.
My Genesis source crystals are sufficient for now, Muyu's voice trailed off abruptly.
His expression instantly darkened.
Before he could react, Shin Mushue suddenly drew a dagger and lunged toward him.
Innate Gangqi automatically enveloped Muyu's entire body. The next instant, a crisp clang echoed. The innate gale energy shattered. The dagger sank into Muyu's lower abdomen, followed by a cold, stabbing pain. She wasn't Shin Mushue. Muyu cursed inwardly, violently jerking backward just as the dagger threatened to pierce deeper.
The stabbing pain in his abdomen persisted, and the wound showed no sign of healing even after the dagger was withdrawn.
Damn it, who is she?
Muyu glared coldly at this enemy, whose appearance and attire were nearly identical to Shin Mushue's. What astonished him even more was that both his primordial human clan and Shin Mushue's medicine spirit clan, they carried on clearing the battlefield as if nothing had happened. They seemed unable to see their own injuries.
Before Muyu could catch his breath, the enemy attacked again. Her speed was blinding, the black dagger she held in reverse as deadly as a venomous snake.
Muyu barely managed to rise, shielding himself with his long sword. The dagger struck, and she fumbled to block it.
Muyu roared.
The golden aura that had vanished reappeared around him, swiftly coalescing onto his blade. The gleaming blade swung heavily toward her.
The enemy seemed to sense the blade's formidable destructive power. So she did not block it head-on, instead sidestepping to evade.
Her dagger striking like a venomous snake, striking at Muyu's neck from an awkward angle.
Blast!
Muyu roared in fury, and the golden aura surging around her weapon abruptly solidified, then erupted outward in all directions. The enemy, caught off guard, was sent flying by the golden aura.
The moment was ripe.
Muyu gathered his chi in his lower abdomen, leaping fiercely into the air, swinging his long sword down with brutal force at the enemy below. She reacted swiftly, raising her dagger to block once more.
But at that very moment, Muyu abruptly released the force channeled into her blade. Instead, she delivered a direct punch toward her. The enemy, caught off guard by Muyu's sudden change in tactics, was brutally slammed into the pile of skeletal remains on the ground. Still mid-air, Muyu regained his grip on the blade, raising the blade to strike at the enemy once more. This time, he intended to finish her off completely. Stop. Enough. But just then, a soft voice rang out from within the pile of bones. You are indeed strong. You have passed my test. Chapter 29, Xinyan's anger, she's audience. Muyu did not halt his attack at the sound. With a wet thud, the blade pierced through the bones and sank deep into the enemy's abdomen. Her enemy's face twisted in shock. Before consciousness faded, she heard Muyu's contemptuous voice ring out. You dared disguise yourself as Mu Shui to deceive me? Let's see what gear you can drop. He actually mistook me for a monster and attacked. Imperial Capital, Huaxia Divine Academy Junior Dormitory. She, a mid-stage demigod, had been defeated by a high school-aged demigod apprentice. How could this be possible? Her anger quickly turned to fury as she cursed, don't you know to treat a lady gently? Why such a brutal attack? This guy is infuriating. Shen Yan was Shen Mushue's older sister. And she knew the coordinates of this martial arts world. She'd never entered before, though this was her first time. She had sneaked in to see how far her sister had progressed, only to witness the primordial human race battling the skeletal cavalry. These humans could completely overwhelm over 10,000 skeleton cavalry, demonstrating respectable strength. Yet such prowess would only rank them as mid-tier at the Huaxia Divine Academy, far from elite. Thus, Shen Yan resolved to personally test her sister's classmate. If he could withstand 3 moves against her, his talent would be decent. If he lasted 10 moves or more, he'd be considered outstanding even in Dongshan province. But if he could endure 20 moves or more, he would rank among the elite few geniuses even at the Huaxia Deities Academy. Yet what Shen Yan never could have imagined was that Muyu had actually defeated her outright. What the hell is this guy's background? Why is he so strong? Shen Yan frowned deeply. Her sister's classmate was absurdly powerful, and this only made her feel uneasy. At that moment, within the corrupted martial world, Muyu crouched before the corpse, waiting for ages without any treasures appearing. Just as he was puzzling over it, the corpse slowly dissipated, dissolving into fragments of energy. Isn't this an enemy from the micro world? Muyu froze. How could it be a player? When Muyu told Shen Mushue about this, Shen Mushue stormed out of the microcosm in a huff. And when she reappeared, her face was still flushed with anger. What's wrong, Mushue? Muyu asked. What happened? I know who that annoying person who ambushed you is, Shen Mushue declared. She's my sister, Shen Yan. When Shen Yan reappeared before Muyu, it was several hours later. Seeing this girl again who bore 6 or 7 parts of Shen Mushue's resemblance but appeared more mature, Muyu found it hard to describe his feelings. After all, he'd finally encountered a powerful opponent, hoping to take her down for some good loot. Only to discover after a long fight that she was just another player. Shen Yan, too, wore a stern expression, her face set in a keep-out manner. Didn't you say you weren't interested in this second-tier divine relic? Shen Mushue asked with a frown. Then why sneak in here? This micro-world has a high corruption level. It might hold resources I need. Shen Yan tilted her head. You can't refuse, this is the relic Mom left for us sisters. You! Shen Mushue clenched her tiny fists. You don't even have a squad. What gives you the right to explore with us? Team? Shen Yan pursed her lips and smiled faintly. That's easy enough. The moment the words left her lips, a faint purple halo began to emanate from Shen Yan's body. The glow spread outward. And suddenly, the bones scattered across the ground began to tremble violently. One by one, skeletal warriors clad in armor rose from the earth. Over 10,000 skeletal cavalry were reborn, transformed into 10,000 skeletal warriors. In stark contrast to Shen Mushue's vibrant world of medicinal spirits, Shen Yan had awakened a realm saturated with the stagnant energy of the dead. Surrounded by skulls with purple flames burning within their eye sockets, Muyu felt a chill run down his spine. Reviving corpses to bolster one's own combat strength? Shen Yan's ability was downright twisted. The spoils from slaughtering the skeletal cavalry were quickly tallied. 60 basic Genesis crystals, 20 small faith fires, 3 medium faith fires. 30 pieces of respiratory soil were obtained, though all were small-scale variants capable of expanding only 4 or 5 li of land. Then there were corrupted hearts, soul flames, and other materials. Unexpectedly, 100 soul crystals dropped. All from ordinary skeleton cavalry souls. With average combat strength, but they'll make decent miners. And coincidentally, Muyu still had a small world he was mining. He collected these crystals, intending to use them as cheap labor in the future. Following his usual practice, he absorbed the faith flame. Muyu's faith power surged from 400 to 463, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to quasi-demigod status.
With Xinyan joining the team, the subsequent map progression accelerated significantly, advancing all the way to the foot of the royal city. Mu Yu's faith power accumulated to 560. While gathering abundant materials, his strength steadily increased. Mu Yu, are you planning to break through to quasi-demigod before the college entrance exams by converting faith power like this? Xinyan asked during their final encampment before the assault on the royal city. Mu Yu nodded. Reaching quasi-demigod status gives me a better chance. Then should you consider applying to Huaxia Divine Academy? Shen Yin shot Shin Muxue a subtle glance. My sister will likely be admitted there. Who would go to the same university as you? Shin Muxue retorted instantly, bristling like a fluffy stuffed cat. As the core of the entire martial arts world, the threats lurking within the royal city were too grave for even Xinyan to take lightly. As the group approached the majestic gates of the royal city, only to see a colossal monster, its body impaled with arms and legs, burrowing out of the earth. What vermin dares approach the royal city? Leave your limbs behind and get out. After delivering its line like an NPC in a game, Xinyan whistled, and the skeleton warriors charged forward, iron swords raised. Wave after wave of skeleton warriors fell in droves, while the amputated monster's wounds grew ever larger. Combined with the primordial human's relentless barrage of spears and arrows, the monstrosity was soon hacked to death. This monster's strength was comparable to Ling Huqiong, whom they had encountered on the Immortal Mountain earlier. And its loot was quite generous at the very least, a mid-tier Genesis source crystal. And this creature was merely a guard stationed at the royal city's gate. The royal city covered a vast area, and there were surely many more such monsters within. And with more monsters came more treasure chests. Who knew what treasures awaited after clearing this area? Mu Yu felt a surge of anticipation. But just as he was about to order the advance into the royal city, she, who had always kept a low profile, suddenly stepped forward. Divine Lord, she said with unusual seriousness, just moments ago, my divination revealed a hidden treasure of special significance in the southern part of the royal city. I humbly request your permission to lead a team to investigate. Ha! Your microcosm has already produced a great person so quickly? Xinyan exclaimed in surprise. A great figure refers to a special individual within a microcosm who can influence the course of civilization, akin to figures like Confucius or Einstein in the real world. Besides possessing unique talents, these great figures can grant various enhancements to sentient races. For instance, Laozi and Confucius bolster racial faith, while Einstein accelerates technological advancement, and so on. Mu Yu offered no further explanation for Xinyan's astonishment. He turned to Shi and said, I shall provide you with 200 human warriors, along with Shin Nong's assistance. I hope your journey goes smoothly. I am deeply grateful for the Divine Lord's trust. I shall proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 30, The Mad Minister and the King's Wrath. She set off on the treasure hunt with Shin Nong and 200 primordial human warriors, leaving sisters Shin Muxue and Xinyan filled with envy. Even though she had reached the demigod tier, Xinyan's microcosm had never produced many great figures. After the treasure-seeking party departed, Mu Yu and the others led the main force toward the core area of the royal city. Fierce battles were inevitable. Poison-covered palace maids, imperial guards devouring their own fallen comrades, a half-human, half-snake consort, and even a monstrous creature formed by hundreds of eunuchs fused together. They fought their way through, encountering monsters of varying strength, but without exception, every last one was swept aside by the combined legions. These monsters possessed immense power individually, yet proved utterly insignificant before the legion. This is precisely why establishing outposts is prioritized when exploring unknown planes. Compared to small expedition teams, large-scale legions were the core force for conquering worlds. After this wave of map clearing, Mu Yu's faith power increased to 700, leaving him just 300 points short of advancing to quasi-demigod. After pushing through the map for hours, the Legion finally encountered its first resistance upon entering the royal city. Before the Grand Hall knelt a group of ministers, massive figures standing over 2 meters tall even in prostration. At a glance, there were enough such ministers to fill 100 spots. Their backs to the crowd, faces turned toward the hall. If all went according to plan, the emperor, the supreme ruler of the royal capital, should be within the hall. To see this emperor, one must first eliminate all 100 ministers kneeling on the ground. A single archer was dispatched to symbolically fire an arrow at the kneeling ministers, unexpectedly rousing all the ministers from their slumber. Kneeling, they stood 2 meters tall. Rising, they reached nearly 3 meters. They turned their heads, revealing figures within their official robes of various ranks, each a gaunt, skeleton-like creature. They hunched their backs, their hands thin with claw-like fingers, emitting shrill, high-pitched screams like women. This group of 3-meter-tall monsters charged toward the crowd at breakneck speed. These creatures won't be easy to deal with. Xinyan frowned and immediately ordered, all skeleton warriors, stop the enemy's advance at any cost. The skeletal warriors, who had previously served a purpose, now crumbled like paper, shattered into fragments without any chance to fight back under the creature's sharp claws.
Ancient humans, heed the command. Form a dense shield formation to withstand the impact. The ministers moved with blinding speed, colliding with the shield formation the moment it was formed. Their razor-sharp claws tore into the shields, leaving deep gashes. Far from angered by the impact, the clawed monstrosity grinned with delight, while swinging their claws even more frenziedly to slice through the shields. Muyu, witnessing this, was slightly startled. The monster's claws were incredibly powerful. All medicinal spirit clan members, heed my command. Cast vine armor on our allies. Shen Mushue's voice rang out. The next instant, faint green halos began to rise from the bodies of the primordial human tribe members holding the front line against the enemy. Yet just then, a greater peril descended.
A clawed monster in the rear ranks leapt high into the air, using its comrades' backs as stepping stones to soar over 10 meters.
Plunging into the heart of the legion.
Shen Mushue's face drained of color at the sight. The next instant, hundreds of medicinal spirits were sliced into chunks by this horde of frenzied monsters. The human archers responsible for ranged fire immediately drew their blades and swung at the monsters. But these clawed creatures possessed extraordinary senses and moved with blinding speed, making them nearly impossible to eliminate quickly. The casualties among the medicine spirit tribe were mounting rapidly,
while more clawed monsters leaped onto the backs of their comrades to infiltrate the legion's ranks.
A mere 100 clawed monsters were overwhelming a 2,000-strong legionary force.
Damn it, they're moving too fast. Xin Yan frowned deeply.
If this continued, Mushue's medicine spirit clan would be slaughtered to the last. Shen Mushue's face was deathly pale as she watched her numbers rapidly dwindle.
She felt utterly helpless. These clawed monsters possessed high attack power and agility. For the physically frail medicine spirit clan, each one was a terrifying, meat grinder-like threat.
Just as Shen Mushue was frantically worrying, Muyu's voice cut through the chaos. Human forces, heed my command.
Abandon defensive formations. Trade blows for blows. Engage the enemy in close combat. Muyu, you're mad. Xin Yan's voice rang out.
Your troops can't possibly withstand those monsters' claws. Ignoring Xin Yan's warning, Muyu continued shouting, avoid fatal wounds at all costs and restrict the clawed monsters' movements. As the creator gods of the primordial world, these primordial humans executed Muyu's orders almost without hesitation. The humans holding the front line discarded their battered shields first. The next instant, the claws slashed across the human chest. A flash of golden light erupted before shattering with a boom, leaving a gaping wound across the primordial human's chest. Yet even so, the primordial human fulfilled his assigned duty, wrapping both arms around the clawed creature's legs, pinning it firmly beneath them. The creature let out a shrill laugh, its claws lunging toward the human. But another human reacted swiftly, lunging forward to seize its hands in a tight grip.
The monster's immense strength threatened to fling both humans away. More humans swarmed over its body.
Though the clawed creature possessed immense strength, once 4 or more humans seized hold of it,
it took tremendous effort to break free.
At that moment, a 5th human appeared. Instead of continuing to pin the clawed creature down with his bare hands, instead, he raised his long blade and brought it down with all his might, slicing cleanly through the clawed monster's neck. With the first clawed creature decapitated, the clawed monsters, who had been dominating the fight, quickly found themselves at a disadvantage.
Though formidable, the clawed monsters were outnumbered tenfold by the primordial humans.
10 against 1 victory was not beyond the humans' reach.
Though many humans suffered severe injuries in the process.
They were born of primordial chaos, their vitality exceptionally resilient.
And even with a spear through their chest, they wouldn't die immediately.
A strategy of trading wounds for wounds was viable for them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of clawed monsters were beheaded. Shen Mushue, having regained her senses, immediately directed the remaining medicinal spirits to tend to the primordial human's wounds. To prevent mass casualties among the primordial human race, Muyu also charged into the fray, engaging the clawed monsters in combat. Witnessing this, Xin Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of admiration.
This high school student named Muyu was no ordinary boy.
In the midst of such chaotic combat, Xin Yan realized she herself could never have devised a solution to resolve the crisis.
Yet Muyu remained utterly composed, choosing tactics that appeared reckless but proved devastatingly effective.
This composure in the face of overwhelming odds
was quite rare even at the Divine Academy of China.
The 100 clawed monsters were swiftly wiped out by the primordial human tribe's almost suicidal tactics.
Yet strangely, not a single item dropped from their corpses.
Each monster's individual strength far surpassed Ling Huqian's by several tiers, and by all logic should have dropped quite a few valuable items.
Yet now, just as Muyu was puzzling over this anomaly,
a booming voice suddenly echoed from within the grand hall. Who dares to kill my subjects?
Chapter 31, I, Muyu, need no woman to save me.
The voice echoing from the hall caused everyone's expressions to shift slightly. The reason the clawed monster hadn't dropped any materials was most likely because the final boss within the hall was still alive. The primordial human clan was now gravely wounded, And though the Medicine Spirit clan was continuously healing their wounds, they were unable to continue fighting in the short term.
Undead Scourge. Corpse Reinforcement.
Xinyan's gaze sharpened as she raised her hand to unleash her innate skill. Yet the clawed monster's corpse rose once more.
Their eyes vacant, purple soul flames flickering within their skulls.
Within the vast hall, a 3-meter-tall figure slowly emerged. It wore a golden dragon robe, crowned with a golden diadem, and held a pure gold longsword in its hand. Without seeing its face, it would undoubtedly be a sovereign. Yet when one focused on its cheeks, what met the eye was not a human face, but a revolting mass of black earthworms.
If all went according to plan, this was the supreme ruler of the royal city.
The very ruler of this entire corrupted martial world. The corrupted king descended the steps, sword in hand, leaving dark, corroded trails on the white jade tiles beneath his feet at a visible pace.
Attack! Xinyan commanded.
And the 100 newly resurrected clawed monsters immediately charged toward the corrupted king. Yet in the next instant, the corrupted king swung his sword through the air. Ripples rippled through the air.
The next instant,
all 100 clawed monsters turned to piles of white bones in the same instant. The clawed monsters that had nearly wiped out Muyu and his companions could not withstand a single strike from the corrupted king. The monster's power far exceeded everyone's expectations. We underestimated this corrupted ruin, Xinyan frowned deeply.
This creature is beyond our current capabilities.
If I had brought my own team, we might have stood a chance.
After a moment's contemplation, Xinyan sighed helplessly. How about we retreat? Retreat? With so many wounded and injured, we can't possibly retreat.
I mean the 3 of us retreat, Xinyan clarified. The treasures we've gathered here nearly offset our casualties. Leaving now still.
I cannot abandon my people.
Muyu declared with unshakable resolve. They are my subjects, warriors who fought for me. Even in death, I will stand with them to the end.
Don't be so stubborn.
Xinyan's face was filled with anxiety. The college entrance exams are less than 20 days away. Are you sure you want to suffer such heavy losses here? If you want to leave, go ahead, Muyu said, his gaze fixed on the corrupted king nearby, his expression solemn yet resolute.
I must protect my people from harm. Xinyan stood stunned.
She'd never met anyone who cherished the inhabitants of a small world so deeply. But clearly, the soldiers of the small world were meant to be expendable sacrifices. Why did he cherish them so deeply?
Mu Shui, let's go.
Don't get buried with this stubborn mule. Xinyan, exasperated, immediately tried to lead her sister away. But Shun Mushue's gaze was unwavering.
Brother Muyu won't leave, so neither will I. You're crazy. Don't you want to take the college entrance exam? Xinyan's emotions flared.
Sacrificing the entire army and abandoning the spoils of war would severely impact her exam results.
No, I believe in Brother Muyu.
Shun Mushue declared without hesitation. Xinyan, you've always been like this, only caring about your own interests, resorting to any means to achieve your goals.
I'm not you.
Shen Mushue's words made Xinyan's eyes flicker with a complex mix of anger, contempt, and hurt swirled within her.
Shen Mushue actually wanted to stay behind with her,
which left Muyu both touched and overwhelmed by immense pressure.
The corrupted king was an absolute powerhouse in this small world.
Even with Nua's aid, defeating him would be exceedingly difficult. And now, with the outpost already established, he simply couldn't summon the deities of the small world to this realm. Muyu had no clear strategy for defeating the corrupted king. Glancing back at his wounded kin receiving treatment, Muyu tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his gaze hardening with resolve. This battle, whether he could win or not, he would fight it. He'd never abandon the primordial human race and leave them behind.
Mu Shui.
Muyu shouted back, get my buffs up.
Got it, Brother Muyu. Dozens of vine armor spells instantly enveloped Muyu's entire body.
The primordial human clan suffered heavy casualties as the corruption king steadily closed in on them. Now Muyu must face the corrupted king alone. He strode forward, positioning himself before the entire primordial human clan and the Shin sisters. In that moment, Muyu had prepared himself for the end. Across from him, beneath the corrupted king's repulsive, earthworm-like face, an unsettling, shrill laughter echoed. It saw no possibility of defeat before this frail creature before it. To express its deeper contempt, the earthworm-covered face rapidly shifted and contorted, revealing a centipede-like visage. Pitiful lowly creatures. Offer up your spleens, or I shall make you die in agony. Muyu's brows furrowed as he prepared to strike the corrupted king with his blade. When suddenly, over 100 figures surged out of the royal city's alleyways. And upon closer inspection, they recognized she and the other humans who had departed not long ago. Divine Lord, thank you for protecting our clan. I have found a treasure that may be of assistance to you. She produced an object resembling a compass. The moment it appeared, Xinyan gasped, this must be a world beacon. The world beacon, a rare artifact capable of initiating additional micro-world teleportations even when established portals already exist.
A minor world creator possessing a transmission beacon could, after a 48-hour cooldown period in the real world, can teleport any living being from their micro-world to their side. This teleportation is supplementary, but only one slot is available. In an ordinary world, a skill that only allows one additional teleportation would be rather useless. But for Muyu, it's a god-tier ability, as he could summon a deity from his microcosm to battle the enemy. Muyu, hand me the teleportation beacon. Just then, Xinyan's voice rang out. I can summon the strongest combatant from my microcosm. While it won't kill the corrupted king, it'll buy enough time for you to escape. Take Shin Muxue away from here. I'll delay it as long as I can. Xinyan's expression was grave. Go now. A purplish-black aura enveloped Xinyan's entire body, signaling her readiness for a desperate battle. To prevent any mishaps for Muyu and Shin Muxue, she resolved to unleash the abhorrent titan of being cultivated with immense resources into battle, though it was meant as her trump card for her senior internship. But under these circumstances, it had become an unavoidable necessity. I won't give you something as precious as a transmission beacon, Muyu declared, refusing to hand it over to Xinyan. Instead, he took the beacon and chuckled. I, Muyu, don't need a woman to save me. Chapter 32, Xinyan's shock, exploding equipment Emperor's sword. The moment the words fell, Muyu activated the world beacon, and a rift in space-time appeared beside him. You fool! You're being reckless. Xinyan's initial shock gave way to furious scolding. The beacon can only summon one friendly unit. How could your newly awakened microcosm possibly have a single combat unit capable of facing the Corruption King? Muyu, you're being too impulsive. The faint glimmer of hope that had flickered into existence vanished instantly, sending Xinyan's rage into a fury. Shin, don't be so absolute, Muyu's confident voice countered. I told you Muyu, don't need a woman to save me. The temporal rift opened completely, yet the passage remained eerily still. Muyu stood before the rift, beckoning to the Corruption King. You disgusting creature, come on. I can take you down with one hand. You foolish, lowly creature. You seek death. The corrupted king raised his golden sword, swinging it through the void, sending a massive air ripple hurtling toward Muyu. Barely discernible to the naked eye, yet containing immense power. Just as the corrupted king expected his enemy to be cleaved in two by this blade's energy, the sword energy vanished without a trace the instant it neared the temporal rift. I'll tear you to pieces. The corrupted king swung his golden sword at Muyu, while Muyu stood utterly motionless. As the corrupted king drew nearer, the previously tranquil space-time tunnel began to ripple. The next second, a colossal hand emerged from the rift. The palm was immense, its entire surface shrouded in a golden halo. The 3-meter-tall corrupted king appeared like a fragile toy beside this colossal palm. As if sensing the terrifying power contained within the palm, the corrupted king retreated while swinging his golden sword. Yet the mighty golden blade failed to inflict even a scratch upon the colossal palm. And though the palm was enormous, its speed was astonishingly swift. And despite the corrupted king's desperate retreat, he was still caught within its grasp. My immense size alone cannot defeat me. I am the ruler of this world. Squish! Before the corrupted king could finish speaking, the colossal hand crushed it into mincemeat. At that moment, Shin Muxue and Xinyan, who had witnessed everything, both wore expressions of utter shock. Especially Xinyan, whose mouth formed an O shape, eyes brimming with utter disbelief. The corrupted king of a second-tier divine relic crushed by a single giant hand. Unbelievable. On Muyu's side, after Pangu's massive palm crushed the corrupted king, he quickly ordered Pangu to withdraw his arm. Though that single blow had resolved the immediate crisis, his own microcosm had become slightly unstable due to Pangu's force dissipation, as the ultimate trump card of the microcosm should only be deployed when absolutely necessary. After the corrupted king was crushed, the entire royal city shook violently. The towering city walls came crashing down, reducing the entire royal city to ruins. And dozens of glowing orbs now floated above the corrupted king's corpse. Defeating the corrupted king yielded a massive haul of loot. Among them, the faith flame that most intrigued Muyu formed a massive cluster as large as a basketball. Muyu, that giant hand. Xinyan snapped out of her shock and immediately rushed to Muyu's side. Overwhelmed with excitement, she even grabbed Muyu's arms with both hands. What exactly was that enormous hand? Xinyan demanded. Can you tell me? Sorry, I can't tell you, Muyu replied indifferently. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Shin Muxue snapped, yanking Xinyan away. Everyone has their secrets. Why should he tell you? Xinyan's gaze grew complex. She finally sighed, calming her agitated emotions. I'm sorry. I overreacted. Loot tally phase. As the strongest boss in this world, the corrupted king dropped an incredibly rich haul. The corrupted soil alone amounted to a full 500 li. Then there was a large mass of faith fire. A pale golden crystal stone floated quietly above the corpse. High-grade Genesis source crystal, a supreme crystal containing immense world-shaping power. Its surging energy can induce subtle transformations in all living beings within the realm. An advanced Genesis source crystal. Muyu licked his lips, his voice tinged with excitement. This thing was hundreds of times more potent than an intermediate source crystal. While basic and intermediate source crystals function as currency in the market, a high-grade Genesis source crystal is a treasure worthy of auction. Xinyan's voice chimed in, a high-grade Genesis source crystal holds a trace of peculiar power. Upon use, it imparts a subtle enhancement to the microcosm. Don't underestimate this enhancement, it's a comprehensive strengthening of the entire microcosm, elevating its potential. Indeed a treasure, Muyu nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to another item. Golden sword, a sovereign's blade forged from pure gold. When enshrined, it significantly boosts racial cohesion and can absorb the power of racial faith to unleash sweeping golden sword chi that devastates armies. A weapon of area of effect devastation. Muyu examined the imposing greatsword in his hands, nodding with satisfaction. Muyu, the corrupted king belongs to the undead category. Could you sell me its soul crystal? Xinyan spoke up at that moment. I can trade you 10 mid-grade source crystals plus other materials. The fifth item dropped by the corrupted king was its soul crystal. As the strongest boss of the second-tier divine ruins, its soul crystal was worth cultivating. Muyu had defeated the corrupted king entirely on his own. So he handled the distribution of all the loot. Muyu pondered briefly before nodding. No problem. For materials, I need various rare ores or laborers. I don't have many or samples, but I can give you some skeleton warriors. They make decent laborers. How about 1,000? Muyu nodded. The deal was struck. Brother Muyu, I want some respiratory soil. I only have 6 mid-grade source crystals on me, I'll give them all to you, Shinmushua said sweetly. Take back the source crystals. You can have the respiratory soil, Muyu chuckled. Didn't we make an agreement? You get the respiratory soil, and I get the faith fire. Xinyan, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed for a long moment, unable to utter a word. That damn Muyu, favoring his own sister like this. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Sunday afternoon had arrived. Within the martial arts world, Muyu and Shinmushua stood outside the mountain gates of the final martial arts sect. As the temple bells tolled, hundreds of corrupted disciples surged toward Muyu. Facing these monstrous, snarling creatures, Muyu calmly drew his golden sword. A golden halo radiated from the blade's edge. And as the disciples charged forward, Muyu slashed at the air. A massive golden sword she spread out before him, sweeping through and annihilating every last sect disciple in its path. Finally, the last major sect was wiped out. Shinmushua stuck out her tongue. Now we can focus on developing this plane. Chapter 33, Re-entering the simulation, suppressing the 3 primordial clans. Regarding the future of this martial arts world, will be left for the primordial human race to develop on their own. As a second-tier divine relic, this world still scattered numerous Genesis source crystals, breath soil, and other resources. The skeletal warriors exchanged from Xinyan proved invaluable. These undead, who scarcely felt fatigue, proved the finest laborers during the minor world's developmental phase. For subsequent development, Muyu and Shinmushua synchronized the time flow within the ruins, ensuring they could enter the micro-world at any time, even when separated. Muyu, come here for a moment. Just as Muyu was about to exit the micro-world, Xinyan suddenly summoned him. After obtaining the corrupted king's soul crystal, Xinyan had withdrawn from the micro-world and vanished for a long time. And now she had reappeared. At that moment, Shinmushua was gathering loot. And upon seeing Muyu summoned by Xinyan, her brows immediately furrowed. After about 5 minutes of conversation, Xinyan exited the microcosm. Muyu, what did she say to you just now? Shinmushua asked with a hint of jealousy. Oh, she asked for my contact info, Muyu scratched his head. Said we could collaborate if the opportunity arises. Declining Shinmushua's invitation to dinner, Muyu headed back home. After 2.5 days of clearing the martial arts relic site, Muyu had acquired a vast amount of supplies. He now possessed over 60 mid-tier Genesis source crystals alone. Plus over 100 basic source crystals, so many he couldn't be bothered to count them. The faith fire dropped by the corrupted king converted into over 200 units of golden faith power. Combined with what he gained from defeating other minor foes, Muyu now possessed enough golden faith power to meet the advancement requirements. With only about 15 days left until the college entrance exams, Muyu felt his condition was favorable today and planned to initiate the evolution of the primordial world tonight. By forging the primordial world into an even mightier realm, his chances of advancing to quasi-demigod status would be significantly greater. Each time a minor world builder advanced, they gained a new innate skill. Much like Xinyan, who was already a demigod. One of her 2 innate skills was Undead Scourge. And the other, Corpse Reinforcement, complemented it perfectly. Muyu was still quite eager to discover what innate skill he might awaken. Following routine, he first reviewed the recent logs. With the rise of the three primordial clans, the power of the ferocious beasts has steadily waned, and the great ferocious beasts have vanished without a trace. Tribesmen returning from the other world spread tales of the gods' battles against powerful foes from that realm. Under Shi's leadership, a temple housing a statue of the creator god was completed. You placed the golden sword within the temple for veneration, granting the primordial human race cohesion. Faith power generation efficiency increased by 30% under the temple's enhancement. His own microcosm had already spawned a structure to accelerate faith power collection. This came as a surprise to Muyu. Logically, such a structure should only appear for those at least quasi-demigod level. Yet Muyu was merely a trainee demigod. My decision to stay and fight to the death against the Corruption King was the right one, Muyu murmured. Every member of my tribe in this microcosm is a flesh and blood being. They know I'm protecting them, and that has deepened their reverence for me. With this thought, Muyu retrieved the advanced Genesis Source Crystal, which glowed with a golden halo. Ding! Proceed with simulation based on current micro-world development? This simulation requires 400 points. Current simulation points, 2,400 1,200 base points plus 1,200 triple simulation consumption points. With 2,400 simulation points accumulated, Muyu now possessed 6 simulation opportunities. However, to ensure temporal stability, before commencing the simulation, Muyu recalled all the primordial human race members who were developing resources in the other 2 microcosms. And he also froze time on that small, nascent landmass suspended in the cosmos. Without further ado, the simulation commenced. When a golden Genesis Source Crystal, imbued with boundless energy, merged into this world, its progression accelerated. The life of Clan Shifi reached its end. His deeds leading his people against ferocious beasts were recorded and revered by future generations. Ding! Detected imminent death of a great figure within the host's microcosm. Consume 5 intermediate Genesis crystals to forge their divine essence? Becoming a deity will greatly enhance the great man's attributes and grant him immortality alongside the heavens and earth. Yes. Without hesitation, Muyu chose to deify Yi. As the energy of the Tao surged into Yi's body, his aged frame was rejuvenated. He ascended to divinity, revered by posterity as Hou-Yi, god of archery. His small world finally welcomed its third deity. Gazing upon Hou-Yi, now radiating a golden aura, Muyu felt a surge of emotion. The guardian god Pangu, the earth mother Nuwa, and now the archer god Hou-Yi. He now possessed his first primary war god. After Hou-Yi's deification, the world entered its next epoch. The human race prayed in the temples of the creator deities, generating 814 units of faith energy. As the population of the microcosm continued to grow, the power of faith would accumulate over time. However, since Muyu's faith power is golden, the amount he could convert was significantly less than ordinary faith power. After she became clan leader, he created the body forging technique and popularized it among the human race. The lifespan of the primordial human race increased, and their combat prowess grew, rivaling that of the 3 innate races. In the early Dragon Han era, the primordial dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial qilin became the leaders of the 3 primordial races. The primordial 3 clans faced recurring local conflicts due to territorial expansion. As the simulation progressed to this point, Muyu realized the simulation's trajectory was heading toward a disastrous outcome. Due to insufficient contributions to the Tao of Heaven, they failed to meet the requirements for ascending to deity status, ultimately aging and perishing. Their names were not even recorded in the subsequent simulation logs. Midway through the Long Han era, the primordial 3 clans erupted into war, forcing the human clan into the conflict. The mutual slaughter among the 4 races led to their rapid decline and extinction. In the late Long Han era, Beast Emperor Shenanai returned with the 4 great fiendish beasts. The 4 races were powerless against the beasts and were slaughtered to near extinction. Nuwa and Hou-Yi were both severely wounded by Shenanai, while Pangu could no longer uphold the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth collapsed, the primordial world was destroyed, and the simulation ended. Remaining simulation points, 2,000. As expected, the first simulation ended in failure. But Muyu remained undeterred. Constructing the primordial world was inherently a difficult task. He began analyzing the points of failure in this simulation. Drawing on lessons from previous simulations, Muyu swiftly pinpointed the root cause of this failure. The primordial dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial qilin all refused to submit to one another, leading to relentless warfare among the 3 clans and preventing peaceful coexistence. If a powerful force could subdue them, they would dare not fight each other again. Muyu had a sudden flash of insight. Got it. Use the primordial human race to subdue the 3 primordial clans. Chapter 34, The Minor World's Further Ascension, Zhang Shaoqing's Conspiracy. Following this line of reasoning, the primordial human race's combat strength is on par with the 3 innate races. Directly pitting them against the primordial 3 clans is out of the question. Once a race war erupts, those predatory beasts lying in wait will return with renewed ferocity.
The three primordial clans must be suppressed, but a full-scale racial war must be avoided. Therefore, the strategy should be to subdue the leaders of the three primordial clans, namely the primordial dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial qilin. Once these three leaders are subdued, the three races will submit. Thoughts swirled rapidly as Muyu formulated his simulation strategy. Initiate simulation? This simulation will consume 400 simulation points. Yes. Simulation fast-forwarded to the Long Han era. Early Dragon Han era, Primordial Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin emerge as leaders of the three primordial races. Constant localized conflicts erupted among the three primordial clans as they expanded their territories. Simulation paused. Muyu intervened in the microcosm. The internal strife among the three primordial clans provoked the displeasure of the Tao and the indignation of both mortals and gods. Thus, she arrived at the East Sea bearing the golden sword, slaying Zhu Long atop the East Sea summit. Shenong journeyed to Zhongzhou Valley, persuading the primordial Qilin to retreat to the wilderness through the parable of the clam and the snipe. Seizing the opportunity, the Phoenix clan sought to rise in power, only to have 9 of their sons slain by Hui, forcing their submission. Mid-Dragon Han era, the primordial three clans coexisted peacefully across the primordial continent until Beast Emperor Shen led the 4 great fiends in a devastating return. As the fiendish beasts launched their counterattack, Muyu intervened in the simulation once more. This time, he had Shi who had already subdued the Dragon clan, suppress Hui of the Phoenix clan, and Shen-Nong who had befriended the primordial Qilin to lead the 3 primordial clans and the fierce beasts into battle respectively. Under the leadership of the human clan, the 3 primordial clans clashed with the ancient fierce beasts in a great war. The war raged for decades, with the 4 great fiendish beasts falling one after another and the beast emperor Shen being slain by Hui. For their heroic salvation of the world, the 3 primordial tribes received rewards from the way of heaven, increasing their racial fortune. She of the human clan and Shen-Nong, distinguished for their leadership, were respectively enshrined as the god of earth and the god of medicine. Posthumously, she was known as Fushi, and Shen-Nong as Shenanshi. Ding! Hui's slaying of Shen-Nai activated the man overcomes heaven law, granting him significant enhancements. Strength LV increased by 200. Acquired innate skill, Sunshot. Earth God's ability activated, small world livestock production increases by 70, grain growth speed increases by 60. God of Pharmacology's ability activated, spiritual herbs efficacy in the micro-world increased by 80%, and the human race's toxin resistance increased by 30%. In the late Long Han era, the 3 primordial tribes became vassal races to the human race. Ferocious beasts vanished, ushering in an era of enduring peace across the primordial continent. More creatures began to appear across the continent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Long Han era simulation. Earned 2,000 simulation points. Next simulation requires 500 simulation points. Simulation evolution process rated as perfect, triggering consolidation function. Success! As log entries flashed before his eyes, Muyu knew his microcosm had successfully weathered the second calamity of the primordial era, the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation. Having endured this calamity, his microcosm not only saw the human race rapidly expand in numbers, but also gained 3 formidable military forces, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin each ruled over the oceans, skies, and land respectively, meaning Muyu now commanded forces across sea, land, and air. At this very moment, the formidable efficacy of the Golden Genesis Source Crystal manifested. As the Golden Source Crystal continuously nourished the small world, the borders of the primordial continent rapidly expanded outward at a visible pace. Spiritual energy surged forth from the earth, and spiritual herbs and beasts sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain. The simulation had ceased, yet the Golden Genesis Source Crystal's energy continued to slowly fortify this small world. Gazing upon the primordial continent, now expanded to 50,000 li, Muyu wore a satisfied smile. The primordial continent was now utterly free from the threat of ferocious beasts. Dragons dwelled in the East Sea, Qilins guarded the central plains, and phoenixes perched atop towering peaks. Fushi and Shen-Nong had both successfully ascended to godhood, meaning Muyu's microcosm now possessed 5 deities. With the world fortified to this extent, advancing should now be foolproof. Muyu gazed at his faith power, which had already surpassed the advancement threshold, a resolute expression flashing in his eyes. Next step, ascend to quasi-demigod. Make the final push for the upcoming college entrance exams. Advancing to quasi-demigod would not only awaken a unique innate ability, but more importantly, it would grant his microcosm an unprecedented, massive enhancement. Muyu eagerly anticipated the earth-shattering changes his microcosm would undergo after a successful advancement. After solidifying his microcosm, Muyu reconnected the 2 realms to continue resource development. The night passed uneventfully. The next day was Monday. During the morning break, graduation photos were taken. The entire Class 2 of Senior 3 gathered on the grass for their final group photo before graduation.
I heard the amusement park next to the school offers half-price tickets for graduates. Let's all go play there this afternoon. The college entrance exams are coming up. How can you even think about playing? If you don't buckle down, you won't even get into college. Oh, it's all about work-life balance. Lots of people are going after graduation. It'll be hard for us sisters to hang out together again. The chatter drifted into Muyu's ears. But Muyu paid them no mind. His thoughts were entirely focused on advancing to quasi-demigod status. Muyu, are you coming to the amusement park? After the graduation photoshoot, Shin Mushue wrapped her arms around his and pouted. Perhaps because graduation was approaching, Shin Mushue's attire grew increasingly daring. Her school uniform skirt paired with white stockings accentuated her long, slender legs. Even Muyu, who prided himself on being a proper gentleman, couldn't help but glance twice. No, I'm heading home this afternoon to build my little world, Muyu said, steeled in his resolve. Then work hard tonight. Work-life balance, right? Shin Mushue pouted. I heard there's a haunted house. I love haunted houses. What girl would actually enjoy a haunted house? Muyu grimaced. But he couldn't resist Shin Mushue's sweet, pleading voice and agreed to go to the amusement park. Balloon shooting. Balloon shooting. 50 blue star coins for 5 shots. Half price for graduates. Hit the target and get a mystery box. A crowd had gathered around the balloon shooting stall, mostly girls drawn by the array of adorable plushies displayed nearby. Shin Mushue glanced at the prizes. Ha! The grand prize is a tier 1 divine relic? They're really splurging on this? Just a gimmick. Muyu loaded his air gun. He'd never win it in a million tries. Pop. 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 Muyu fired 5 shots in quick succession, each hitting a balloon with pinpoint accuracy. The staff immediately handed him a blind box. He opened it to find the grand prize, coordinates to a divine relic. Ah! Shen Mushue was stunned. Young Master Zhang, I've delivered the divine ruins to that kid as you instructed. At that moment, tucked away in a small corner of the amusement park, the balloon inflating staff member took the bills from Zhang Xiaoqing's hand with a bow and scrape. Zhang Xiaoqing, cigarette dangling from his mouth, dismissed the man. But another student emerged from the shadows at that very moment. It was none other than Xiaoyu from Second High, who had been thoroughly humiliated by Muyu earlier. Damn it, my little world still hasn't recovered. My college entrance exam is ruined. Zhang Xiaoqing glared at Muyu in the distance with venom in his eyes. I'll drag him down with me even if it kills me. This Muyu is no ordinary guy. Are you sure you can handle him? Xiaoyu frowned. If it's just the two of us, I'm not confident. It won't just be the two of us, Zhang Xiaoqing spat on the ground. I've hired several experts. As soon as Muyu dares set foot in this ruins, I'll reverse engineer his microcosm. Then we'll launch a coordinated assault on his world. We won't stop until we wipe out his entire race. Chapter 35, Alien Invasion, Talent Awakening. Returning home that evening, he sat on the sofa. Muyu held the ruins coordinates, his mind elsewhere. He couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Enough of that time to prepare for advancing to quasi-demigod. Muyu shook his head, dismissing the cluttered thoughts. Once his faith power reached the required threshold, he could advance to quasi-demigod status. After advancement, not only would his microcosm be strengthened and its spatial area expanded, but most crucially, he would awaken a unique innate skill. Take Xinyan's innate skill, Undead Catastrophe. It was an incredibly powerful talent. Muyu was also eagerly anticipating what kind of innate skill he would awaken. Advancing to godhood is no easy feat, quite the opposite, it's extremely dangerous. With each advancement, temporal rifts appear around the microcosm, allowing hordes of monsters known as the extraterrestrial tribes to invade the microcosm. These alien beings corrupt and ravage any land they pass through. And only by eliminating as many of these invaders as possible and waiting for the spatial rifts within the microcosm to reseal, can the advancement be considered complete. Name, Muyu. Race, Blue Star Human. Faith power, 1097 unspent. Level, Apprentice Demigod 7001000. Proceed with Divine Ascension? Note, required faith power will be automatically replenished during advancement. Taking a deep breath, Muyu commenced his advancement. The once sunlit microcosm suddenly darkened, with thunder and lightning crackling across the heavens like the apocalypse itself. The primordial human tribe, just returning from hunting, all lifted their heads in unison, their keen senses detecting that some great calamity was about to befall this land. At that moment, the voice of the Tao resounded. Creatures of this small world, take heed. An alien race is about to invade. Take up your weapons and defend against the enemy. As Muyu's voice echoed throughout the small world, the primordial human race, the 3 innate tribes, and the 5 deities immediately entered a state of readiness. Yet the lightning in the sky grew ever denser, shifting from its original white hue to a fiery red. As an exceptionally blinding bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, A dark crimson fissure appeared above the primordial continent. Two colossal palms emerged from the fissure, slowly tearing it open. In the next instant, within the unfurling expanse of the rift, a colossal eyeball pulsed and scanned the scenes within the small world. This eyeball was as vast as the primordial continent itself. Even Pangu would appear minuscule beneath it. What the hell is this? Muyu frowned deeply. The textbooks said the void beyond the rift contained a vast cosmos of stars, so what the hell was this monstrous eyeball? The greater the potential of a small world during a deity's advancement, the stronger the extraterrestrial forces it must confront. And overcoming these formidable foes would grant the microcosm greater enhancement effects. But this colossal eyeball that had suddenly appeared. No similar description existed in textbooks or oral teachings. The sheer shock of the eyeball left Muyu gasping for breath. Fortunately, after pulsating for several seconds, the colossal eyeball vanished. The immense fissure closed. And then he saw humanoid monsters continuously leaping out from the closed fissure. Muyu's gaze sharpened. The alien race from beyond the domain had arrived. These alien beings were humanoid creatures with heads covered in repulsive tentacles. They plummeted from the sky at breakneck speed, their mouths spewing shrill, unpleasant laughter as they fell. But their triumph lasted but seconds. Thousands of fire phoenixes charged toward the invaders. Primordial Phoenix Clan, heed my command. Hoi stood atop Yuan Feng, his sun shooting bow drawn as he roared, exterminate the invaders at once. Flames erupted across the sky, weaving into a vast net of fire. The moment the invaders touched the net, their bodies were engulfed in flames. They emitted piercing screams, reduced to black ash before even hitting the ground. The Phoenix Clan's leader, Yuan Feng, let out a triumphant cry. They believed the enemy had been utterly annihilated. Yet at that very moment, tens of thousands of temporal rifts split open across the sky once more. These rifts spread across every corner of the primordial continent. In the heavens, on the land, and even within the oceans. From the rifts poured forth alien races, their bodies radiating black toxic fumes, causing plants to rot and the earth to corrode wherever they passed. The toxins carried by these creatures reminded Muyu of the Corruption King. Monsters that must share the same corrosive nature. Hear this, primordial human race. Mobilize your forces immediately and exterminate the alien races across the land. The primordial human race has mobilized, marching across the continent to purge the spreading contamination. East Sea, Fushi personally commands the primordial dragon clan mobilize all clans to immediately exterminate alien races throughout the waters. Zhongzhou Valley, Shinon, alien races invade, bringing cataclysmic calamity. I implore all primordial spirit beasts to lend this old man your strength. A piercing roar echoed through Zhongzhou Valley. Under the lead of the primordial Qilin, the Qilin scattered, charging toward the invaders appearing across the land. Battles erupted across every corner of the primordial continent. Under the combined assault of the primordial three clans and the human race, the number of foreign invaders rapidly dwindled and the ravaged lands began to slowly recover. Seeing this, Muyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. In an ordinary minor world, an invasion of 4,000 or 5,000 alien beings would already be considered a tough battle. But in Muyu's microcosm, there were over 10,000 spatial rifts alone. And the alien forces pouring out of them numbered a staggering 600,000. Such overwhelming numbers could annihilate any minor world creator below the rank of true god. Yet within Muyu's realm, they were utterly routed by the primordial creatures. The might of the primordial world was proven once more. Half an hour had passed in the real world since the battle began. And within the primordial world, the alien races in every corner were also utterly annihilated. Above, the dark clouds dispersed, the rifts in spacetime closed. And the entire primordial continent gradually became enveloped in a layer of golden light. Bathed in this golden radiance, the small world underwent earth-shattering transformations. The land expanded, vegetation flourished. Mountains rich with spiritual minerals rose from the earth. While spiritual springs and medicinal herbs could be found everywhere in mountain valleys and ravines. Creatures bathed in the golden light likewise gained tremendous enhancements. The intermediate innate chi of the primordial human race leaped directly beyond the advanced stage, ascending to the pinnacle of innate chi. The stature of the three innate races doubled, and their respective racial talents were enhanced. The primordial phoenix attained human form, transforming into a demonic woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with Hoi. The dragon clan gave birth to a new ancestral dragon, whose scales offered defense rivaling top-tier innate gale energy. While the Qilin clan collectively ascended to become auspicious beasts, gaining the power to heal and purify all things. The microcosm was rapidly undergoing a profound transformation. As the creator god of this small world, Muyu felt it even more intensely. As the golden halo reached its zenith, it shattered with a thunderous crash the very next second. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to quasi-demigod. Name, Muyu. Race, Blue Star Human. Faith Power, 797 unspent. Rank, Quasi-demigod 010000. Awakened innate skill, Celestial Emperor of Heaven. Chapter 36, Strike It Rich. The source crystal mine world. Skill description: you are both the heavenly Tao that governs this small world and the supreme leader guiding your people toward prosperity. When fighting alongside your tribe, you may transform into the heavenly Tao Emperor, channeling the collective power of your people into yourself. This appears to be a talent skill that channels the combat power of subordinates into oneself. The combat might of Muyu's microcosm was born in primordial chaos, its power already formidable beyond measure. If their power were channeled into him, it would unleash astonishing might. I must try this someday, Muyu mused with anticipation, wondering what it would feel like to become the Celestial Emperor. Breaking through to quasi-demigod status, Muyu felt confident about the upcoming college entrance exams. This enhancement not only expanded the primordial continent to 10,000 li but also caused the population of the small world to surge dramatically. Each of the three innate races now numbered over 3,000, a testament to his growing power. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Still in a state of heightened excitement, Muyu pulled out the coordinates of the divine relic he had obtained from the blind box. Though the method of obtaining this divine relic felt somewhat peculiar, Muyu decided to investigate it nonetheless. Having already attained quasi-demigod status, and having awakened combat-oriented innate skills, he possessed the confidence to venture alone into the unknown ruins. With that thought, Muyu retrieved the relic coordinates and began establishing a world bridge. Meanwhile, at a private club in Tai City, Zhang Xiaochang was puffing away in a private room with Xiao Yu and several others. "Hey, young Master Zhang, the college entrance exams are just days away. Aren't you going home to study?" asked a sharp-featured colleague, blowing smoke rings. "Review? Review my ass." Zhang Xiaochang spat. "For some reason, I can't grow a single plant in my magic world. My apprentice mage hasn't advanced in years. That bastard must have tampered with it. I'll get my revenge. That bastard's pretty notorious at your school." "Wang Yu, right?" another scarred young thug said in a low voice. "The chick next to him's hot. If I get the chance." Just as they chatted idly, a woman in revealing attire suddenly opened her eyes beside them. Someone entered the ruins. The fish took the bait. When Muyu entered the ruins, darkness enveloped his vision. Unlike the misty, desolate atmosphere of the martial arts world, this realm was utterly devoid of light. Or more accurately, it was utterly devoid of the sun. Could this be some kind of ghostly realm? Muyu couldn't help but gasp. For this expedition, Muyu hadn't projected his avatar. Instead, observing the expedition team's progress from a god's eye view. The expedition team still comprised 10 primordial human tribesmen. Though these primordial humans no longer wore simple armor and coarse cloth garments. After the end of the Dragon Han cataclysm, the human race had evolved from a tribal society into the early feudal era, with various trades beginning to take shape. Their tools and equipment now primarily consisted of spirit-infused artifacts. The armor worn by the expedition members had now been replaced with chain mail imbued with spiritual energy. The expedition team groped their way forward in the darkness, traveling for 3 days and nights without encountering any living beings in the vicinity. Only rows of graves and mass burial grounds came into view. Yet no undead creatures like zombies emerged from these mass graves. This small world felt to Muyu like an empty shell, devoid of anything inside. After exploring for a while with no leads, Muyu could only reluctantly exit this world. After leaving this world, Muyu checked on the other 2 world ruins he was developing. First was the corrupted martial arts realm. The outpost's warehouse already held substantial stockpiles. Over 100 basic Genesis source crystals, 16 intermediate source crystals, and 8 soul crystals. Materials imbued with corruption properties filled an entire warehouse. Though Muyu had little need for corrupted materials himself, they were highly marketable. Especially for dark-aligned minor world builders. Corrupted materials can help them cultivate specialized troop types. The resources within a second-tier divine ruin proved remarkably abundant. Muyu estimated that fully developing this minor world's resources would require at least a real-world week. After exiting the corrupted martial arts world, Muyu visited the resource world awarded to him by the school. The danger level in the resource world was extremely low, where 1,000 skeletal warriors were currently serving as porters. In a pure resource world, the soil must be explored and collected using instruments. The downside was slow progress. Unlike killing elite monsters, you couldn't just kill and take it. But the advantage was clear: the resources in resource worlds were purer. And as long as workers are dispatched, it can be obtained continuously. This world also boasts abundant mineral deposits, which, once mined and smelted, become the foundational materials for the primordial human race to forge chainmail armor. At this point, Muyu's microcosm contained not only the primordial continent. Another continent had emerged in a more distant location. This new landmass spans only about 10 kilometers. Constructed from mineral deposits gathered in resource development micro-worlds. Encountering diverse micro-worlds would only increase in the future. It was impossible to store all materials on the primordial continent.
Muyu contemplated building a planet dedicated to smelting ore and storing resources, where materials plundered from other micro-worlds and various troop types would be housed. His primordial world had its own path of development. Muyu didn't want to introduce too many elements that might interfere with its natural progression. The night passed without incident. The next day, he attended classes for the morning before heading home to tinker with his micro-world. Shinmushue, who usually clung to Muyu, gave him a quick farewell and hurried home. Rumor had it her parents had prepared numerous materials to enhance her small world, and she intended to give it her all before the college entrance exams, hoping to get into the same university as Muyu. So which university should I aim for? Muyu murmured to himself on the walk home. Huaxia Divine Academy seemed like a solid choice. It was the top university in the Dragon Nation. Muyu recalled the school Shinyan had mentioned to him. If he could get into Huaxia Divine Academy, he'd have access to the most resources and opportunities. Lost in thought, Muyu's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed new developments from the expedition team exploring the unknown world. He quickened his pace and ran toward home. Within the unknown ruins, piercing screams echoed from the darkness. Dozens of white-robed female ghosts charged toward the human exploration team. Yet these terrifying apparitions proved no match for the human blades. In the next instant, the ghosts were sliced clean in half, and dozens of glowing orbs floated up from their bodies. Primordial Genesis Crystal, a precious crystal in essence providing foundational energy for the evolution of microcosms. Dozens of female ghosts yielded an equal number of Genesis source crystals. Such an absurdly high drop rate suggested this ruin was likely a source crystal mine. If that were the case, Muyu would strike it rich. The expedition team pressed forward with their exploration. At this moment, in a dark corner of this unknown ruin, led by Zhang Xiaochang, 6 deities silently observed the primordial human race within their miniature world. Chapter 37, Demigod Invasion, 100,000 enemy troops. TSK, you and Muyu really are mortal enemies, aren't you? You've even used such a prime source crystal mine relic as bait, Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Your father must have spent a fortune to acquire this place. Oof. I told you, I'll make sure that brat Muyu can't take the college entrance exam, Zhang Xiaocheng declared, his tone hardening. Yet moments later, he softened to a slightly fawning pitch. Sister Mei, have you located that kid's microcosm yet? Mei Jia, full name Su Mei, was one of the elite experts Zhang Xiaochang had paid a fortune to hire for his revenge. But beyond revenge, Zhang Xiaochang found her alluring presence quite intriguing. Found it. Ready to connect anytime, Su Mei chirped sweetly. Young Master Zhang, is it really necessary to send 3 demigods to deal with a mere brat? That's a bit too much bullying, don't you think? Heh, just playing it safe. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochang had transformed into a complete suck-up. Sister Mei, my demands aren't high, just cripple his little world. Oh, alright then, Su Mei chuckled lightly. Let's begin invading his little world. Warning! Warning! The microcosm is under external invasion. Muyu, who had been monitoring the expedition team's progress, suddenly heard the system's alarm. He froze for a moment before immediately returning to his own microcosm. In the outer space surrounding Muyu's microcosm, a colossal world bridge was being constructed. One end connected to Muyu's primordial continent, while the other end linked to 5 unknown planes. Li Ji's advanced magical civilization, Sun Ji's mechanical civilization, and Mei Jia's succubus civilization, these 3 demigods alone could crush Muyu's small world dozens of times over. Watching the massive army gathering on his side, Zhang Xiaocheng couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Don't forget my Blood Moon civilization, Xiaoyu reminded him. That damn kid humiliated me in front of the second high school students. I'll make him pay for that. He's just a high schooler. So what if he's strong? I could take him down single-handedly, the so-called brotherly sneered with disdain. Back in my high school days, they called me the mini-world destroyer. I wiped out countless little worlds behind the teachers' backs. Brotherly sure knows how to brag, Su Mei said with a flutter of her eyelashes. A trainee demigod? A small world tops a few thousand miles at most. That tiny area wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. Even a mosquito is meat, interrupted the impatient youth surnamed Zhao. Let's settle how we'll divide the spoils once we enter the microcosm. My mechanical civilization needs massive iron or reserves minerals are mine. Then I'll take all the males in the microcosm, Su Mei giggled, covering her mouth. My succubus army is sorely lacking in male nourishment. Then I'll take the land. It's perfect for building Dragon Valley, I've been short on space. Amidst their banter, the 3 had already divided Muyu's microcosm among themselves. Their tone was so casual it sounded as if Muyu's microcosm was already theirs for the taking. Listening to the 3 demigods chatting and laughing, a smug smile spread across Zhang Xiaocheng's face. Muyu, I've invited 3 demigods to invade your little world. I can't wait to see you call me grandpa when you meet me. System, why is my microcosm being invaded? And who are the invaders? Muyu inquired. Host, while exploring other worlds, there is a chance your location information may be exposed to other deities entering the microcosm. Currently, 5 known invaders exist.
Please prepare for combat. Does anyone else know the coordinates of this blind box acquired micro-world? Muyu frowned. Someone's targeting me. Muyu's gaze grew icy. 5 people invading his small world simultaneously. Clearly not here with good intentions. They were likely aiming to completely destroy his little world. Since they showed such hostility, he saw no need to hold back. Outside Muyu's microcosm, the world bridge had now been fully constructed. On the other side of the bridge, 5 armies nearly 100,000 strong had now fully assembled. Ha! Why hasn't the little world across the bridge made a move yet? Aren't they coming to the bridge for the first wave of defense? Su Mei wondered. Ha! Defense? Don't be ridiculous. How could he possibly defend against our 100,000 troops? Lee Sun laughed arrogantly. He's probably cowering in his little world, trembling in fear at the sight of our massive army. Cut the nonsense. Since he won't send troops out, we'll just march in. Sun Tai's gaze turned icy. It had been too long since he'd crushed a weak plane. He eagerly anticipated the sight of his mechanical tribe smashing enemy skulls to pieces. As the discussion ended, a 100,000-strong army set off. They advanced along the world bridge toward the barrier of Muyu's small world. And that seemingly impenetrable barrier shattered with a thunderous crash after several assaults. Sun Tai, now transformed into a mechanical being, roared with laughter. Charge in! Crush every living thing in this world. With Sun Tai's battle cry, the 100,000-strong army surged into the primordial continent. But unbeknownst to them, as the invasion force breached the small world, 5 unassuming red birds also flew through the shattered world barrier toward the bridge. The 5 birds first soared together across the main bridge, then split apart, each heading toward one of the 5 invading worlds. At that moment, the 5 individuals who had followed the army into the small world were stunned by the sight before them. Endless plains stretched beneath them, towering mountains pierced the clouds, and ancient trees soared 100 feet high into the sky. My goodness, this is the minor world of a trainee demigod? Su Mei, transformed into a fiery succubus, covered her mouth in astonishment. This world must span tens of thousands of miles. 10,000 miles is just what we can see. The actual area is probably much larger, Li Hang laughed heartily. Though absurdly vast, there's little sign of development, just primeval jungle. Looks like we're in for a fortune. A vast world means abundant metal resources. A high schooler owning such a huge landmass is like a juicy piece of meat. Sun Tai grinned ruthlessly. I can't wait to crush the intelligent races in this little world and plunder its resources like mad. Zhang Xiaochang and Xiaoyu now wore expressions of utter astonishment. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined Muyu's little world could be so vast. But their astonishment was quickly overshadowed by a deeper, more intense jealousy. They must utterly destroy this guy's little world. A world this vast was something they didn't possess, and they would never allow anyone else to have it. Dragon Knight Legion, unleash your flames. Burn this world to ashes. As Li Hang's battle cry echoed, a dark mass of colossal dragons rose from the rear of the legion. Zhang Xiaochang watched the nearly 1,000 dragons, envy flickering in his eyes. With such an invincible Dragon Knight Legion at their disposal, crushing Muyu's little world would be no problem at all. Chapter 38, Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far. The mechanical clan's armored legion crushes all upon this land, plunder and slaughter every living soul. As Sun Tai's words fell, hundreds of near-future armored combat vehicles plunged into the primeval jungle, shattering rocks and snapping trees in their wake. Since you 2 handsome fellows are working so hard, I'll cheer you on from the rear. Su Mei declared. Behind her, the succubus army unleashed their magic, casting wave after wave of fervent spells upon the Dragon Knights and the mechanical clan. Instantly, the Dragon Knights flapped their wings with renewed, almost drug-induced fervor. The mechanical tribe's electronic eyes turned crimson, emitting eerie, shrieking cries. Su Mei's succubus tribe is getting more and more formidable. They can even charm mechanical lifeforms, Sun Tai praised. Hee, I just gave your iron lump a little overload. Su Mei fluttered her eyelashes at Sun Tai. Want me to try it on you too? Amidst their conversation, a sudden change occurred. A thunderous voice boomed from the heavens. Which lowly creature dares invade our Huaxia civilization? The instant the voice echoed, the once tranquil primordial continent roused from its slumber. The skies darkened, thunder roared, and lightning flashed as if the entire world was enraged. A terrifying spectacle. Scoundrels? Ha! Kid, once we wipe out every last intelligent being in your little world, you'll be begging us for mercy. Li Hang, mounted upon a colossal dragon, bellowed defiantly into the sky. Before our Dragon Legion, all foes shall be reduced to ashes. Dragon Legion? More like a 2-legged lizard army. Muyu sneered mercilessly. Now you'll see what a true dragon really is. The moment his words fell, a colossal roar erupted from within the primordial continent. As slender, majestic Chinese dragons surged toward the Western Dragon Legion. At the forefront, the second-generation ancestral dragon was the most colossal, stretching 100 meters in length. Its scales shimmering with golden halos, overlapping like intricate artwork. When Li Hang saw the swarm of Chinese dragons converging on his Western Dragon Legion, he burst into loud laughter. Am I seeing things? You actually think these four-legged snakes are dragons? Ha! That's hilarious. Not only Li Hang, but even Sun Tai, Zhang Xiaochang, and the others couldn't help but chuckle. In Blue Star's traditional beliefs, four-legged snakes were also called dragons. They were worlds apart from Western dragons. Western dragons with their massive wings, razor-sharp fangs, and claws were the true symbols of royalty. When you see these four-legged snakes torn apart by my Dragon Legion, don't come crying to me. Li Hang sneered. A bunch of trash daring to compare themselves to my Dragon Legion? You're not worthy. No need for your Dragon Legion, Sun Tai snorted coldly. My Mechanical Legion's laser cannons alone can wipe out these four-legged snakes. But at that moment, Muyu's commanding voice boomed from the sky. Huaxia Dragon Clan, heed my order. Use your claws and fangs to tear apart these two-legged lizards before you. The second ancestral dragon received the command and immediately let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, leading the Huaxia Dragon Clan in a charge toward the Western Dragon Legion. Ha! That's like hitting a stone with an egg. Li Hang was brimming with confidence. How could the Chinese dragons possibly stand a chance against my Western Dragon Legion? In an instant, the Huaxia dragons collided with the Western dragons, and a crimson mist instantly rained down from the sky. Just as Li Hang was about to triumphantly declare his Dragon Legion's crushing victory, the very next second, he froze in shock. For in the distant skies, the scene he expected Western dragons slaughtering the Chinese dragons. On the contrary, the Western dragons were slaughtered by the Chinese Dragon Clan. Dragon flames erupting from the Western dragons failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon the Chinese dragons, while the sharp claws of the Chinese dragons effortlessly tore the former's wings to shreds. How could these four-legged serpents be so powerful? The five invaders of this minor world now stared in utter disbelief. The Western dragons, once symbols of a mighty race, were now being slaughtered one-sidedly by the Chinese dragons, which was utterly unbelievable. Sun Tai was the first to react. After cursing under his breath, he immediately issued orders to his Mechanical Legion, activate energy cannons. Target, Chinese dragons. Amidst the forest, the cargo beds of the mechanized armored vehicles automatically opened, revealing a series of futuristic-looking cannons. The barrels began to glow with a blue aura. In an instant, hundreds of laser beams shot simultaneously into the air. These laser beams reached temperatures of 1,000 degrees in an instant. No race below the level of a true god could withstand their concentrated fire. Sun Tai wore a confident expression. But the next second, he was brutally proven wrong. The high-temperature beams inflicted no damage whatsoever upon the Huaxia Dragon Clan. After successfully passing their tribulation, the entire Huaxia Dragon Clan had been enhanced, their scales now possessing astonishing defensive capabilities. Li Hang, witnessing this, flew into a rage. Damn you, Sun Tai. Are you some kind of spy sent by the enemy? How can those beams have no offensive power at all? Shut your mouth. This group of Chinese dragons is no ordinary bunch. Sun Tai's face darkened. By now, few Western dragons remained visible in the sky. Most had been torn to shreds under the fierce assault of the Chinese dragons. Those that survived now let out piercing screams, utterly devoid of any majestic presence. The flesh and blood of the Dragon Legion rained down upon the earth like a torrential downpour. Mechanized Legion, focus all weapons on the Chinese dragons. Sun Tai issued the order again. Summary, what are you saving your enchantment for? Hurry and charm those damn Chinese dragons. Summary finally snapped out of her daze and prepared to relay the order to her troops, when suddenly, battle cries erupted from the jungle's edge. The Mechanical Legion reacted swiftly. The T-800 Terminators in the front line swept the enemy moving through the dense forest with Gatling guns. Their electronic eyes glowed crimson as armor-piercing rounds poured forth, capable of cleaving towering trees clean in half within mere seconds. Just as Sun Tai marveled at his Mechanical Legion's firepower, over 1,000 primordial humans clad in silver chainmail burst forth from the thicket. Each bore a black greatsword forged in the image of the golden sword. Their bodies enveloped in primordial chi so dense it seemed solid, utterly impervious to bullets. The moment they closed in on the T-800, the primordial humans didn't even need their greatswords, shattering the T-800's chest with a single punch, then roared as they tore the entire mechanical body in two. The laser cannons on the armored vehicle locked onto the primordial humans mere inches away. But before it could fire, the primordial human sliced it clean in two with his greatsword. The legions dispatched by Li Hang and Sun Tai proved utterly helpless against the enemy's onslaught, causing the two men, who had been smiling moments before, to darken in expression. This guy's power doesn't match that of a novice demigod. Maybe we should retreat, Summary spoke up. Withdrawing now would only cost us some troops. But if he crosses the world bridge into our microcosm. Sumei's words were cut short by a deafening roar from the heavens. Those who dare invade the Huaxia world shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Invaders! Are you prepared to be invaded by my small world? The moment the words fell, the expressions of all five changed drastically. Chapter 39, The Ace Up the Sleeve. The Great Demon, the Human Emperor descends. It wasn't just Muyu's imposing voice that caused their faces to turn pale, but also the simultaneous sensation that the world barriers protecting their own realms had been shattered. A shattered world barrier meant that until it was repaired, they couldn't deactivate the world bridges. Enemies could use these bridges to invade their worlds. Damn it! Why was my world barrier destroyed? Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse. What the hell are you lot doing? You didn't even notice our home turf was being invaded. What if my micro world gets infiltrated? I still have to take my college entrance exams. Shut your mouth, brat. Sun Tai snapped coldly. We're all in the same boat now. If you don't want your world invaded, stop barking like a dog. Look closely, we haven't lost yet. Li Hang chimed in. The enemy only wiped out 20,000 of our troops. We still have over 80,000 forces left, and our trump cards remain. If you have any trump cards left, play them now, Zhang Xiaocheng chimed in. If you screw this up, you won't get a single penny. Failing an invasion and getting counter-invaded is an extremely serious matter. Dragon Nation law stipulates that if a small world is invaded, and the invader successfully counter-invades the aggressor's small world, it is deemed legitimate self-defense. Resources plundered may not exceed 80% of the target world's total resources. In other words, if Muyu defeats the five and invades their micro-world, 80% of their world's resources would be plundered by Muyu. Given the gravity of the situation, the three demigods held nothing back. Sume, I recall your innate abilities are bloodlust and eternal slumber, right? Li Hang said. Hold on, help me enhance the monsters. With that, Li Hang began mobilizing the mage units within his forces. At that moment, Muyu led the human race and the three primordial tribes' forces in a mighty procession to resist Muyu's advancing army. Sun Tai activated his innate skill first, energy fusion, electromagnetic barrier. Sun Tai's entire mechanical army began to spark and crackle as if short-circuited, followed by massive currents coalescing before rapidly spreading out to envelop the invading legions. Sun Tai's innate skill leaned toward defense. After completing this, Sun Tai sighed. Li Hang, I've drained all the robots' energy to form this barrier. The rest is up to you. Li Hang remained silent as a massive crimson magic circle began to form before him. As the formation solidified, knights from the Legion escorted thousands of mages to its edge. Blades rose and fell, slaughtering thousands of mages. Their blood began to flow automatically across the crimson magic circle. Li Hang's innate abilities were blood sacrifice and demon whisper. The former allowed him to sacrifice troops possessing magical power to demons, while the latter enabled communication with powerful infernal fiends. As the continuous sacrifice of thousands of mages unfolded, the soldiers of Li Hang's legion were gripped by terror. Their morale plummeted due to this sacrifice. Outside the electromagnetic barrier, Muyu observed the shield with keen interest. This was the second time he had witnessed another world builder's innate skill, beyond Xinyan's undead scourge. As his gaze swept across the scene, he caught sight of the invaders' faces. He recognized two of them, Zhang Xiaocheng and Xiaoyu. His pupils narrowed slightly at the sight of them. After much thought, only these two had a motive to invade his small world. Long time no see, gentlemen, Muyu said with a smile, looking at Zhang Xiaocheng and Xiaoyu. Haven't seen you in a few days and you're already itching for a beating? Don't get cocky, Muyu. Zhang Xiaocheng's voice was shrill. Once our strongest fighter emerges, we'll crush your little world and make you beg for mercy. Muyu, do you realize you've made me the laughingstock of the entire second high school? Xiaoyu blared at him viciously. I'll crush every race in your little world and make sure you never get to take the college entrance exam. At that moment, Muyu was surrounded by the three primordial clans and the primordial human clan. And upon hearing Xiaoyu's curse, they all stirred with agitation. Muyu stood at the forefront of the primordial tribes, golden sword slung across his back. His entire body enveloped in a golden halo, as if a war god had possessed him. Standing slightly behind him were the three deities Fuxi, Hui, and Shinnon, with the primordial tribes following further back. With the words spoken thus far, there could be no peaceful resolution. Muyu raised the golden sword and gave the order to attack. The primordial tribes immediately surged toward the electromagnetic barrier, causing it to tremble precariously within moments. One after another, the robots were drained of energy and rendered completely useless. 30,000 robots tasked with charging the barrier crashed and burned like straw, failing in droves. Watching his painstakingly cultivated robotic army vanish like this, Sun Taijin felt his heart bleed. But just before the last robot was destroyed, Li Hang finally completed the sacrifice of all the mages. A blood vortex spread across the land, accompanied by a strange, eerie cackle. A nearly 10-meter-tall goat-headed demon crawled out of the blood vortex. Blood of desire. Sume immediately unleashed her innate skill. Yet the goat-headed demon raised its head, emitting a piercing moan. The blood on the ground seemed to gain life, completely enveloping the demon's body. Death's solace.
A massive succubus apparition materialized before the goat-headed demon.
The demon leaned into the phantom's embrace, seemingly sinking into slumber. As it slept, the goat-headed demon's body ignited with a greenish flame. Its aura rapidly surged, advancing from a mid-tier demon to a greater demon. A greater demon, a super-powered combat unit that could only be cultivated by true gods of the first tier of the infernal realm or higher. Li Heng stared coldly at Mu Yu. Your little world, we're taking it. The moment the words fell, the archfiend let out a piercing roar. Its shattered wings spread wide as a massive skeletal sword was drawn from its back. The archfiend's aura was undeniably formidable. Feeling the boundless killing intent radiating from it, Mu Yu knew the demon lord was about to get serious. These invaders from another world seek to plunder our lands and exterminate our race. Mu Yu's voice rang with authority. How shall we deal with these aggressors? Kill! 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 The three primordial tribes roared in unison, the primordial human race brandishing their great swords and shouting aloud. Follow my lead. Crush the invaders. Trample their world into oblivion. The moment Mu Yu's voice fell, thousands of golden halos behind him instantly merged into his body. His aura surged relentlessly, his stature exploding to 3 meters. The golden halos coalesced and solidified, gradually forming a set of golden armor. The golden sword, responding to his surging stature, lengthened by 2 meters. Heavenly Tao Emperor. Heavenly Tao Emperor. Heavenly Tao Emperor. Behind Mu Yu, the three gods and the primordial human clan roared incessantly. With each sustained roar, Mu Yu's aura surged once more. Innate skill, Celestial Human Emperor. When fighting alongside your kin, you may absorb their power to manifest as the Human Emperor. The manifestation strength correlates with your kin's inherent power, their level of divine recognition, and their conviction. Now clad in golden armor and wielding a golden sword. Resembling a war god, his aura overwhelming. Chapter 40, 1v5 Victory, Mu Yu's compassionate heart. Goodness, how majestic. Summary, standing amidst the enemy ranks, gazed up at Mu Yu towering 3 meters above her. A hint of infatuation flickering in her eyes. Behind her, the numerous succubi were even more outrageous, collectively emitting an unseemly chorus of lewd whispers. The succubi race possessed an innate tendency to follow the strongest. Instinctively aligning with the strongest, even if that strength belonged to an enemy. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. Li Heng cursed under his breath, then barked orders at the archfiend. What are you standing around for? Kill him. The archfiend, receiving the order, immediately charged toward Mu Yu. While Mu Yu remained rooted to the spot. The golden aura expanded once more, rapidly coalescing around the golden sword in his hand. The world barrier's fracture had a time limit, and Mu Yu didn't want to waste too much time. So he channeled all his golden energy into the golden sword. As Mu Yu swung the golden sword, a sword chi of terrifying might surge toward the archfiend and the invaders behind it. Golden sword energy, a sweeping blade energy unleashed by channeling the faith of an entire race. Only a true emperor can unleash its full might. The instant the golden blade energy was unleashed, the archfiend erupted in a deafening roar. Green flames ignited upon the skeleton sword, and it raised the blade in a defensive stance. The next second, the golden sword energy pierced through its body, and a jaw-dropping sight unfolded. The great demon seemed to freeze mid-motion, and then, all over its body, each patch of skin rapidly cracked and split, golden halos seeping from the fissures. The next second, the colossal demon's massive body shattered with a thunderous crash. Li Heng and Sun Tai, witnessing this scene, both wore expressions of utter shock. What the hell was this? A powerful unit that could only be cultivated by a tier 1 true god was instantly annihilated by Mu Yu's single sword strike. Zhang Xiaochang erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn it! Actors! They're all actors. Why is he so damn strong? Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is going on? Is he really just a high school student at my level? Despair and jealousy twisted together on Xiao Yu's face. That damn bastard, damn him. As these invaders each vented their grievances, the golden sword chi continued to expand, leaving nothing standing in its path. The legion of 5 invaders dwindled to less than 50,000 in an instant, while the primordial races charged toward them. A one-sided slaughter commenced. Quick! Retreat to your respective microcosms and dispatch more troops to defend. Li Heng was the first to regain his senses, abandoning all his men without hesitation as he turned and sprinted toward the world bridge. Sun Tai's electronic eyes flashed crimson, clearly enraged to the extreme. His forces were the first to be completely annihilated, and now retreat was their only option. Hey, don't leave me behind! Xiao Yu cried out, his voice trembling as he shouted and waved for his werewolves and vampires to retreat. Yet the next instant, Yuan Feng led the Phoenix clan into battle. Flames engulfed the sky, incinerating every vampire and werewolf in their path. Xiao Yu's projection shattered and vanished from the spot amidst his wails. Thud! Zhang Xiaochang suddenly dropped to his knees. He slapped himself across the face over a dozen times. Spare Mu Yu. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Don't plunder my microcosm. I don't want to become a cripple. Plundering 80% of a microcosm's resources would deal a devastating blow to it. Though it could recover afterward, the damage to its foundations. It would be nearly impossible to advance any further in this lifetime. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xiaochang now begged Muyu for forgiveness like a dog. Yet when primordial races pass through, not a single trace remains. Muyu didn't even notice the man begging at his feet. Zhang Xiaochang was crushed to death on the spot by a Qilin. Dragon Nation law stipulated that unauthorized intrusion into another's microcosm entailed immense personal risk. Allowing the plunder of 80 resources was already considered Dragon Nation's mercy. In a foreign realm, one might be permitted to counter-plunder 100% of the world's resources or even kill the offender in the real world. Great World Master, I pledge allegiance to you with all my succubus tribe. Just as Muyu swept across the battlefield atop the primordial Qilin, Sumei's eyes sparkled with flattery as she knelt before Muyu. I offered to hand over the world's core to you, becoming your subordinate deity. By now, Muyu's overwhelming power was undeniable. And upon realizing this high school senior possessed absurdly powerful potential, Sumei chose allegiance without hesitation. For a minor world builder like her, becoming a subordinate deity to a powerful being was an opportunity that could only be seized when it presented itself. I will serve you faithfully, she murmured, flashing a seductive smile. In the real world, her spaghetti strap slipped casually, revealing a generous expanse of snow-white skin. Yet Muyu's next words shattered her defenses. Move aside, lady. You're blocking my way to raid your place. You straight bastard. Sumei's voice cut off abruptly. The next second, her body was torn apart by the Huaxia dragon. The defeat came like a mountain collapsing. After annihilating the invading forces in the minor world, Muyu led the primordial races toward the world bridge. TSK. 5 small worlds, quite the haul. Muyu gazed across the world bridge at the 5 spherical continents of varying sizes and clicked his tongue. 3 gods, take command. Each lead a force to conquer the demigod world. Human race, take command. Split into 2 teams to explore the apprentice demigod world. Under Muyu's arrangements, 5 mighty forces poured into the invaders' small worlds. After observing from the outside for a moment, Muyu entered the largest of the small worlds. What met his eyes was a scorched wasteland, where Fushi stood atop the primordial dragon, locked in fierce combat with a western dragon that had flown in. This is Li Hang's magical realm. Though the elite legion has been utterly annihilated, troops still remained within his microcosm. The Huaxia dragon clan entering this microcosm was now mercilessly slaughtering the sentient races within. Though it appears extremely bloody. Such is the nature of civilizational warfare. To acquire more resources, to avoid being plundered by other civilizations, one must plunder other civilizations. Survival of the fittest. Next, Muyu entered the other 4 microcosms one by one to observe the battles. The outcomes were largely similar. Once primordial races entered, the small worlds could barely mount a proper counterattack. More and more combat units were annihilated after eliminating the soldiers. The production units were destroyed. The slaughter continued until the deities of all 5 microcosms surrendered. On the world bridge, the 5 invaders knelt side by side, looking as awkward as elementary school students who'd done something wrong. Muyu stood before them, surrounded by a circle of primordial human tribesmen. I am not one to hold grudges, Muyu declared in his first words. Out of humanitarian consideration, I'll only take 30% of your resources, Muyu declared next. At these words, the crowd, whose hearts had been as cold as death, immediately looked up in astonishment. Only 30%? That meant their small world still had a chance to advance. As a condition, you must offer me some benefits. The extent of those benefits will determine how much of your remaining 50% resources I take. As he uttered his third sentence, Muyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile. Chapter 41, Sumei's Self-Offering, A Bountiful Harvest. Zhang Xiaochang and the others now dared not resist in the slightest. Muyu's forces were still stationed within their small world. And at his command, they could level their entire world. Moreover, they had initiated this invasion. If Muyu reported it to the police, they'd be sent straight to jail. I'll offer 10 mid-grade Genesis Source crystals. Xiaoyu spoke up first. These were saved for my college entrance exams. I'll give them all to you now. 10 mid-grade crystals? That seems barely enough to redeem 10% of the resources, Muyu smiled. Muyu, you. Xiaoyu's forehead veins bulged as he started to curse, but Zhang Xiaochang cut him off. Brother you, I have 20 mid-tier Genesis Source crystals and 130 low-tier Source crystals, Zhang Xiaochang said, pulling out handfuls of crystals. These should cover 30 resources, right? This world-expanding crystal holds 500 Li. My dad spent 10 million blue star coins on it that should cover about 20 resources. Watching the mastermind behind the entire operation to invade Muyu now obediently handing over materials. The other 4 were dumbfounded. This guy's such a bully backing down already? But then again, Muyu's terms were remarkably lenient now. If they surrendered enough treasures, they could reduce the land loss from 80 to just 30. While still significant, with sufficient resources, they could recover. So for them right now, trading treasures to reduce the plundered area was indeed a good deal. Realizing this, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and produced 2 more items. Mu. Brother Muyu, this is a species evolution acceleration kit I just bought from the market. It's worth about 20 million blue star coins. As wealthy young masters, Zhang Xiaochang and Xiaoyu possessed no shortage of valuable items. After squeezing them dry, it was time to approach the 3 demigods. Brother Muyu, I can become your subordinate deity. Everything I possess is yours. Sumei's voice carried a coy sweetness as she kept batting her eyelashes at Muyu. A subordinate deity is one who surrenders their world core to another, becoming a vassal deity. Generally, possessing a subordinate deity symbolized power. At Sumei's blatant advances, the others watched with burning eyes, their hearts filled with envy. Muyu appraised Sumei from head to toe, then shook his head. Sis, let's keep things separate. What treasure are you offering in exchange? Compared to Shin Mushue, Sumei fell far short in both looks and presence. Muyu couldn't muster the slightest interest in her. Left speechless, Sumei could only silently hand over a large pile of source stones and other materials. While Li Hang and Sun Tai also handed over their materials with a heavy heart. In the end, Muyu acquired a substantial haul from the 5 intruders. 1023 basic source crystals, 236 intermediate source crystals. 1 world expanding crystal 500 mile range, 1 species evolution kit. 1 T800 production line, 1 city skyline module. 1,000 tons of black iron ore, 5,000 tons of star vein copper ore. 1 mineral water generation kit 100 million tons. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Muyu, who was counting the exchange items, suddenly looked at Zhang Xiaochang. That pitch-black ruin world of yours, what tier of divine ruin is it? Yes, it's a tier 1, Zhang Xiaochang replied in a submissive tone. That little world will belong to me from now on. You won't send people to attack me while I'm exploring it, will you? Absolutely not, Brother Muyu. We'd never dare offend you again. We only ask that you don't report the invasion of the small world to the police. Muyu nodded slightly. Rest assured on that. I've received what I deserve, so I won't cause you any trouble. After inventorying the resources, the final step was to extract the micro-world. As the world bridge trembled, Muyu's microcosm slowly advanced toward the other 5. The moment they collided, the interiors of the 5 worlds caved and earth sank, rock layers collapsed. Vast quantities of land resources were being extracted and surged into Muyu's microcosm. Muyu issued a brief command, channeling all the extracted mass from the 5 small worlds into the newly sprouted continent. 500 li, 100 li, 5,000 li. When the final 1 unit of resources was extracted, Muyu's new continent had expanded to 8,000 li. 8,000 li was already enormous. Consider that even Shinfupa's small world spanned no more than 5,000 li. A new continent emerged in the cosmos. Muyu named it the Resource Continent. Having secured all the benefits he could, Muyu nodded in satisfaction. And without so much as a word to the 5, he led the human race back to the primordial continent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 7,000 li of land essence. All species developing on this land receive a 100% attribute bonus. Hearing the system notification, Muyu's lips curved into a faint smile. There was a reason he had only demanded 30 small world masses from Zhang Xiaochang and the others. For the land forming the most vital part of their microcosms only accounted for 30% of their total mass. This move appeared to be Muyu showing mercy by letting them off lightly. But in reality, the potential of their land had been completely drained by Muyu, making it extremely difficult for them to not only continue developing but even maintain their current state. Their micro-worlds would gradually wither into barren wastelands over time. I'm a good person, so I won't bully the weak, Muyu murmured. But when it comes to enemies, I show no mercy either. In battles between small world builders, the victor can plunder the loser's world at will. This means the very foundation of this world is built on slaughter and plunder. Though Muyu emerged utterly victorious in this battle, it didn't mean he was invincible. Had Muyu not activated his human emperor mode to instantly slay the great demon sacrificed by Li Hang, its combat prowess could have inflicted casualties among the primordial races. In the realm of first-tier true gods, the great demon counts as a formidable unit. Yet within legions commanded by second or third-tier true gods, it was merely an ordinary soldier. Muyu dared not imagine the devastation if an entire legion of great demons appeared in his small world. Its destructive power would be unimaginable. Therefore, only by growing stronger could his small world survive and continue to thrive. With this realization, Muyu's goal became crystal clear once more. He would not only pass the college entrance exam to enter the top university in the Dragon Nation, but he would also make his small world the strongest world. Returning to his microcosm, Muyu began laying the groundwork for the creation of a new continent. With the powerful buff of plus 100 to all species attributes, the races on the resource continent will become twice as powerful as before. Ding! Please select the quantity of Genesis source crystals to invest to accelerate the evolution of the resource continent. Investing 100 intermediate Genesis crystals. Investment successful. The resource continent now possesses abundant evolution energy. Chapter 42, Logistics Continent completed, advance into the unclaimed plane. Integrate the species evolution kit and 100 million tons of mineral water generation kit into the resource continent. With Muyu's command issued, the evolution commenced. The species evolution kit provides the resource continent with ready-made evolutionary templates for species. The infusion of 100 million tons of mineral water has made this continent even more vibrant. A species explosion occurs, propelling the resource continent's rapid development to the point where conditions for birthing intelligent species are now met. As the deity, you halted the emergence of intelligent life. You deployed the T-800 production line and set it to operate autonomously. The T-800 appeared on the resource continent, appearing exceptionally robust. Under your command, the T-800S scoured for metallic minerals and fed them into the T-800 production line, manufacturing more T-800S. You did not program these machines with attack protocols. They became the most loyal builders in the resource world. You applied the City Skylines mod to the resource continent. Now you can plan this land as you see fit, with T-800S assisting you in completing the final construction. The T-800 population rapidly surged to 10,000. Their presence now blankets the resource continent as they construct warehouses, airfields, railways, and power facilities according to your specifications. The airfields were constructed on an immense scale, while railways extended to every corner of the resource continent. Once this infrastructure was complete, the majority of T-800S were concentrated within a vast designated area. Under your command, the T-800S began constructing teleportation stations, with 3 of them quickly activated and operational. A unit known as Skeleton Warriors arrived on the resource continent via the teleportation stations, carrying precious minerals mined from other small worlds. These precious minerals were transported by train to massive smelting machinery, where they were refined into metal ingots for various purposes. The second teleportation base station also welcomed a group of Skeleton Warriors, but these carried various corrupted materials and faith fires. After loading onto trains, these materials were sorted and transported to massive warehouses. The once empty warehouses were gradually filling up. Resource continent is the land Muyu specifically designated for mining and storing materials. Consuming 100 mid-grade source crystals accelerated this world's development by roughly 10,000 years. Compared to its barren beginnings, the resource continent had undergone a complete transformation. Hundreds of thousands of T-800 transport robots carried out material handling and processing tasks in perfect order. Minerals extracted from the micro-worlds were automatically transported to steel furnaces for smelting, then stored in warehouses as metal ingots. Common metal ingots were used to produce T-800 transport robots, while rare metals like black iron ore were supplied to the primordial continent for forging into superior armor. Other materials are stored in warehouses. Should Muyu require them, they can be retrieved from storage with exceptional efficiency. Surveying the increasingly refined fully automated industrial system on the resource continent, Muyu nodded with satisfaction. The foundational framework of the resource continent was now complete, and subsequent purchases of construction machinery like excavators and T-800 upgrade modules, which would significantly boost the mining speed of the divine ruins and the operational efficiency of the resource continent. By the time he exited the microcosm, it was already 10 p.m. Weariness washed over him. Muyu closed his eyes and fell asleep. Over the next few days, Muyu focused solely on one task, mining the source crystal mine world. Below is the source crystal mine development log. Ding! After half a month of exploration, your kin have finally discovered the entrance to the subterranean realm. Along the way, your tribe slayed 103 female ghosts and 42 ghouls, earning you 89 primary Genesis source crystals. Before entering the cavern, your kin asked if you wished to establish an outpost. You declined and entrusted them with the world beacon. Should danger arise, they may summon Hoi, the god of archery, to aid in battle. The expedition team ventured deep into the cavern and discovered a vast subterranean realm within. Through a diary found in the hands of a corpse beside the rocks, you learned this was once a spirit realm. One day 1,000 years ago, a bloodthirsty alien race appeared upon this land. They corrupted the spirit world, plunging it into eternal darkness. Setting down the diary, your tribe began exploring this vast subterranean cavern. Hordes of bloodthirsty monsters swarmed toward them, creatures with degenerated eyes. Your kin bravely engaged them in fierce combat. A total of 143 ghouls were slain, yielding 112 basic Genesis crystals. The brave primordial humans pressed deeper into the cavern, soon halting before a vast fork in the path. These honeycomb-like junctions were extremely easy to get lost in, so you decided to establish an outpost here. While constructing the outpost, nearly 40 female ghosts attacked, but they were swiftly eliminated by the primordial humans. You obtained 32 basic Genesis source crystals. After establishing the outpost, you dispatched 1,000 T-800 robots to assist with operations alongside the primordial humans. Light bulbs strung along the wires illuminated the area, bringing a momentary sense of relief to the tense primordial humans. With a total of 103 downward extending caverns, you decided to assign 5 T-800s and 3 primitive humans to each one. The exploration commenced. Utilizing the T-800s wireless communication capabilities, reports soon streamed back from each cave. Some caves led to dead ends, others housed mutated monsters, while the farthest right cave opened into a deeper subterranean realm. With the T-800s assistance, the humans retrieved 124 primary source crystals and continued exploring deeper into the subterranean realm, where even larger monster swarms seemed to lurk. This ruin truly was a source crystal mine. Having explored this far, Muyu had already obtained over 500 primary Genesis source crystals from the site. Combined with those seized from the invaders, Muyu now possessed a staggering 2,000 primary source crystals alone. At 50,000 blue star coins per primary source crystal, 2,000 amounted to a staggering 100 million blue star coins. Muyu never dreamed that after living in constant financial hardship, he would amass such a fortune in less than 2 months after awakening his microcosm. This ruin was, at best, the remnant of a failed advancement attempt at the peak of Tier 1, not particularly dangerous. Let the primordial human race continue exploring it, Muyu murmured to himself as he lay in bed. He'd heard the homeroom teacher was going to announce something big tomorrow. Wondered what it could be. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, with only 1 week left until the college entrance exams. Everyone should give it their all. Once you get into university, things will be easier, the homeroom teacher said with a smile from the podium. And here, I have some good news to share. Hearing this, the class instantly fell silent. Our city was highly impressed with your performance in the last mock exam, the homeroom teacher continued. As a result, they've granted us a special opportunity to pioneer an unclaimed plane. Every senior high school student in the city is eligible to participate. Chapter 43, Shin Mushua's whining gets her ripped off at the market. The announcement sent the students into an uproar. Muyu was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the higher-ups in Tai City to be so generous. Securing such a perk as pioneering an unclaimed plane. If divine relics were likened to private mini-dungeons, then an unclaimed plane could be seen as a vast region teeming with such dungeons, wild monsters, and even wild deities. This is an entry-level unclaimed plane, the homeroom teacher explained. Third-tier true god-level experts have already categorized its regions by danger level. As you all know, unclaimed planes hold precious resources and even offer a chance to obtain coordinates for fallen divine relics. So cherish this opportunity, let it fuel your final push toward the college entrance exams. During the break, everyone was intensely discussing tomorrow's entry into the unclaimed plane. Muyu didn't leave immediately either. He sat at his desk, deep in thought. Undoubtedly, he had developed a keen interest in the unclaimed realm. And the most crucial point was that exploring the unclaimed realm offered a chance to obtain relic coordinates. The 3 relic worlds he was currently mining were nearing completion. Muyu roughly estimated that the materials stored on the resource continent were insufficient to purchase a golden Genesis source crystal. Ever since Muyu used the golden Genesis source to simulate the primordial world last time, intermediate source crystals have become mere second-rate goods, lacking any real value for the primordial continent. The energy from over 100 intermediate source crystals could only accelerate development by 3 or 4 decades. And they lacked the inherent attribute bonuses of golden source crystals. Therefore, to ensure the stable foundation of his miniature world, Muyu resolved to conduct subsequent simulations using the golden Genesis source crystal. As he pondered, a delightful floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils. As Shin Mushue pouted and approached Muyu. Brother Muyu, are you mad at me? Why won't you talk to me? The relationship between Muyu and Shin Mushue had become something the classmates in their class had grown accustomed to. Though they might still glance at them with a hint of envy, few bothered to discuss it anymore. Muyu looked utterly bewildered. Ha! I'm not angry. Today, Shin Mushue wore a pale yellow dress. Her long black hair cascading naturally over her fragrant shoulders. Paired with her delicate features, she exudes the playful charm of a girl next door. You're mad at me. Shin Mushue sniffed indignantly. If you weren't mad, why haven't you spoken to me in all these days? Didn't you say the college entrance exams are coming up, so we should focus on studying for now? Muyu replied with a wry smile. I didn't. I never said that. Shin Mushue grabbed Muyu's arm. You free this afternoon? Come on, let's go shopping. Shopping? Where? Muyu was a bit confused. The Little World Trading Market. Didn't you want to go there before? Shin Mushue declared. I need to buy materials. Come with me. And so, Muyu was dragged along to the market by Shin Mushue. The Blue Star Market featured a dedicated section for trading items from small worlds. Within this section, many small world constructors sold products from their creations. Muyu's inventory was also piled high with materials. Unneeded for now, but selling them could fetch a tidy sum. Walking side by side through the market, Shinmushua quietly tugged at Muyu's sleeve. "Brother Muyu, what do you want to buy? I'll get it for you, I brought a lot of money today." Shinmushua's adorable, next-door girl charm drew occasional glances from vendors lining the street. Muyu gave a wry smile and said, "I've saved up a bit too. If I see something I want, I'll buy it myself." The small world item trading market spanned 3 floors. The first floor mainly sold commonplace items, like skeleton creatures for hauling supplies, various tool blueprints, and so on. After browsing around, Muyu purchased a complete set of tools designed to accelerate resource extraction in ruins, including large excavators, super heavy pickup trucks, and the like. Glancing at Shinmushua, she had purchased a batch of skeleton miners, at least 10,000 of them. "My father gave me another soul mine ruin," Shinmushua explained. "I plan to mine it completely before the college entrance exams. Once this ruin is fully extracted, my medicine spirit clan can increase its population by 60. The first floor of the market only sells common materials. Since it's not easy to make a trip here, after purchasing the basic materials, the two headed upstairs. Compared to the cluttered stalls everywhere on the first floor, the second floor was relatively tidier and less crowded. No sooner had they stepped onto the second floor than they heard the sound of haggling. "Bro, this T-100 robot blueprint? Me and my buddy shelled out big bucks to find it in a Tier 3 mechanical ruin. Sure, it's not as handy as a skeleton laborer, but it can be mass-produced. 100,000 blue star coins, not a penny less. It's as big as a metal barrel, a total waste of ore. I can only offer 50k. Just getting in costs 10k. 50k won't even cover my costs, bro. I lost over 100 goblins to get this blueprint. How about I throw in this chip too? 80k total. Let's be friends. A Tier 3 ruin? 10k just to enter?" The vendor sneered. What good loot could possibly come from a ruin stripped bare? "Fine, 70k. The vendor gritted his teeth. Any lower and he wouldn't make a dime. 7k for this blueprint? Not worth it. No deal. The big guy walked away, leaving the vendor gnashing his teeth and muttering curses under his breath. Just as he was about to tuck the blueprint back into his pocket, a youthful voice suddenly called out, "Uncle, I'll take this blueprint for 60k. The vendor looked up to see a young man approaching with his girlfriend in tow. "Oh my, students?" The vendor's eyes darted around. He shook his head. 6,000 won't even cover my costs, kid. My final offer is 7,000. Take it or leave it. In the vendor's mind, student money was the easiest to make. His proudest moment was when he hyped up a piece of ore worth 3 or 4,000 yuan as tungsten iron ore, and then sold it to a student for 60 grand. Seeing the male student hesitate, the vendor pressed on, "Sure, this blueprint is just for a basic T-100 model robot, but it's way more useful than those skeleton laborers. Plus, you can mass-produce them after buying it. What a steal." "Ah." Muyu wore an expression torn between wanting to buy it and hesitation. "But I only have 70,000 credits left. I still need to buy other things." "I won't rip you off, kid," the vendor chuckled. "Since you're a student and money's tight, I'll throw in a few extra goodies." Saying this, the vendor slid 2 metallic objects toward Muyulu. One was a chip damaged halfway through. The other was a cylindrical piece of metal with a large hole punched through it. Seeing the freebies, Muyu moved closer to the stall. A sly, profiteering smile spread across the vendor's face. The man who had just left now turned back and couldn't help but advise, "Young man, 70,000 credits is really not worth it. This is a basic Genesis source crystal, and there's also 20,000 blue star coins." Muyu, however, handed the money to the vendor without hesitation. Onlookers shook their heads repeatedly at the scene. High schoolers getting ripped off here was par for the course. But a high schooler paying so decisively, willingly playing the sucker, was a rare sight indeed. Chapter 44, Snagging a Bargain, Making a Small Profit. The older man who had tried to dissuade Muyu now shook his head helplessly. Young people won't grow up unless they get ripped off a few times. "Brother Muyu, are these things really worth 70,000 yuan? Shinmushua whispered. Judging by the expressions around them, it felt like they'd been ripped off. "You definitely got ripped off," Muyu chuckled as he packed up the items. "A T-100 robot? Its AI is about as smart as a vacuum cleaner. Then why'd you buy it?" Shinmushua blinked her big eyes. "Because the 2 parts he gave me are valuable," Muyu whispered into Shinmushua's ear. Shinmushua's face fell in disbelief. "The student's been ripped off again," a resigned murmur drifted from the crowd. "Zhao Laosan, you really are a shady merchant ripping off students' money. No business without a little trickery. One's willing to buy, the other's willing to sell." Zhao Laosan lit a cigarette and puffed contentedly. Just as everyone thought the high schooler had been fleeced, Muyu strolled over to Zhao Laosan's side without haste.
then placed the metal cylinder included with the blueprint purchase on the display stand. He bellowed, supercore batteries from third-tier mechanical civilizations with damage below 30%. Starting bid, 5 intermediate Genesis source crystals. The announcement stunned everyone. Especially Zhao Laosan. His body stiffened, and the cigarette slipped from his fingers, landing on the floor. Kid, what are you talking about? This is a supercore battery? The big guy from earlier immediately spoke up. Impossible. A supercore battery couldn't possibly be palm-sized, and it's completely damaged. Exactly. This is just a piece of junk scrap metal. Zhao Laosan chimed in. He was certain he hadn't misjudged it. This metal was nothing but worthless trash. Because it contains a highly advanced atomic compression technology, Muyu explained. Therefore, its value should exceed 5 mid-grade source crystals. Muyu was repeating what the system had told him. Zhao Laosan's stall was filled almost entirely with junk, save for 2 items. One being a supercomputer chip, the other this supercore battery. And by sheer coincidence, both had been gifted to Muyu. He planned to use the chip to upgrade the T800, but the battery held little value to him, perfect for selling off. Young man, hold on a moment, the big brother scratched his head. I'll find someone knowledgeable to take a look. The big guy dashed off and soon returned with an old man in tow. Seeing him in the market staff uniform, everyone realized he must be an appraiser. The old appraiser examined the battery for a moment, then nodded. It is indeed a supercore battery. Damage level doesn't exceed 299. The technology is quite advanced. It's worth at least 6 mid-grade source crystals, and it's practically priceless. There's no market for it. At this, the onlookers immediately exchanged puzzled glances. So this high schooler wasn't a sucker after all. He knew the battery's worth. I'm not selling this battery. Zhao Laosan suddenly appeared before Muyu's stall, reaching out to grab the battery. He had misjudged it, mistaking a treasure for trash. A fierce look flashed across Zhao Laosan's face. 6 intermediate source crystals. Converted to blue star currency, that was a whopping 3 million, enough to last him a lifetime. Are you going to snatch my stuff right here in front of everyone? Muyu tucked away the supercore battery, watching Zhao Laosan with keen interest. One willing to strike, one willing to endure. This battery is mine now. Zhao Laosan's veins bulged with rage. But just then, the big brother yanked Zhao Laosan away. You crooked merchant. You sold it to him already. You can't back out now. Exactly. You screwed over so many people. This is your karma coming back to bite you. You brought this on yourself for being so clueless. Zhao Laosan, if you dare bully students, I'll be the first to hold you accountable. At that moment, Zhao Laosan had become a rat everyone wanted to beat. Unable to withstand the torrent of abuse, he slunk away from the crowd and vanished. Muyu watched the scene unfold with his usual calm expression, while Shin Mushue beside him beamed with admiration. Wow, no wonder they call you the academic ace. Just one trip to the market and you snagged such a bargain. Hello, classmate. I'd like to buy this supercore battery. The man scratched his head awkwardly, looking a bit flustered. But I only have 4 intermediate source crystals. This guy was the only one worried Muyu might get scammed. And Muyu remembered him. For isn't bad, Muyu smiled as he pulled out the supercore battery. Let's call it making a friend. I'll sell this battery to you. The hypercore battery, appraised by the evaluator to be worth over 6 intermediate source crystals, was sold by this high schooler for just 4 mid-grade source crystals. This guy hit the jackpot, saving at least 1 million blue star coins. Everyone understood why the high schooler sold the battery so cheaply. Was most likely because this guy had just spoken up for him. Thinking of this, many kicked themselves in regret for not stepping forward earlier. For mid-grade source crystals deposited into his account, not a huge sum, but better than nothing. Young man, you and your girlfriend are first-timers at the market, right? My name's Sun Daji, a burly guy in his 40s. Coincidentally, there's an auction on the 3rd floor today. Fancy joining us to see the sights? The remark made Shin Mushue's face flush bright red. She stole a glance at Muyu, only to find his expression unchanged. And she exhaled in relief before pouting, playing it cool. Then let's go check it out together, Muyu chuckled. I've never been inside an auction house before. You and your girlfriend are both taking the college entrance exams, right? With the exams just days away, where do you plan to go to become a heavenly couple? He chatted with Sun Daji as they walked. The trio soon reached the auction house on the 3rd floor. After paying 5,000 blue star coins, they were granted entry to the auction. The auction had already been underway for half an hour, and the surrounding audience seats were packed. On the elevated platform at the center of the audience area, a curvaceous beauty stood, her voluptuous figure leaving onlookers with dry mouths. Up next was the coordinates for a second-tier divine relic site that had been developed once before, belonging to the fighter world. Starting bid, 200,000. Even if a divine relic had been mined before, it still held value for further development. As for what treasures might be unearthed this time, that was purely a matter of luck. Muyu and his 2 companions found a bench to sit on and began watching the auction.
Archmage Soul Crystal, starting bid, 70,000. Bidding begins. Blood Ancestors Essence Blood, starting bid 100,000, bidding begins. Super Energy Compound number 5, starting bid 120,000, bidding begins. As the glamorous auctioneer on stage kept swinging her gavel, one transaction after another closed. Nothing caught Muyu's interest for the moment. So he shifted his attention to his own pocket dimension. Ding! Would you like to initiate research on the supercomputer chip? Yes. Research in progress, please wait. Ding! Research complete. All research data for the supercomputer chip has been acquired. Chapter 45, Scumbag Muyu. The most valuable item he snagged earlier wasn't actually that super core battery. The super core battery was worth roughly 3 million blue star coins. But the supercomputer Muyu was researching now was worth at least 10 million. This supercomputer chip contained the core technology of a third-tier technological civilization. Supercomputer chip has entered mass production. T800 units are beginning phased retrieval and installation of supercomputer chips. Prior to the upgrade, you imprinted all T800 type robots with a mental steel stamp. All actions must prioritize safeguarding the interests of the creator, Muyu. T800 units equipped with the supercomputer chip gain the ability for independent thought. They become more flexible in their judgment of events. A research center composed of T800 units has been established. It will autonomously develop and upgrade the resource continent in the years to come. Success! Empowered by the supercomputer chip, Resource Continent can finally pursue autonomous development. This represents a monumental advancement for mechanical civilization. The next item up for auction is rather obscure, a boneless relic. Thought snapped back to reality. An item that piqued Muyu's interest was up for bidding. The auctioneer continued, this artifact was discovered by an expedition team beyond our borders. It appears to be a relic left behind after the parinirvana of some eastern deity. It has changed hands several times, yet no one has discovered its purpose. It finally arrived here with a starting bid of 80,000 blue star coins. Is our city's auction house going out of business? Why save this junk for the last lot? A rough voice boomed from the audience. Exactly. Starting at 80,000? Whoever bids on this is a sucker. Sure, items from beyond the borders are usually treasures, but Miss Cloud Sparrow herself said it's been passed around multiple times. Is it really a treasure? Ha! Treasure my foot. An overseas artifact with such a low starting bid? It's just cashing in on the overseas label. A chorus of murmurs filled the room, most criticizing the item's dubious value. Only Muyu remained intensely focused on bidding. Others might not know about the boneless sacred relic, but as a time traveler, how could he not? This boneless sacred relic contained the essence of a mighty god. The victor over demons, Sun Wukong. No matter what, I must win this. With that thought, Muyu eagerly raised his hand. I bid 80,000 blue star coins. The moment he spoke, many eyes in the audience turned to Muyu. What kind of fool is this, bidding on a worthless rock? Interesting. Could it be that some expert can see this stone's extraordinary nature? What expert? He looks like just a student, probably a greenhorn. Amidst the murmurs, auctioneer Yunyu turned her watery eyes toward Muyu. This young gentleman has offered 80,000 blue star coins. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Her voice was soft and sweet, stirring the imagination. Beside Muyu, several young men in their mid-20s swallowed hard, their eyes burning as they stared at Yunyu. As the chief auctioneer, Miss Yunxia was the dream goddess of many men in Tai City. And she was single, never once rumored to have had any intimate involvement with any man. Unlike the other men with burning gazes, Muyu remained impassive, merely offering a polite nod in response to Yunyu's gaze. Such composure at such a young age made Yunyu take a second, lingering look at him. After all, it's an item from beyond our borders. It certainly has some collectible value. I'll bid 90,000. Just then, a voice rang out from the front row of the audience. The announcement sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. That's Mr. Lu from Dezhong Group, Sun Daji whispered beside Muyu. He's notorious for saving face. The tougher you bid against him, the fiercer he'll raise the stakes. Muyu's brow furrowed. Earlier, in his excitement, he'd forgotten the unspoken rule of auctions. For any item, regardless of quality, if someone bids eagerly, others instinctively raise their bids. If it turns out to be a treasure, they'll profit handsomely. Muyu's bid piqued the interest of bidders who had previously dismissed this boneless relic. Following young Master Lu's bid, more participants began to follow suit. I'll go 100,000. 120k would make a nice display piece at home. Watch out for radiation, though. I'll go 150k. I'll get it laser cut when I get home. In the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 200,000 blue star coins. And throughout this process, Muyu hadn't placed a single bid. Mr. Lu has bid 200,000 blue star coins. Any higher offers? Cloud Sparrow's voice rang out again.
Brother Muyu, if you really want this stone, my savings should just about cover it, Shinmushue whispered softly. I never said I wanted this stone, Muyu retorted, his tone suddenly tinged with irritation. It was you who wanted me to buy it for you. Ha? Shinmushue's eyes widened in surprise, her little head sprouting 3 big question marks. I'm definitely not bidding anymore, Muyu's voice rose slightly. This worthless rock is completely useless. If I buy it, I'd just be a sucker. As someone who'd teamed up with Muyu for quite some time, Shinmushue immediately caught on. Buy it for them, she cooed, clutching Muyu's arm. Stones from beyond the borders are used as ornaments too, and it's not that expensive. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the audience could hear it clearly. What? So this guy's bidding just to buy something for his girlfriend as a decoration? So this guy isn't some connoisseur with discerning taste, he's just trying to impress a girl? I won't be the sucker. Muyu continued to sneer. Paying 200,000 for a piece of junk? Only a fool would do that. Hearing this, the audience instinctively turned to look at young Master Lu. His face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Clearly enraged, who the hell are you calling a fool? But since he was in public, young Master Lu couldn't very well lose his temper. And could only sit there with a dark expression. He now regretted paying such a high price for this stone. Though he was wealthy, he didn't want to be taken for a sucker. Oh please, buy it for me. Shinmushue practically threw herself into Muyu's arms. I want it. Such a pretty, sweet little cutie pouting at Muyu. And it made quite a few of the guys present feel jealous. No way. I won't be a fool, nor will I be a sucker. Muyu adopted a stance that screamed, I absolutely won't buy this crappy stone. Shinmushue's little nose twitched, and she actually looked like she was about to cry. Damn it, what a jerk. It's just a worthless piece of rock. If she were my girlfriend, I'd pluck the stars from the sky for her. What a disgrace. Such a pure young girl, and this jerk gets her for cheap. Seeing Shinmushue so wronged, the audience grumbled and cursed. Meanwhile, young Master Lu kept glancing back over his shoulder, hoping the kid would snap up that worthless rock already. Otherwise his reputation as the sucker would be cemented. Young man, won't you bid for your sweetheart? Yunyu's eyes sparkled as she batted her lashes. Such a lovely girl, don't let her get her heart broken. Chapter 46, The Great Sage returns, setting off for the ownerless realm. Exactly. 200k isn't even expensive. Are you a man or what? What a scumbag. A purebred scumbag. I'm furious. Such a good deal, and it went to a pig. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Apparently unable to bear the surrounding jeers, Muyu waved his hand impatiently. Fine. I'll buy it, okay? Muyu tapped his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly flashed a lecherous grin at Yunyu. Beautiful lady, I'll offer 200,000 yuan and 1 yuan. Would you care to join me for dinner tonight? The moment he spoke, everyone froze in shock. Especially Yunyu, who wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. Damn, what a jerk. He's already got one thing going on and still wants another. This guy really deserves a punch. Amidst the chorus of complaints, Muyu secured the boneless sacred relic for 200,000 yuan and 1 yuan. The auction concluded. Muyu went to the auction backstage to collect the boneless sacred relic. He promptly handed over 4 pieces of primary source crystal plus 1 blue star coin. Muyu's face lit up with a sly grin, he was about to gain a powerful deity. Muyu, a voice as sweet as honey murmured from behind him. Muyu turned to find Yunyu gazing at him with her beautiful, autumn water-like eyes. Muyu immediately concealed the delight in his eyes and replied in a neutral tone, Miss Yunyu, did you need something? Yunyu flashed a suggestive smile. Little brother, didn't you say you'd invite your sister to dinner? Already forgotten so quickly? Ha! Muyu froze. He'd only been joking. How could Yunyu have taken it seriously? Forcing himself to remain composed, Muyu gave a wry smile. I thought you'd declined. Whether it's refusal or acceptance depends on your performance, Yunyu said as she glided toward Muyu. The faint scent of roses wafted toward him as Yunyu purred softly, about the boneless sacred relic. Do you know something? I don't know anything, Muyu shrugged. Just bought it to play around with. Oh, wrong answer. You won't be dining with me tonight, then. Yunyu, who had seen countless people at the auction, many assumed Muyu was just a womanizer there to pick up girls. But Yunyu knew the moment she saw him that Muyu was determined to get the boneless sacred relic. As for his subsequent playboy antics? Just a little show, a tactic to stop others from bidding higher. I'll give you one more chance, Yunyu leaned closer to Muyu. Tell me what this relic is for. Don't worry, I'm just curious, I won't tell anyone. I'm really just buying it for fun, Muyu said, bowing to Yunyu with the earnestness of a model student. My classmate is waiting for me. See you later, sis. Muyu quickened his pace to distance himself from this trouble spot. While Yunyu, standing behind him, crossed her arms, her face brimming with amusement. This kid may be young, but he's got some serious depth. Wonder what kind of treasure he snagged at a bargain. After parting ways with Shinmushue, Muyu dashed straight home. His heart racing with excitement, he pulled out the boneless relic. Ding! Host detected acquisition of a divine artifact. Proceed with scan? Scan. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Ding! Detected a dormant extraordinary embryo within the item. Proceed with investigation? Investigate. Boneless relic, condensed essence of fallen ancient Buddhas and deities, containing abundant divine source essence. Consuming 100 intermediate source crystals accelerates internal embryo development. Is this embryo the victor over demons, Sun Wukong? Mu Yu inquired. Natural growth will only develop it into a stone monkey. Only develop into a stone monkey? Mu Yu frowned deeply. Wouldn't that drastically weaken its combat power? Right, what if we intervene during its development? Like injecting information related to the victor over demons Buddha. Feasible, but requires substantial source crystals and time. What if we use robots on the resource continent for the calculations? Feasible. Host may place the boneless relic in the Resource Continent Research Institute. Collective processing by all T-800 units will yield the optimal path. The Resource Continent was originally designed to assist Muyu with various planning tasks and complex data calculations. Thus, Muyu projected himself onto the Resource Continent, bringing the boneless relic to the continent's technological laboratory. Within the laboratory, thousands of T-800 units were at work. From the intricate engraving of nuts to the development of massive transport aircraft, all was accomplished within these walls. The laboratory's achievements continuously flow outward, gradually enhancing every corner of the Resource Continent. Guided by two robots, Muyu approached a massive sample analyzer. The boneless relic was grasped by a mechanical arm and placed inside the analyzer. As the chamber door closed, the relic's detailed data began to be extracted. Please determine the cultivation model for the experimental subject, Supreme Creator God. A robot respectfully presented a control panel. Cultivation model? Mu Yu inquired. How many can be programmed? One primary model, unlimited reference models. The model refers to the final form the embryo develops into. Mu Yu then input the data of the victor over demons Buddha into the primary model. As for the reference models, Mu Yu's imagination ran wild, inputting data for the Monkey King, Dark Wukong, and Mecha Wukong respectively. All these data were generated by the system using Mu Yu's mental memories as blueprints, enabling highly precise expression of the Monkey King effect Mu Yu desired. After inputting the cultivation model, Mu Yu couldn't help but ask, there's only one stone monkey embryo. What's the point of recording other models? Great Creator God, we can perform cloning provided sufficient materials and energy are available, the robot explained. Though only one embryo exists, we will comprehensively record its data. Gazing at the massive machine already in operation, Mu Yu wore a look of satisfaction. But before his relief could fully settle, a nearby robot cautioned, Great God of Creation, researching this extraordinary lifeform demands immense energy. The resources of this continent alone are insufficient to achieve it. How much? Mu Yu asked without hesitation. Currently, 300 intermediate Genesis source crystals are required. What? 300? That's a lot. Mu Yu reluctantly handed over the crystals. The meager 300 mid-tier source crystals he'd painstakingly saved up were gone in an instant. Cultivating a microcosm was indeed an extremely costly endeavor. He instructed the Research Institute to continue studying the extraordinary embryos before exiting the Resource Continent. Before bed, he checked on the 3 minor world ruins nearing completion of mining. Over 10,000 tons of base metal ore had been mined, yielding over 500 primary source crystals, 50 intermediate source crystals, along with a mountain of corrupted materials. After this period of mining, the 3 ruins were essentially depleted. The next step was to find ways to acquire more ruin coordinates. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, with only 7 days left until the college entrance exams. Today was the day the school organized an expedition into the ownerless realm. Standing at the front of the classroom, the homeroom teacher explained the precautions for entering the unclaimed plane. For this expedition, each participant could only bring one 10-person exploration team. To avoid disturbing the powerful monsters within the plane, establishing teleportation outposts was strictly prohibited. You may form teams or explore solo. Each of you has a positioning map detailing the distribution zones of monsters by tier. Once inside, know your limits, never push beyond them. Chapter 47, The Invitation from the School Beauty, the trial begins. Students approach the podium in turn to claim their 50 skeleton slaves. The homeroom teacher held up several rectangular transparent crystals, explaining, these skeleton slaves possess no combat ability, but they can assist you with digging or transporting supplies. Each of you also receives 10 teleportation scrolls. These scrolls allow you to transport these materials back to your own world without alerting the powerful beings of the unclaimed realm. Resources between the real world and the small world do not intermingle. Everything within the small world can be compressed and stored within crystal stones. When needed, simply shatter the crystal stone within the small world. Teacher Lee explained meticulously, spending over half an hour just outlining the rules. Afterward, everyone boarded vehicles and was transported to a dedicated sports complex for trans-dimensional travel. Upon arrival, the venue was already packed with people. They were students from 6 universities in Tai City, all set to enter the unclaimed realm simultaneously today in search of opportunity. Look! War God Muyu is here. As Muyu entered the gymnasium, many students instinctively turned their gaze toward him. Some with looks of admiration, others with solemn expressions. Muyu from 3rd High? Holy crap, hope I don't run into him in the unclaimed realm. Our teacher said this trial isn't just about slaying monsters and looting gear, there's fierce competition among classmates too. Is this guy going to start killing people again once he's inside? I'm so scared. What's there to fear? When the time comes, all of us from number 2 high school will unite. What could he possibly do to us? Hiding and leveling up is the way to go. We're here for the college entrance exams. The surrounding chatter made Muyu frown slightly. This trial will undoubtedly be chaotic. Barring any surprises, he'd venture into the yellow-marked difficult zone on the map. The plain map distributed by the teacher divided the area into 4 zones: deep red for extreme danger, red for danger, yellow for difficulty, and green for easy regions. Upon entering the plain, Muyu planned to head straight for the difficult zone. And only if he found it manageable would he attempt to explore the red danger zone. As for the extreme danger zone, Muyu wouldn't even consider it, as that was a realm only deities of tier 3 or higher dared to tread. A sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. And then a tall girl emerged from the area designated for 1st High School, heading straight toward Muyu. As she moved, many people instinctively glanced over, whispering enviously among themselves. Muyu, it's been a while, a clear, crisp voice rang out. I'd like to team up with you for this trial. Muyu looked up to see Lu Ruobing from 1st High, smiling as she extended her small hand. Her demeanor radiating grace and confidence, every gesture exuding the aura of a natural leader. Lu Ruobing 1st High's campus beauty and top combatant was actually asking to team up with Muyu. The crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. Last simulation, I recall the school flower getting sliced to death by Muyu. Could this be love born from hatred? Probably. Word is she even gave Muyu her contact info after the last simulation ended. Wow, guys, I'm jealous, so jealous. Out of courtesy, Muyu shook hands with Lu Ruobing, then shook his head with a smile. Sorry, classmate, I'm not looking to team up. Ha! Lu Ruobing tilted her head. Aren't you teaming up with this girl next to you, Shin Mushue? At that, Shin Mushue immediately frowned. You're from 1st High. What are you doing over here at 3rd High? Muyu, the college entrance exams are just a week away, Lu Ruobing said. Getting into a good university isn't easy. If we team up, we might get better resources from the ownerless plane. Who knows? We could even end up at the same university. Lu Ruobing pursed her red lips slightly. Being university classmates wouldn't be so bad. Her voice wasn't lowered, so the surrounding students heard it clearly. Jealousy flashed in their eyes as they looked at Muyu. How could this guy be so charismatic? Not only was the school flower of 3rd High, Shin Ruoshue, head over heels for him, but now even the queen bee of 1st High is chasing after him? How are we single dogs supposed to survive this? So, Muyu, think about it, Lu Ruobing chuckled. My superhuman world has already cultivated a land-based superhuman. If you're careful, you can conquer difficult areas. Land Superman is like Superman Clark during his college years, possessing laser vision, super strength, and freezing breath abilities, but he still can't escape gravity. Seems like Lu Ruobing's little world has undergone earth-shattering changes in the time we've been apart. Sorry, I plan to explore alone this time, Muyu replied. The college entrance exams are coming up. I need to give it my all. Muyu paused before continuing. My goal is to enroll in the Huaxia Deities Academy. This trial is my chance to push myself to the limit. I hope you understand. Huaxia Deities Academy? Hearing Muyu's choice, many students gasped in astonishment. That's the top academy in the Dragon Nation. Even city-level top scorers might not qualify for admission. Getting into Huaxia Deities Academy earns provincial commendation. Rumor has it you even receive a golden Genesis source crystal. The last student from Tai City to get in was Xingyan, right? That was 2 years ago. Lu Ruobing snapped back to reality, her mouth opening and closing before she found her voice. She knew Muyu was an exceptional young man, but she hadn't anticipated his ambitions reaching such lofty heights. Well then, I'll have to work twice as hard, Lu Ruobing said, rubbing her chin. Maybe I can get into Huaxia Divine Academy too. Then we could be classmates. Then you'd better work hard, Muyu replied with a faint smile. Leaving the territory of 3rd High School, Lu Ruobing returned to the area of 1st High School with a heavy heart. Ruobing, what were you doing over at 3rd High? Chen Feng asked the moment she returned, his face dark.
I went to team up with Muyu, Lu Ruobing replied flatly. What? Got a problem with that?
No objection, Shenfeng replied, his momentum instantly deflating by half.
But shouldn't First High stand united against external threats? United against outsiders? Lu Ruobing looked utterly exasperated. Bro, the college entrance exams are coming up. Can you team up for that?
For now, we should each look out for ourselves.
I've decided to leave First High's team and go solo. Ha! Before Chen Feng could respond, Lu Ruobing gave a cold snort and walked away. Her tone and actions left Chen Feng feeling utterly awkward.
Chen Feng dared not show it, instead casting a resentful glance toward Muyu's direction.
Damn it, I never wanted to team up with those two useless guys anyway. Fine then. Chapter 48, Mayor Yu Baichuan, Exploring the Ownerless Plane.
After careful consideration, Muyu decided to apply to the Huaxia Divine Academy. Though this meant competing against the nations and even the world's top minor world constructors, he would also gain immense resources in the process. Moreover, if he passed the entrance exam, the rewards from his high school, the city, and the province would be incredibly generous. All of which were desperately needed by Muyu at this moment. Once all senior high school candidates from the 6 institutions had arrived, the city-organized trial officially commenced. All students took their seats, awaiting the display screen to reveal the coordinates of the unclaimed plane. In truth, as holders of microcosms, when their consciousnesses were projected into the micro-worlds, their physical bodies would be shielded by the world's energy. This layer of world energy was exceptionally robust unless one crossed 5 or more tiers. It was impossible to destroy the physical body of the micro-world's creator. As the coordinates of the unclaimed plane were revealed, Muyu closed his eyes and slowly entered his own inner world. For this expedition to the other world, Muyu brought along not only 6 members of the human race but also the tribal chieftains of the 3 primordial races. Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin now possessed the ability to transform. Zulong transformed into a young man clad in a blue robe, Yuanfeng into a voluptuous red-haired woman, and Shikolin into an elderly figure leaning on a staff.
Zulong and Yuanfeng each wielded formidable magical arts, while Shikolin excelled in dispelling and healing.
Combined with the 6 primordial human tribe members skilled in physical combat, this expedition team had almost no weaknesses. If not for fear of disturbing the deities of the ownerless plane, I'd have summoned Hou Yi too, Muyu murmured.
Unfortunately, as a deity, Hou Yi's presence in other planes would be sensed by their gods. We must not invoke the deities within the microcosm unless absolutely necessary.
Teleporting to the ownerless plane, a vast, verdant grassland immediately came into view.
Wow, Divine Lord. Is this the other world? It feels so different from our world. Yuanfeng gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity. Differences don't matter. I'll slaughter every enemy here and offer the treasures to the Divine Lord. Zulong snorted coldly.
One must always proceed with caution, Shirchilin mused, stroking his beard.
Steady and deliberate actions are best.
Muyu, bearing the golden greatsword, surveyed this unclaimed plane.
This boundless grassland alone was vastly larger than the apprentice demigod's miniature world.
Temporal tunnels continuously materialized,
and more examinees emerged from the tunnels with their followers.
Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the boundless grasslands.
Wow, is this the unclaimed plane? It feels so huge.
The natural energy here is incredibly potent. There must be plenty of valuable treasures.
Ha, I can't wait to explore this place. Keep an eye on the map, don't venture into the yellow zones. The enemies there are beyond our capabilities. As the discussion continued, Shen Mushue approached Muyu. Muyu, are you really going to venture out alone?
Shen Mushue asked with genuine concern. This world offers no newbie protection. If a clan member dies, it's permanent.
Yeah, I know, Muyu ruffled Shen Mushue's hair. You gotta do your best too. After the college entrance exams, I'll treat you to something delicious. I will.
Shen Mushue pumped her little fist, her cheeks flushing bright red. Brother Muyu, my team is totally different now, super strong in combat.
Glancing at the group behind Shen Mushue,
besides the familiar face of Ling Hu Qiong, there were 4 or 5 sword-bearing warriors just like him.
Shen Mushue's little rich girl expedition team was naturally of high quality.
Before the trial begins, I'll reiterate one last time. A powerful voice boomed from the sky.
This trial is for your college entrance exams.
Your primary goal is to seize resources from this world. I won't stop you from fighting each other, but that could easily lead to mutual destruction. You must take responsibility for your actions. The voice belonged to the mayor of Tai City, who served as the provider of this ownerless plane,
and also a true god-tier powerhouse whose exact rank remains unknown.
Accompanied by the toll of a massive bell, students from Tai City's 6 high schools set off into the depths of the grasslands. At that moment, high above the sky of the unclaimed realm, Mayor Yu Baichuan stood atop a white flying sword,
observing the students below.
Beside him stood the principals of the major high schools. Mayor Yu, we're deeply grateful for your efforts in arranging this opportunity, Principal Wang of First High School said respectfully. It's truly remarkable that our students have been granted this chance. Indeed, Mayor Yu, added the principal of number 2 high school. Tai City hasn't produced a provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam for 2 consecutive years. With this support, we might finally have one this time. Among these students, who do you think has the best chance of getting into Huaxia Divine Academy? Yu Baichuan, nearing 40, carried an aura of command without needing to raise his voice. Those in the know were aware he had served in the Dragon Nation's Divine Corps, a genuine military background. I believe Chen Feng and Lu Ruobing from First High have strong chances, the principal chuckled. They possess exceptional talent, work diligently, and crucially, come from well-off families with ample resources to support them. Suing from number 2 high school has been making rapid progress in his wizard's world lately. Xiaoyu is also quite promising, but unfortunately, his miniature world encountered issues. When asked what happened, he refused to say anything, sighed the principal of number 2 high school. The principals of first and second high schools each boasted about their top students, while the principals from the subsequent universities remained silent. Which school is that student Muyu from? Yu Baichuan suddenly asked. Ah, he's from our third high, Zhao Qingli hastily replied. His team has changed significantly since the last simulation, Yu Baichuan remarked. 6 well-equipped humans, and the other 3. I can't quite figure them out. Muyu's ancient Huaxia world truly holds many enigmas, Zhao Qingli chuckled. The lad keeps a low profile and rarely shows off his talents. Yu Baichuan nodded slightly. A promising young talent. The public praise directed at the third middle school student flashed a hint of envy in the eyes of the first and second middle school principals. Once the trial commenced, everyone set off toward the depths of the grasslands. Lucky students soon discovered areas worth exploring. Some uncovering mineshafts, others stumbling upon monsters that drop source crystals and soul crystals. Those aware of their limited strength immediately shattered crystals containing skeletal laborers to mine resources or loot monster corpses. But most chose to press deeper into the wilderness. A classmate sprinting ahead of Muyu suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look what I found, black-scale iron ore. We're rich." His cry drew a crowd of onlookers. But one group quietly closed in. Li Tailong, what do you think you're doing? What do you mean? Of course, to seize such precious resources. You bastard, you think I won't have my goblin warriors beat you to a pulp? Goblins? Trash race. My men are all stone giants. Think you can take me on? You. Similar scenes were playing out across every corner of the grasslands. The weak find treasures, only to be driven out by the strong. The brutal competition among the gods begins to show its first signs from this moment onward. Chapter 49, A Rich Harvest and a Surprise Attack from the Undead Clan. To avoid trouble, Muyu sprinted straight out of the grasslands and into the jungle. Entering the jungle meant he had reached the yellow-level danger zone. Shortly after entering, a massive lizard lunged toward them, flicking its tongue. Yuan Feng struck first, unleashing a torrent of flames that instantly reduced the lizard to a pile of ashes. A blue source crystal floated up from the corpse. The drop rate here isn't bad, Muyu said as he pocketed the basic source crystal. Everyone, let's keep moving forward and see how much loot we can gather before sunset. As you command, Divine Lord, Zhu Long bowed slightly before sprinting into the forest steppes. Their path remained unobstructed as they advanced. Zulong, a bloodthirsty killer, left a trail of monster corpses in his wake. Muyu thus gathered over 30 basic Genesis source crystals. This plane was a magical realm, where most creatures possessed magical affinities. From dawn till dusk, Zulong single-handedly eliminated every beast in the yellow mark zone. Thus, Muyu planned to advance into the red danger zone the following day. However, during their nighttime rest, they were ambushed. A swarm of deathworms burrowing up from the earth. The largest as thick as a millstone. Damn creatures, daring to disturb the Divine Lord's slumber. Zulong roared in fury, leaping deep into the subterranean cavern. Soon, streams of green blood began seeping from the opening. Get out of here, you stupid dragon. You're dirtying the ground. Yuan Feng scolded, gathering flames in both hands before slamming them down onto the earth. Visible crimson heat waves surged and churned from the cavern. Soon, a dark figure flew out of the pit. Divine Lord, all enemies have been eliminated, Zhu Long reported excitedly. I found this deep within the cavern. He opened his palm to reveal a purple source crystal. There are many more on the underground rock walls, but most are blue, Zhu Long said, scratching his ear. Divine Lord, once the fire dies down, I'll go inside to collect them. That won't be necessary, Muyu replied with a wry smile. He released the 50 skeleton slaves gifted by the academy, instructing them to descend and gather the crystals. We should rest. Yuan Feng's flames had already pierced through the wormholes beneath the earth. These worms had devoured countless demon beasts. And the undigested Genesis source crystals had been left behind in the caverns. Over time, they had accumulated into a substantial quantity. The night passed uneventfully. By the next day, the Genesis source crystals gathered by the skeleton slaves had piled up into a small hill in the center of the camp. Roughly estimated, there were about 500 primary source crystals and 40 intermediate ones. What a bountiful haul! Muyu exclaimed as he tore open a teleportation scroll, sending all the source crystals back to his own little world in one go. The school had distributed 10 teleportation scrolls to each person. Since they couldn't transport people, they could only send materials like ore and source crystals. Next, they would venture into the danger zone. Muyu slung the golden greatsword back onto his shoulders and, alongside his clan members, began walking deeper into the forest. By noon, the ground beneath their feet was no longer green earth, replaced by a lifeless swamp. Further ahead lay the red-marked danger zone. A swarm of cavern spiders crawled out from the depths of the swamp, spewing dark green webs in an attempt to bind the group. But in the next instant, flames filled the sky, incinerating every strand of web that shot toward them. These disgusting creatures dared to obstruct the path of the Divine Lord. As Zhu Long spoke, he charged toward the cave spiders, his hands transforming into dragon claws. In no time, he tore the spiders' bodies to shreds. The 7 cave spiders yielded 6 primary source crystals and 1 intermediate source crystal. This ownerless plane truly held abundant resources. Source crystals were something Muyu could never have enough of at this stage. They could fuel the small world or serve as currency to purchase other items. The exploration continued as more undead creatures surged out of the swamp, including ghouls covered in flesh fragments and necromancers capable of summoning skeleton soldiers. As the exploration deepened, Muyu realized these creatures weren't native to the swamp at all, but rather resembled organized armies. Hope we don't stumble upon the undead's great cemetery up ahead, Muyu muttered to himself. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed through the air as a squadron of gargoyles swooped toward the group, their jaws gaping with razor-sharp teeth, unleashing waves of pale green sonic energy toward the group. Prepare defenses. Bows ready, Muyu commanded. The primordial human tribe switched to their bows, while the primordial Qilin, who had remained largely inactive, now raised its staff high. A pale white aura spread out. A white barrier formed around the group. The gargoyle's sonic attack vanished without a trace upon contact with the barrier. And the primordial human clan seized the moment to unleash their arrows. Arrows imbued with immense force easily pierced the gargoyles' bodies. And over 20 gargoyles were swiftly slain, yielding 20 primary source crystals. Truly undead creatures, Muyu remarked, observing the gargoyle corpses on the ground. I wonder if more familiar foes will appear later. The expedition team pressed forward, but to Muyu's surprise, for a long stretch ahead, they encountered no further enemies. The sky darkened rapidly. Just as Muyu was about to order the team to set up camp, a green meteor hurtled toward their location from the sky. The meteorite, as large as a car, plunged from the sky with terrifying force. Scatter! Muyu bellowed, and the group immediately scattered to evade. The meteorite slammed into the spot where they had been standing moments before. The earth shook violently, and the marshland was violently pounded into a massive crater. Before the group could recover from the dizziness, the meteorite began collapsing, and from its ruins rose a stone giant engulfed in green flames. Is this hellfire? Muyu froze for a moment, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The next instant, a swarm of bees carrying a putrid stench charged toward Muyu's position. This swarm contained massive amounts of toxic substances, causing vegetation to corrode at a visible speed wherever it passed. Lord, beware! Yuan Feng instantly shielded Muyu, her hands gathering surging flames that incinerated the entire swarm. As the flames dispersed, a bizarre humanoid figure with bat-like wings on its back stood motionless at the edge of the nearby marsh. But the danger wasn't over. Not far away, the primordial dragon, who had intended to charge at the hellfire. But the next second, a dense field of spikes erupted from beneath his feet. The spikes covered an enormous area. Had it not been for the primordial dragon's astonishing physical defense, this strike alone would have pierced his body. Simultaneously, a toxic sphere coated in foul, viscous slime flew out from the shadows, drifting toward the primordial Qilin. Chapter 50, Slaying the Four Lords, the Undead Legion's Rout. Frost rapidly crystallized beneath the primordial Qilin's feet. The frost contained immense energy, poised to detonate in an instant and unleash devastating damage. Fortunately, the primordial Qilin reacted swiftly, immediately casting a protective shield upon itself. The poisonous sphere exploded upon contact with the shield, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound, while the frost beneath shattered like glass, erupting in a shrill scraping sound. Death Knight, Dreadlord, Lich, Dungeon Lord. 4 undead lords led hordes of undead across the mountains and valleys, closing in on Muyu and his companions. Humans, heed my command, prioritize eliminating the hellfire. Muyu issued the order. Zulong and Yuan Feng, guard against undead ambushes. Shiki, provide support. The command was immediately executed. As 6 primordial humans radiated brilliant golden light, wielding black greatswords to strike at the hellfire. Simultaneously, the 4 surrounding undead lords led their respective armies in a surge toward Muyu and his companions.
The undead army numbered over 1,000, while Mu Yu's side numbered only 10. As the undead forces advanced, their leaders unleashed their signature abilities. Swarming Carrion, Deathcoil, and Pit Piercer. These devastating attacks all descended upon Mu Yu's group. From a distance, the Lich emitted a harsh, grating laugh. He raised both arms in a prayer-like gesture. And a swirling mass of unstable, purplish-black energy began to surge between his palms. Simultaneously, within Mu Yu's combat zone, similarly unstable black-purple energy began to drift and disperse, emitting a corrosive, sizzling sound upon contact with their bodies. This was the Lich King's signature ability, Death's Decay, causing the vitality of any enemy forces within its range to rapidly decay until complete death. At the heart of the battle, the Hellfire was hacked to pieces by the combined assault of the human forces. With the Hellfire threat neutralized, the group could now disengage and confront the Undead Legion. The first to charge into the fray were the Death Knight and the Dreadlord. Yet the two lords charged directly toward Mu Yu's position. Having identified Mu Yu as the expedition's commander, they sought to eliminate him through combined force. Beams of milky white light erupted from Shiki's staff. The members, previously immobilized by Death's Wither, felt their bodies relax, returning to their normal state. A white barrier shielded each individual, preventing Death's Wither from further draining their vitality. Yuan Feng, take down the Lich! Mu Yu shouted, pointing at the enemy casting Death's Wither in the distance. Zulong, eliminate that spiked beetle. The rest of you, wipe out the Undead Legion. Facing the two lords, the Death Knight and the Dreadlord, Mu Yu showed no fear whatsoever. He drew his golden sword, a blade now gathering immense energy along its edge. Suddenly, Mu Yu's mind wavered. The enemy before him grew colossal, resembling a demon from the underworld. A wave of terror washed over him. The next instant, a white light enveloped Mu Yu's body, instantly sweeping away that overwhelming dread. This was the feared demon's trick, a curse spell designed to disrupt one's mental state. Mu Yu swept the sword energy gathered on the blade outward. The golden blade energy, visible to the naked eye, shot toward the Death Knight and the Fear Lord. The Fear Lord stepped forward first, his black claws reaching out to grasp the blade energy. Yet he underestimated its sharpness. In an instant, the blade severed his claws. The sword energy's power unabated, nearly cleaving his body in two at the waist. But the Dreadlord roared in fury, reaching out into the void toward a massive abomination butcher nearby. The abomination instantly shattered into a pile of rotten flesh. The Lich King, having absorbed the abomination's life force, saw his wounds rapidly heal. Truly a lord of the undead, Mu Yu murmured. The skills are nearly identical. The Death Knight used his mobility to dodge the sword energy, while the Dreadlord braced against the blade's force before charging toward Mu Yu. Facing the encirclement of two Lord-level undead, Mu Yu remained unflustered, gripping his sword hilt with both hands as he prepared to strike. The putrid swarm and deathly entanglement surged toward Mu Yu once more. And in the instant they struck, Mu Yu reinforced the protective barrier around the primordial qilin once more. A brilliant white light flared around Mu Yu, instantly nullifying the two dark green magical attacks with its shield. The Death Knight's skeletal blade crashed down toward Mu Yu, only to be firmly parried by him the next instant. While the Dreadlord's claws lunged for Mu Yu's heart. The two undead leaders were determined to kill Mu Yu. Yet they had underestimated Mu Yu's strength. Mu Yu paid no heed to the Dreadlord's claws. A golden barrier formed over his skin. And the claws, capable of shattering rock, were now repelled by the golden light. In the next instant, the golden sword blazed with an intense glow, as if suddenly imbued with immense weight. And the previously stalemated Death Knight was instantly slammed to the ground. Mu Yu yanked the greatsword back, then swung it down with brutal force toward the fallen Death Knight below. The Death Knight raised its skeletal blade in a futile attempt to block. But in the blink of an eye, both the skeletal blade and the knight's body were cleaved clean in two. Witnessing this, the Dreadlord let out a frenzied roar and raised his hand to unleash a swarm of carrion beetles. But Mu Yu left him no chance to retaliate. The golden blade pierced the Dreadlord's abdomen with a wet thud, then jerked upward, cleaving the Dreadlord's entire upper body in two. A distant roar echoed. Turning to look, they saw the battle between Zulong and the Dungeon Lord nearing its end. Zulong now stood covered in black blood, looking rather battered, while the Dungeon Lord was in even worse shape. His beetle-like carapace was completely shattered, his upper and lower halves nearly torn apart entirely. With a final, defiant roar, the Dungeon Lord collapsed to the ground. The deathly decay that had permeated the air had ceased at some point. And gazing into the distance, one could see Yuan Feng playing with the Lich's severed head. All four leaders fell in an instant. And the Undead Legion, deprived of their aura's reinforcement, quickly began to crumble. Now came the joyful harvest. Everyone, eliminate as many undead troops as possible. Mu Yu issued the command while charging toward the clustered abomination butchers. With a swift swing of his blade, he cleaved the 2-meter-tall abomination butcher in two. A mid-grade source crystal and a soul crystal instantly rose from the corpse. Without the aura's support, the Undead Legion collapsed into utter disarray.
Zulong plunged into the heart of the undead ranks, leaving a trail of flesh and blood in his wake. While Yuan Feng's back sprouted wings, lifting her high into the air as her palms unleashed a torrential downpour of fire. The primordial human race stood shoulder to shoulder, slaughtering with frenzied ease. The undead's morale plummeted, and they soon began scattering in disarray.
Think you can provoke the divine and walk away?
The primordial Qilin snorted coldly, raising his staff to tap lightly upon the ground.
White ripples spread outward from beneath its feet.
Any undead touched by the ripples had their speed drastically reduced.
Chapter 51, The Enemy's Plot, Confronting the Dark Ranger. Ha! I'll slaughter every last one of you to vent the Divine Lord's fury.
Zulong roared with laughter, plunging into the undead horde with renewed ferocity. Half an hour later, the undead forces besieging them were utterly annihilated. While the others cleaned up the battlefield, Muyu gathered the materials dropped by the 4 undead leaders. 12 mid-tier Genesis Source crystals, exactly 3 from each lord. 1 soul crystal from an Abyss Lord, 1 soul crystal from a Death Knight. These lords were a tier stronger than Shin Mushue's Linghu Qiong,
and would likely fetch a hefty sum on the market.
Beyond these, each lord also dropped their unique materials, such as the Dungeon Lord's Carapace, the Lich's Heart, and the Dreadlord's Bat Wings. Though Muyu had no use for these materials, they were invaluable resources for builders of undead-themed worlds. 10 minutes later, the full haul from slaughtering the Undead Legion was tallied. 800 basic Genesis crystals and 56 intermediate Genesis crystals. From the start to the end of the battle, it took only an hour. To gain so much in such a short time was exceptionally rich. Beyond these materials, what piqued Muyu's interest most was a parchment Yuan Feng had retrieved from the Lich's helmet. Etched upon the parchment was a colossal throne encrusted with ice crystals, upon which sat a shadowy figure clad in black. Beside the figure lay a massive sword with a ram's head hilt. The moment he saw the sword, Muyu recognized its name, Frostmourne. And the figure seated upon the throne was none other than the Lich King Arthas. The parchment outlined a simplified route leading to the Frozen Throne.
Referencing the map, the Frozen Throne remained within the red danger zone.
Still, it was worth a look. With that thought, Muyu tore open a teleportation scroll, sending all his recent loot back to his small world. After a night's rest, the group set out for the Frozen Throne. Meanwhile, deep within the yellow-marked difficult zone, a fierce battle was drawing to a close. Ha! Finally took down this group of powerful goblins. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, casting a rather smug glance at Lu Ruobing nearby.
This goblin tribe numbered 30, including a formidable goblin lumberjack.
Though the battle was perilous, the outcome was favorable. We secured 20 basic source crystals and 1 advanced source crystal.
Chen Feng walked over to Lu Ruobing as he spoke. Ruobing, what do you say? Let's team up. With you on board, we could even venture into deeper difficulty zones where resources are far more abundant. No thanks. I said I won't team up.
Lu Ruobing's gaze drifted toward the distant jungle. Muyu seems to have ventured deep into the jungle already. I wonder how he's faring. Has he reached the edge of the difficult zone, or even ventured into the red danger area? Chen Feng watched Lu Ruobing's distant gaze. A flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes as his palm clenched into a tight fist.
Damn Muyu, don't get too cocky. Soon you'll pay the price for your arrogance.
Suyin, it's time to deploy your group stealth spell.
Chen Feng's eyes darkened as he shot a mocking glance at a classmate beside him. I wonder what you were thinking, willingly becoming Xiao Yu's subordinate deity? Ha, content to be a rich man's lackey? Just bad luck I backed the wrong master. Su Yin's expression remained calm.
For someone like me, with neither money nor influence, aligning with the powerful is the only way to survive. Zhang Xiaochang and Xiaoyu promised a huge sum afterward.
Enough, enough. Just escorting you to the edge of the danger zone is all that's needed, right? Chen Feng impatiently cut Su Yin off.
I've already gathered enough students to reach the edge of the danger zone.
Once we're there, you're confident you can take down Muyu, correct?
Yes, but I'll warn you, evacuate quickly. That thing packs devastating power.
Even a true god might not withstand its destructive force. Alright, I got it. After half a day of exploration,
Muyu's expedition halted before a mountain range that pierced the clouds. Black storm clouds hung low, thunder crackling and lightning flashing. And just looking at it made it clear this was no safe place. According to the map, the Frozen Throne lies within these mountains. Yuan Feng pointed to the distant peaks.
The atmosphere here feels oppressive. The enemies within won't be simple. So what?
I'll crush any creature that dares stand in the way of the Divine Lord,
Zhu Long declared, clenching his fists with fury.
Muyu carefully compared the map in his hands
and confirmed this area wasn't an extreme danger zone. No matter how powerful the monsters within, they couldn't possibly be beyond his current capabilities. Besides, he still had the World Beacon, his trump card, sufficient to defeat any foes lurking within the mountain peaks. Everyone, let's move out, Muyu commanded. After clearing the enemies on the mountain peak, we should return. The foes in the deep red danger zone are beyond our capabilities.
We obey the divine will of the Divine Lord, the group replied in unison. Shortly after entering the mountain range, dozens of undead high-tier units abomination butchers charged toward the group. Adhering to the principle of swift victory, the group worked together to eliminate every abomination butcher. 13 abominations dropped a whopping 9 intermediate source crystals, an exceptionally high drop rate. As they ascended the mountain, waves of high-tier undead units kept surging toward them, including necromancers, banshees, obsidian statues. And by the end, even a frost dragon appeared. Yet these undead forces proved utterly insignificant to Muyu's team. Under the various buffs granted by the primordial Qilin, these foes had no chance to resist. Especially the frost dragon. One moment it was roaring menacingly in the sky. The next moment, the ancestral dragon revealed its true form and tore them all to shreds, leaving not a single one behind. Muyu and his companions fought their way toward the frozen throne, collecting nearly 300 primary source crystals along the way, and nearly 200 intermediate source crystals. By rough estimate, Muyu's collection of basic source crystals was nearing the 3,000 mark, and his intermediate source crystals were nearing 400. A significant portion of these resources had been looted from the ownerless plains. Source crystals in unclaimed plains far surpass those found in divine ruins. Who dares disturb the Lich King's sweet dreams? A slightly hoarse female voice echoed as they moved forward. The group had now crossed halfway up the mountain, nearing the summit. Surrounded by skeletal remains and decaying armor of various races. Looking up, they saw a stunningly curvaceous elf clad entirely in dark black, standing high above and gazing down at them. Clad in a tattered cloak, her exquisite features shrouded in shadow. Sylvanas Windrunner, the Dark Ranger. Muyu identified the enemy with precision. Chapter 52, The Resurrected Races, Final Battle Against the Lich King. Judging by experience, the Dark Ranger should be the final minor boss before facing the Lich King. Accompanied by the Dark Ranger's shrill screech, countless banshees surged forth from all directions. Their shrill cries carried sonic waves imbued with psychic attacks capable of disrupting human will. Distracted by wave after wave of piercing screams, the group's focus rapidly dissipated. Just then, Sir Qilin produced a bell and shook it vigorously. White ripples spread out, instantly restoring the dazed crowd to their senses. Those succubi touched by the white ripples were struck as if by lightning, clutching their ears in agony and wailing incessantly. Now's our chance, slaughter them all, Muyu declared, seizing the golden sword and charging toward the Dark Ranger. Damned humans, daring to profane the Lich King. I shall slay your bodies and condemn your souls to eternal torment in the fires of hell. The Dark Ranger reacted with lightning speed, immediately firing 2 dark arrows at Muyu. Muyu raised his sword to block, only to see the dark power infused in the arrows instantly begin to seep into him. Surrender to the darkness. Let it consume your soul, and become its slave forever, the Dark Ranger's voice echoed like a dream. As wave after wave of dark-infused arrows poured toward Muyu, Muyu showed no intention of evading. A brilliant light flared around him as he charged straight through the arrows, closing in on the Dark Ranger. The Dark Ranger hadn't anticipated such a fierce foe. Her face twisted in shock. Damned enemy! Why haven't you been consumed by the darkness? This can't be, impossible. Swish! With a swift swing of his blade, the Dark Ranger was cleaved in two. Though the Dark Ranger possessed a beautiful face, Muyu preferred the materials that spilled out after dispatching her. Soon, 5 intermediate source crystals, a soul crystal, and a black shortbow floated up from the corpse. Wondering if slaying the Lich King might yield the ruins' coordinates, Muyu gazed at the colossal figure slowly rising atop the mountain, murmuring to himself. Defeating the Dark Ranger and the Banshee had successfully awakened the slumbering Lich King. The Lich King grasped his ram-headed sword and slowly descended from his frozen throne. As he awoke, the surrounding skeletons began to tremble violently, and streams of flesh mixed with rotting earth flowed into some of the skeletal frames. Mortals, let me tell you this myself, a muffled voice echoed from beneath the Lich King's frost-covered helmet. When all is said and done, you will beg for my forgiveness. I am the Cataclysm. As the words faded, dozens of crimson creatures rose from the bones, alongside the recently deceased Dark Ranger Sylvanas Windrunner, Uther, Illidan, Medivh, Rexer, Kael'thas. Leaders of various races long since fallen in battle now slowly crawled from piles of bones, their bodies covered in blood-red, rotting flesh. They stood before the Lich King as he descended from his frozen throne. Each had been slain by the Lich King, and now, resurrected, they would fight for him. Be cautious, Muyu warned. These resurrected foes are undead and indestructible. Only by slaying the Lich King will these lords vanish completely. Battle was imminent. But then Muyu raised his hand, unleashing a golden sword chi that swept toward the charging leaders of various races. The golden blade energy spread out, effortlessly shattering several leaders into fragments of flesh. Yet in the next instant, flesh fragments intertwined and spread, and the shattered leaders resurrected once more, continuing their charge toward the expedition team. Breaking free from the encirclement of the tribal leaders, Muyu swung his sword at the Lich King Arthas, only to have the Lich King raise his ram-headed sword, effortlessly blocking the strike. In the next instant, an icy blue energy surged forth from his body.
The seemingly minute ice crystals rapidly drained the innate gale energy.
Muyu's expression shifted slightly as he gathered his strength and unleashed a golden sword chi toward the Lich King. Yet the razor-sharp blade shattered like glass upon contact with the Lich King's form. Muyu instantly realized this creature's combat prowess was on par with the corrupted king he had encountered in the second-tier ruins. Back then, Muyu had only defeated the corrupted king by borrowing the power of Pangu. Now, what method could he use to defeat this enemy before him? As he pondered, the Lich King's ram-headed sword already lunged toward Muyu. Its razor-sharp edge left Muyu certain it could pierce through his innate protective aura. He swiftly leapt backward, creating distance between himself and the Lich King. A direct confrontation? He was no match. Muyu instantly assessed the situation. Humans in primordial Qilin find a way to hold off the other undead units. Zulu and Yuan Feng, come assist me in slaying the Lich King. The moment the command was issued, Yuan Feng spread her fiery wings and charged toward Muyu, carrying Zhu Long with her. Muyu was already reeling under the Lich King's relentless assault. The Lich King radiated a slowing aura, and Muyu felt the icy chill seeping into his body at every moment. His movements growing increasingly sluggish as the Lich King's razor-sharp blade repeatedly thrust toward Muyu's vital points. Lord God, I'm here to help you. Zhu Long roared, transforming into his true form and diving toward the Lich King. While Yuan Feng raised both hands, summoning a torrential rain of fire to pour down upon the Lich King's position. The intense heat melted the ice crystals, lifting the slowing effect binding Muyu. While Zuluo instantly coiled his slender dragon body around the Lich King. He opened his gaping maw, attempting to bite off the Lich King's head. But in the next instant, blue energy erupted from the Lich King's entire body. Zulong roared in fury, tightening his coils with renewed ferocity. Yet the overflowing blue energy swiftly tore through his scales, blood seeping from his wounds. In the next instant, the blue energy erupted, hurling the ancient dragon backward. This creature's power was approaching that of a god. Muyu's brow furrowed. Ancient dragon, take human form and fight alongside me. A white halo enveloped Zhu Long. And the frost-covered wounds rapidly healed. Zhu Long transformed into human form and charged once more toward the Lich King. With Yuan Feng's assistance, Muyu had shaken off the frost's influence. Swinging his golden sword once more to strike at the Lich King. After several exchanges, Muyu gained no advantage. The ram-headed blade proved deadly to him. While his golden sword failed to inflict any significant damage on the Lich King. The Lich King's power now approached that of a god. And at this moment, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and Muyu were clearly no match for him. In a flash of lightning, Muyu suddenly recalled the Lich King's one fatal weakness. Arthas had become the second Lich King only after donning the Crown of Domination. In other words, the Crown of Domination he wore held the Lich King's entire power. Ancient dragon. I'll cover you. Muyu shouted. Find a way to remove his helmet. Zhu Long let out a strange cry, his hands transforming into dragon claws as he lunged toward the Lich King's head. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng, providing cover nearby, unleashed a blazing inferno that engulfed the sky, obscuring the Lich King's vision. Zhu Long emerged from the flames, his two dragon claws seizing the crown of dominion with pinpoint precision. As if sensing the threat, the Lich King reached upward to seize the ancestral dragon. His entire body was enveloped in frost containing immense energy. A frost so potent even Yuan Feng's flames could not suppress it. The primordial dragon shivered violently from the cold, yet even so, he clung fiercely to the Lich King's helmet. Though the primordial dragon was the leader of the ancient dragon clan. As the second-generation ancestral dragon, his mind remained adolescent. And precisely because of this, even as the Lich King's blade pierced him, he still clenched his teeth and held onto the helmet with all his might. The force exerted upon it finally yielded, and the Crown of Domination showed a slight wobble. And at that very moment, Muyu's golden sword, radiating a golden halo, pierced through the frost and stabbed toward the Lich King's chest. Chapter 53, Coordinates of the Third-Tier Ruins, Suyin's Madness. Muyu's attack was delayed by a split second because he was gathering power. Channeling all his strength into innate gale energy, which condensed upon the golden sword. Now, the golden sword contained terrifying energy that even the Lich King feared. To prevent this blade from piercing his chest, the Lich King withdrew his ram-headed sword, holding it before his chest. The strike, imbued with all of Muyu's strength, was blocked. Yet in that instant, Zuluo wrenched the crown of dominion from the Lich King's head. What met the eye was a youth with silver hair and a pallid complexion. He was Arthas, the devoted son of Azeroth. The moment the crown was removed, the frost shrouding his form rapidly dissipated. Without the helmet's enhancement, the Lich King's power was drastically weakened. Muyu seized the moment, swinging his golden sword to sever the Lich King's head. The headless Lich King's body slowly collapsed to the ground. The ram-headed demon sword Frostmourne fell to the ground. And the crimson-hued leaders of various races instantly exploded into pools of blood. With the Lich King slain, several orbs of light coalesced upon his corpse. The most striking orb held a golden crystal within its glow. Upon seeing this crystal, Muyu let out a satisfied smile.
Excellent. Finally, a golden Genesis source crystal had appeared. This golden source crystal alone made this journey through the ownerless plane well worth it. Possessing the golden source crystal meant Muyu could continue his flawless simulation of the primordial world. And after the Dragon Phoenix calamity came the Lich War. Muyu eagerly anticipated what deities would emerge in his miniature world during that great conflict. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of an item resembling a parchment scroll suspended within one of the light orbs. Another treasure. Divine relic. Muyu immediately seized the orb. Third-tier divine relic, the remnant of a fallen third-tier true god, whose planar coordinates drifted through a temporal rift into this dimension and were collected by the Lich King. A third-tier divine relic. Muyu was slightly taken aback. True gods were ranked across 9 tiers, with Tier 1 being the weakest and Tier 9 the strongest. During their last exploration of a Tier 2 divine relic, he and the Shin sisters nearly suffered a total wipe. The corrupted king from that encounter left a deep impression on Muyu. A third-tier divine relic would undoubtedly be far more perilous. I'll explore the third-tier ruins after the college entrance exams, Muyu mused. His primary focus now was the exams. Besides the golden Genesis source crystal and the third-tier divine ruins, the Lich King's soul crystal, the crown of dominion, and Frostmourne had also become Muyu's spoils of war. Each of these 3 items was priceless material. And even if auctioned off, they could fetch a hefty sum. He tore open the teleportation scroll, transferring all his current spoils back to his pocket dimension. The time flow in this ownerless plane was 48:1 relative to reality. Meaning 1 hour in reality equaled 48 hours in the unclaimed realm. For this trial, the Academy stipulated a maximum stay of 8 days within the unclaimed realm. Equivalent to just 4 hours in the real world. There were 2 ways to return to the real world. One was the complete annihilation of the entire force, forcing a return to the real world. Or by waiting out the full 8 days, which triggers an automatic return. I'll use these 3 days to farm as many source crystals as possible, Muyu thought. The other students won't dare venture into the red danger zone. This will be my personal monster farming ground. Licking his lips, Muyu prepared to go all out. But just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed from nearby. Muyu, my friend. I've finally found you. Ripples rippled through the air. The next second, a gaunt wizard appeared, leading his followers. Muyu frowned slightly at the sight, then realized he had seen this man before. Suyin, who had been on the same team as Xiaoyu during the mock exam. Suyin, what are you doing here? Muyu watched him warily. I came here to find you, Suyin replied calmly. To find you and eliminate you. Suyin's earnest expression sent a chill down Muyu's spine. Though Suyin's witch minions were no match for him, Muyu refused to underestimate the threat. Yuan Feng, take them out. As Muyu's words fell, 2 fiery serpents erupted from Yuan Feng's hands, targeting the 10 wizards nearby. Talent skill, blood sacrifice domain. Unbelievably, Suyin had also advanced to quasi-demigod. A dark crimson shield enveloped Suyin's surroundings. Simultaneously, the sorcerers beside him let out piercing screams before dissolving into pools of blood. Yuan Feng's flame slammed into the crimson barrier, quickly scorching the blood-red shield. Yet from within the barrier came Suyin's calm voice, Muyu, I know your subordinates are formidable. But my blood sacrifice domain has one advantage: it can continuously fortify its defenses by absorbing the power of faith. Within the crimson barrier, Suyin's entire body ignited with white flames. Undoubtedly his own faith energy. Using faith power as fuel, his blood sacrifice domain steadily neutralized Yuan Feng's flames. Are you mad? Muyu frowned. Burning your faith power will cause your rank to plummet from quasi-demigod back to apprentice demigod. Are you giving up on college entrance exams? What good is college? Suyin laughed. Taking you down will bring me far greater rewards than any university. The protective barrier forged from the essence of faith was impenetrable, even to Muyu, at least for the time being. Yet Suyin's next move caused Muyu's expression to shift slightly. Suyin was actually constructing a portal to a microcosm. At the same time, deep within the colossal volcano at the core of the ownerless plane, an ancient demon slumbering within the molten lava slowly opened its eyes. From its serpentine vertical eyes radiated a spine-chilling aura of overwhelming menace. Someone was invading this plane. Who dared to be so bold? Across the grasslands, the headmaster mentors who had been chatting idly abruptly fell silent. Their brows furrowed as they gazed into the depths of the grasslands. A student had recklessly opened a portal. Yu Baichuan, standing atop a flying sword, materialized before the mentors and headmaster. The powerful deity of this plane had been awakened. What should we do? There are only 3 days left until the mass teleportation, the third middle school principal frowned. Should we shelter the students? No need for panic. The deities of this plane are no match for me. However, since this is their home turf, they might prove troublesome. Then we go protect the students. With the god awakened, other creatures in this world will also fall into frenzy. This trial ends here.
Burning the power of faith not only strengthened Su Yin's shield but also accelerated the formation of the teleportation gate.
Within just 5 minutes, the portal connecting to Su Yin's microcosm was complete.
Throughout this process, Muyu strained every ounce of strength to shatter the blood sacrifice shield, yet failed. But when the teleportation array materialized, Muyu's expression, which had merely been slightly furrowed, suddenly changed dramatically. For he saw a nuclear bomb being carried out piece by piece through the portal.
Su Yin, you're insane. Muyu shouted fiercely.
You're going to detonate a nuclear bomb in an ownerless plane. Yes, I plan to use this nuclear bomb to eliminate you, Su Yin chuckled.
As a friendly reminder, there's a 3-minute fission window between activation and detonation. You can try to escape.
Muyu's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom.
Why are you doing this? Did Zhang Xiaochang or Xiao Yu order you?
Neither. I just can't stand the sight of you, Su Yin roared with laughter.
Well, scared now?
If you don't run, your men will all be meeting their maker.
Chapter 54, Nuclear Countdown, Dragon Roar Above the Heavens. As if he'd accomplished some monumental feat.
Su Yin laughed unrestrainedly. His face contorted with a sickening, maniacal arrogance. Ancestral dragon, manifest your true form. We must leave this place, Muyu's face darkened.
This nuclear bomb's yield is terrifying. Retreat toward the grasslands as quickly as possible.
With a piercing roar, the ancestral dragon transformed into a 100-meter-long Chinese dragon. The colossal dragon soared skyward, racing toward the grasslands. The land receded rapidly behind them. Less than a minute remained before the nuclear blast. Muyu stood atop the zhurong, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. Just then, a streak of white light streaked across the sky above them like a meteor, heading in the opposite direction.
What was that? Yuan Feng frowned.
It's the true god-tier powerhouse protecting us during the trial. Muyu frowned even more deeply. He didn't know whether this being was heading to stop the nuclear explosion or something else.
If it was the former, that would be manageable. But if it was the latter? What if he didn't know a nuclear bomb was about to detonate? Even if he turned back, it would be too late now. Muyu gave a bitter smile.
They had to hurry and escape.
Divine Lord, Yuan Feng pointed downward. A massive battle has erupted below.
That young girl who shares a close bond with you is there too.
5 minutes ago,
Shinmushue was happily slaying monsters in the yellow difficulty zone. When the surrounding monsters suddenly went berserk. They formed waves of beasts, trampling everything in their path.
Mushue, come here and take cover.
A student from 3rd middle school called out to Mushue, urging her to join the gathering group of students.
With the monsters enraged, any lone explorer would be doomed in no time.
So the students spontaneously banded together, attempting to withstand this sudden onslaught of beasts. The group Mushue joined included top students from 1st and 2nd High, like Lu Ruobing and Chen Feng.
They were now united in their fight against the beast tide. Chen Feng, what are you spacing out for? Have your elves focus their fire?
Lu Ruobing's curse rang out. Only then did Chen Feng snap out of it and organize his elves to attack.
Chen Feng's face was grim.
Damn it, I should have retreated earlier. Who knew the beast tide would erupt so quickly? Chen Feng was deeply troubled. He didn't know exactly what methods Zhang Xiaochang and Xiao Yu had employed against Muyu. But judging by the sheer scale of this beast tide, it couldn't be simple.
Hang in there, everyone.
The principal and teachers will come to rescue us soon. Chen Feng's words were as much for his own encouragement. As long as the principal and the others intervened, he was certain he'd be safe. Yet the next second, his hopes were shattered. A 4-armed demon ape leapt into their ranks, unleashing a bloody massacre upon his elven tribe.
No!
Chen Feng's face paled. Someone help me. These elves are my strongest fighters, they can't die. Yet no one responded to his plea. For the entire group was now under assault from raging beasts. And the frenzied monsters' overall combat power had surged dramatically. Far beyond what the current students could handle. It's over. All my stone golems are dead. My carefully cultivated beastmen. Who can save me? Damn it, the damage rate on the power armor has reached 80%. The students' forces were no match for the enraged monsters. And in an instant, the chaotic battlefield was filled with cries of agony. Amidst this chaos, only one corner of the battlefield still held out.
Green light flickered as Shin Mushua's medic spirit warriors grappled with several two-headed monsters.
After a period of cultivation, Shin Mushua's medicinal spirit tribe was no longer the purely supportive race that could only heal allies. These medicine spirit warriors now mastered both magic and martial arts, excelling in close combat while also granting buffs and even healing to their own units.
Shin Mushue, watch your right. Just then, a blood-eyed demon wolf launched a sneak attack toward Shin Mushue. The next second, a crimson laser sliced the demon wolf clean in two.
Shin Mushue turned to see Lu Ruobing from 1st High rushing to her aid. Her eyes blazing crimson, she was the one who had saved her. The number of berserk monsters is growing. If this continues, we'll be wiped out.
Shin Mushue frowned deeply.
With Lu Ruobing, the land-based superhuman, joining the fight, Shen Mushue's pressure eased considerably, yet her brow remained furrowed. The current battle situation was grim. Most students were on the brink of total annihilation under the onslaught of the beast tide. It's okay. We just need to hold out until the teachers arrive. Lu Ruobing's voice abruptly cut off. The next second, the ground shattered. Massive fissures spread across the earth. From the fissures, countless monsters the size of cars crawled out. The moment the beasts appeared, the students' faces paled. No! Even Lu Ruobing, usually composed, couldn't suppress a scream. For a massive poisonous stinger had pierced her ankle. The scorpion emitted an eerie hissing sound as it dragged Lu Ruobing's body toward the fissure. Paralyzed by the neurotoxin, Lu Ruobing was utterly helpless. Shen Mushue tried to rush to her rescue, but she was surrounded by monsters surging in from all directions. Ruobing, don't be afraid. I'll save you. Shen Feng shouted, taking 2 steps toward Lu Ruobing. But halted abruptly the next instant. More poisonous scorpions crawled out of the fissure. If he didn't leave now, he would surely die here. Shen Feng's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. Are you kidding? His elven warriors were the strongest fighters in the entire microcosm. And he still needed them for the college entrance exams. Every survivor counted. Help! Save me! As the hideous monster dragged her toward the bottomless crevice, Lu Ruobing struggled desperately, her helpless cries echoing. As a deity, death at the monster's hands would only send him back to the real world. Yet every agonizing sensation of that death would be felt firsthand. Moreover, the one dragging her was an utterly repulsive demon. The thought of being torn apart by the monster in the pitch-black underground. A deep despair welled up within her. Save me! I don't want to be eaten by monsters. Shen Mushue led the medicine spirit clan into battle. Her subordinate Ling Hu Chuang swung his heavy sword, severing the poisoned scorpion's front claws, saving Lu Ruobing from plummeting into the fissure at the last moment. Are you alright? Shen Mushue asked, her expression grave. All your land's supermen have been sacrificed. I know, Lu Ruobing replied, her face pale and still shaken. Just as Shen Mushue prepared to lead Lu Ruobing away, the earth shook violently once more. Simultaneously, a colossal dragon covered in putrid matter burst forth from the earth. The moment the students saw this monstrosity, every single one of them paled. It's a corpse-rotten dragon. The beast tide must have awakened it. We're done for. We're no match for this monster. Damn it, what terrible luck. Why did this have to happen to us? A wave of despair swept through the students. While the decaying dragon, breaking through the earth, fixed its gray-white eyes on Shen Mushue and Lu Ruobing. Despair washed over Lu Ruobing's face, while Shen Mushue stared blankly at the corpse-rotten dragon. When the disparity in strength between combatants is vast, all resistance becomes futile. Just as the corpse-rotten dragon opened its foul, gaping maw, poised to swallow Shen Mushue and Lu Ruobing whole, a thunderous roar of unparalleled authority echoed from the heavens. The carrion dragon immediately raised its head. Yet in the next instant, a golden greatsword pierced the void, driving itself deep into the dragon's skull. Chapter 55, The Human Emperor Descends, withstands a nuclear blast. The golden sword pinned the corpse-rotting dragon to the ground with unstoppable force. Then a figure descended from the sky, landing steadily atop the dragon's carcass. Sunlight poured down, casting the figure as a silhouette mysterious and powerful. Brother Mu Yu! Shen Mushue cried out upon recognizing the arrival, while the others instinctively turned their gaze toward the man standing atop the dragon's carcass. Mu Yu? He just one-shot a dragon? How is that possible? Lu Ruobing, Mu Yu's classmate, watched the towering figure with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. To be saved by a powerful stranger in the midst of utter despair. And this instantly elevated Lu Ruobing's regard for Mu Yu to its peak. Mu Yu, watch out for the monsters. Several monsters climbed the dragon's carcass and lunged toward Mu Yu's position. Yet in the next instant, several black greatswords plummeted from the sky, piercing the monsters' bodies with pinpoint accuracy. Primordial humans descended from the heavens, forming a protective circle around Mu Yu. The beast tide continued to surge forward. Having reverted to their true forms, the primordial dragon and primordial phoenix each unleashed their divine abilities to slaughter the relentless wave of demonic beasts. Seeing Mu Yu protected by such formidable kin, envy flashed across the students' faces. Descending from the heavens to slay a colossal dragon, this scene was so thrilling and unforgettable. Brother Mu Yu, you looked so cool just now. Shen Mushue exclaimed excitedly. It's truly wonderful to see you here. Mu Yu, thank you for saving us, Lu Ruobing said, her cheeks flushing slightly as her heart pounded wildly. Never before in her life had she met a boy who made her feel such a profound sense of security. At this moment, Lu Ruobing's eyes were filled only with Mu Yu's figure. Don't get too excited just yet. The real crisis hasn't even begun. Mu Yu's voice turned stern. We're in big trouble. What kind of trouble? Shen Mushue's voice trailed off abruptly.
as a massive white light suddenly erupted in the distant sky. The moment it appeared, the very colors of heaven and earth shifted. Mu Shui, hide behind me. Mu Yu growled. Whether we survive this depends on luck. At that moment, in the core region of the ownerless plane, Mayor Yu Baichuan of Tai City stood with his hands behind his back, blocking a colossal demonic creature. I am Sargeras, the Dark Titan. What vermin dares invade my world? Sargeras, creator of the Warcraft universe, the mightiest deity in this plane. Gazing up at the colossal being towering over 100 meters high, Yu Baichuan's expression remained utterly unruffled. My people are undergoing plane training. Once their training concludes, they will depart. Our race did not intend to disturb you. Damn you! What do you take my plane for? A hunting ground? Sargeras roared in fury. I am the Dark Titan. Enough, enough. You're merely a weak god of a minor plane, not even worthy of being called a lesser god. Stop shouting slogans, will you? Yu Baichuan sighed helplessly. You have home field advantage, so I cannot kill you here, but that doesn't mean you're my match. Damn it, you're asking for death. Sargeras' body ignited with black flames, ready to unleash his fury. The blinding white light that had turned the heavens and earth pale appeared in the next instant. Damn you! What have you done to my plane? Sargeras' question went unanswered. For Yu Baichuan had vanished from his original position. Who detonated the nuclear bomb? As he traversed the clouds, Yu Baichuan frowned deeply. This batch of students was impossible to handle. They'd even resorted to nuclear bombs. Detonating a nuclear bomb was no threat to a true god of Yu Baichuan's rank. But for his students in this plane, it was an existential catastrophe. Without immediate intervention, every examinee at Tai City High might be wiped out. As the blinding light persisted, a colossal mushroom cloud of flames erupted thousands of meters into the sky, followed by a shockwave carrying scorching destructive energy that radiated outward, reducing forests to ash and leveling mountains in its path. This was a monstrous nuclear bomb of terrifying yield, its destructive power far surpassing any nuclear weapon Mu Yu had ever witnessed in his previous life. The nuclear blast shockwave broke the sound barrier as it bore down on the crowd. The students' faces drained of color as they froze in terror, while the frenzied beasts, sensing the terrifying force, fled frantically into the distance. Brother Mu Yu, what should we do? Shen Mushua's small face was etched with fear, utterly overwhelmed by the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. Don't be afraid. Hide behind me. Mu Yu regained his composure from his initial panic. His expression remained calm as he faced the deadly shockwave. Escape was impossible now. The only option was to try and block this explosion. The world beacon activated, and a temporal rift appeared beside Mu Yu. As ripples trembled, a youth clad in dragon robes stepped forth. Fushi of the human race, paying homage to the human emperor. Fushi bowed slightly to Mu Yu, then frowned the next instant. He sensed the rapidly approaching peril. Fushi, aid me in warding off this peril. Under the gaze of his disciples, Mu Yu took several steps forward. Gripping the golden sword, his golden energy slowly gathered around him. Heavenly Tao Human Emperor, activate. Golden radiance surged from the bodies of the three primordial clans and the primordial human race. The moment this light surged into Mu Yu's body, a layer of golden armor visibly covered his entire body. The students gazed at Mu Yu, now resembling a war god, and exclaimed in awe, this is his innate skill. Who would have thought Mu Yu had advanced to quasi-demigod status? I know it's a natural talent, but what good is it if he can't withstand a nuclear blast? Reason tells me it's impossible, but what if he actually pulled it off? Impossible. A nuclear blast of this magnitude, there's no way we could survive. Amidst the murmurs of the students, Mu Yu's golden armor gradually solidified around his body. Unfortunately, he wasn't fighting alongside the entire race of the primordial world, so the golden armor he manifested appeared thin and lightweight. But this was not Mu Yu's strongest form. The nuclear blast shockwave broke the sound barrier and rushed toward them at breakneck speed. Mu Yu, now in his human emperor form, shouted backward, Fushi, lend me your strength. Fushi, the deity of the state, wielded the power of racial belief and destiny. Was not a war god himself, yet he could channel the destiny and faith of a race into his own power. The moment Mu Yu issued his command, Fushi drew forth the river diagram and the Book of Changes. As the pages turned, golden energy surged like a flood into Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu's aura surged violently, his body rapidly swelling until he transformed into a 3-meter-tall golden armored general. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the nuclear explosion swept in. The students huddled together in terror, their eyes filled with despair as they were utterly stunned by the kilometer-wide wave of flame and air. A split second before the blast wave struck Mu Yu, he abruptly raised his massive golden sword and thrust it fiercely into the ground. A golden blade aura instantly unfurled into a vast semicircle. At that very moment, the nuclear blast collided with the golden blade energy. Chapter 56, The Great Hero Mu Yu, Slandered. At the very front, Mu Yu felt as though his body had been struck by a colossal mountain range.
His chi and blood surged violently, his internal organs suffering severe damage in that instant. Yet even so, Muyu clutched the golden greatsword with both hands, channeling all his energy into the golden sword chi. He couldn't let go until the nuclear blast's shockwave had completely dissipated. Should he let go, not only would Shin Mushua's entire team be annihilated, but his own clan members would be wiped out as well. Scorching heat seeped through the sword energy barrier and engulfed Muyu's body. The blade of the golden greatsword glowed crimson, while his hands visibly charred at a visible pace. If one were to look down from above at that moment, a barrier like amber struggling to survive within the superheated heat wave. Muyu! Behind him, Shin Mushua watched with bloodshot eyes as Muyu single-handedly withstood the nuclear blast. She channeled her spiritual energy, attempting to heal Muyu. But the primordial Qilin standing beside her immediately intervened. The Divine Lord's body is filled with conviction and the power of destiny. Healing spells would only disrupt his thoughts. Then what can we do to help him? Lu Ruaving demanded, even if it meant offering only a sliver of aid. There is likely nothing, Shikilin shook his head. Even we cannot aid the human emperor. His body has reached its limit. Any interference could be fatal. Hiding within the barrier Muyu had generated. Those classmates who once looked down on him now held no trace of envy in their eyes. They stared blankly at the figure blocking the front. With respect, admiration, even reverence. The dominant theme among world builders has always been mutual slaughter and plunder. Never dreaming that one day, a peer would shield them from a terrifying crisis like a nuclear blast. Muyu, keep it up. Hang in there, Muyu, let us witness this miracle. Muyu of Class 3C, starting today I'm your loyal follower. Anyone who dares speak ill of you again, I'll beat the crap out of them. I'll become your divine servant Muyu, I love you. The shouts rose and fell behind Muyu. But Muyu could no longer hear them. As the nuclear blast's energy slowly dissipated, Muyu's sword energy barrier quietly shattered. His body swiftly returned to its normal size. We survived. We actually survived the nuclear blast. Thanks to Muyu, my god, it's a miracle. My strongest fighter survived. I can still take the college entrance exam. The students, having narrowly escaped death, buzzed with excitement. Some so overcome with emotion they clutched their heads and wept. Their eyes now fixed on Muyu were filled with reverence. At the same time, a white aura enveloped the severely wounded Muyu. As the primordial Qilin stepped forward first to heal his wounds. Brother Muyu! Shin Mushua wept bitterly. As she threw herself into his arms. Green energy surged into his body, healing his wounds. Why are you crying? I'm not dead, Muyu said with a wry smile, but he instinctively looked up. A streak of white light flashed across the sky, revealing a powerful figure hovering above, standing atop a flying sword. Yu Baichuan, mayor of Tai City, the architect of the Sword Immortal world. Yu Baichuan's eyes were filled with shock. He had rushed here the instant the nuclear blast began, desperate to save the students who hadn't evacuated in time. Yet he had arrived a second too late, just as the blast ended. A nuclear blast of this magnitude was something even true god-level powerhouses dared not confront head-on. So the students were likely doomed. Yet the reality was the exact opposite. The students had miraculously survived. And the reason for their survival was a student named Muyu. What kind of miniature world did this kid possess? Yu Baichuan was stunned. It had actually withstood a super nuclear blast. 3 figures streaked through the churning gray shockwaves like meteors. And as their light faded, the principals of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools appeared, arriving in a flustered state. Thank goodness, the students are safe. Zhao Qingli sighed in relief. Which damn fool could have done such a despicable thing? The principal of 1st high school's face darkened. A student like that would be expelled without hesitation. The principal of 1st high school declared this in front of everyone. So the moment he spoke, the students' attention immediately shifted to this question. Yeah, who the hell was the lunatic who detonated that nuclear bomb? This guy has sinister motives, clearly trying to wipe us all out so we can't enter the college entrance exams at full strength. The explosion occurred deep within the forest. Strange, would any students even go there? The discussion grew increasingly heated. But a single voice silenced the crowd. Principal Wang, I suspect this incident is connected to Muyu from 3rd High. He was coming from the direction of the explosion. The voice belonged to Chen Feng. The moment he spoke, the room fell silent. Shin Mushue immediately snapped, you bastard. He just saved us, and you repay kindness with betrayal. Chen Feng, you'd better not go around biting people like a mad dog. Lu Ruaving's expression also turned cold. In her heart, Muyu was now a peerless hero. No one could defame her hero. It wasn't just me, many saw it. Chen Feng shouted. Muyu flew in from deep within the forest, and then the nuclear blast began. No one else had entered the forest's depths besides him. At these words, the principals of the 3 middle schools immediately frowned deeply. This matter is extremely serious. It likely won't end with expulsion alone. Imprisonment is a possibility. The principal of 1st high school approached Muyu, his expression icy.
Student Muyu, regarding this nuclear explosion, do you have anything to say?
The principal's scrutinizing gaze made Muyu slightly uncomfortable. Yet he answered with unwavering composure, Principal Wang, the nuclear explosion was triggered by a student named Suin from second high.
I have no idea what I did to provoke him.
To eliminate me, he opened a portal and deployed nuclear weapons.
Impossible, the second high principal immediately countered. Our Suin? He's a seed student with a shot at a top-tier university. With such a bright future, how could he possibly do something like this?
I also don't believe Suin would sacrifice his future just to get revenge on you. The first high school principal's voice grew colder.
As far as I know, you two didn't have any irreconcilable conflicts, did you?
Principals, I have further evidence linking this nuclear blast to Muyu. Chen Feng stepped forward, pointing at the humanoid form of Zhu Long. Muyu's subordinates possess high-speed flight capabilities, allowing them to escape unscathed even after detonating a nuclear bomb. I don't believe Suin would gamble with his future. Therefore, I conclude it was Muyu who detonated the bomb, attempting to eliminate all his rivals. Chen Feng seized the moment to hurl a bucket of filthy mud at Muyu.
Chapter 57, Proving Innocence, Reward from the Mayor.
Though the expedition team consisted of only 10 members, 9 of them were unquestionably the strongest elites in their respective small worlds. If any of them were to fall, it would undoubtedly impact the upcoming college entrance exams. Thus, Chen Feng's words held some credibility in the eyes of the principals of first and second high schools.
Then why did Muyu stay behind to help us withstand the nuclear blast?
Lu Ruo sneered coldly. Chen Feng, your smug face is truly disgusting.
You're just jealous of Muyu, aren't you?
That's why you're trying to smear him.
Exactly. Muyu stayed behind, he could have left. Who knew Chen Feng was this kind of person?
What a disgrace to first high. Perhaps he was just trying to show off or clear his name, the number 2 high school principal remarked unexpectedly. Principal Wang nodded. With a nuclear blast of this magnitude, we couldn't possibly not rescue our students.
Muyu knew, Mayor, you would come to shield them from the blast.
Muyu is indeed highly suspect.
This is what we'll do. Once this incident concludes, I'll immediately report it to the police. Principal Wang, you may have misunderstood.
Yu Baichuan, who had been observing coldly all along, finally spoke up.
Regarding this nuclear explosion, I actually arrived a step too late.
Principal Wang of first high school froze slightly.
Mayor Yu, what do you mean? Didn't you shield the students from the blast?
Not me, Yu Baichuan shook his head. The reason these students are still standing here is entirely thanks to Muyu.
Muyu single-handedly averted this crisis.
At these words, the faces of the principals of first and second high schools were filled with astonishment. Zhao Qingli, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but interject. Muyu is indeed capable, but to say he withstood a nuclear blast, that seems a bit exaggerated. Whether it's exaggerated or not, just ask the students who witnessed it firsthand, Yu Baichuan remarked, his gaze deliberately drifting toward the stunned principals of first and second high schools.
I can testify. Muyu saved us.
War God Muyu nearly died saving us. How could he possibly be the culprit? That idiot Chen Feng is just jealous that Muyu is better than him. Chen Feng never dreamed that the students who had been on good terms with him moments ago had now all turned against him, sending him their most heartfelt greetings. Meanwhile, the principal of first middle school shifted from suspicion to utter shock when looking at Muyu.
Even they, facing this massive nuclear blast, couldn't guarantee they'd emerge unscathed. Just how powerful is this Muyu?
I don't believe Muyu is the one who detonated the nuclear bomb, Yu Baichuan concluded.
If he were, he wouldn't have risked withstanding the shockwave.
Yu Baichuan's statement effectively closed the case.
The principals of number 1 and number 2 high schools said no more. However, just then, Lu Ruobing suddenly spoke up.
If the nuclear explosion wasn't caused by Muyu, then it was most likely Suin. I recall Chen Feng used to be quite close to him. Moreover, when their team reached the edge of the danger zone, Chen Feng returned while Suin vanished. At these words, it was Chen Feng's turn to turn pale.
Lu Ruobing, don't spout nonsense. I barely know Suin. Not close? Chen Feng retorted.
We all saw you having several intimate conversations with him.
I was actually wondering when you'd gotten to know him.
Besides, you were the one who organized our expedition to the edge of the danger zone. Suing did vanish around that time. The students chimed in one after another, quickly piecing together the full details of the incident. After hearing the account, the principal's brows furrowed deeply. Yu Baichuan's voice boomed with authority. Chen Feng, I'm giving you one chance. Tell the truth and get leniency, resist and face the consequences. Chen Feng's face drained of color. And with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Yes, it was Zhang Xiaochang and Xiaoyu. They ordered Suin to retaliate against Muyu.
I only escorted Suin to the edge of the danger zone. Chen Feng was terrified, trembling all over. I had no idea that madman would detonate the nuclear bomb.
The truth was laid bare. The principals of first high and second high were furious. Without question, those responsible for this crisis would face appropriate punishment.
Yet the crisis in this ownerless plane did not vanish with the dissipation of the nuclear bomb's energy. Damned blue star humans, I've finally found you.
A thunderous rumble echoed across the heavens and earth. The earth split apart, magma surged. And the dark titan Sargeras emerged from the hellfire. As he emerged from the molten rock, the sky darkened with storm clouds, thunder clapped, and lightning flashed. The deity of the unclaimed realm had arrived, sending the students' newly calmed nerves into turmoil once more. But at that moment, Yubaichuan's voice boomed across the heavens, "I'm already in a foul mood. Since you dare show your face, you'll serve as my punching bag." The next instant, Yubaichuan slammed into Sargeras' chest like a meteor. A battle began that made the heavens and earth change color. Is this what a battle between true gods looks like? Watching the world shatter before his eyes, Muyu felt an overwhelming longing surge within him. The nuclear crisis was averted, but it served as a stark reminder to Muyu. His own small world was still far from powerful enough. If Zhang Xiaocheng had brought a nuclear bomb into his plane during the invasion, his own small world would likely suffer severe damage. Still not strong enough, Muyu murmured to himself. He must grow far more powerful to ensure his little world could survive unscathed. The battle between Sargeras and Yubaichuan raged for 3 days and 3 nights. And on the eve of everyone's return to the real world, Sargeras shattered into a pile of scorched stone, consumed by his own unwillingness to accept defeat. The trial concluded with substantial gains. Muyu planned to return home to rest. But Yubaichuan summoned him to a private office. "This is for you," Yubaichuan stated crisply, placing a peculiar multicolored crystal on the desk as a reward for Muyu's assistance to his classmate. Muyu frowned slightly upon seeing the crystal. He had never encountered such an object before. "Oh, I forgot divine crystals aren't covered in high school textbooks," Yubaichuan explained. "This thing should enhance the potential of your divine world." At these words, Muyu's expression shifted slightly, but he laughed it off. "What world of the gods? Mayor you, my little world is just an ordinary ancient human realm." "Heh, you're quite skilled at playing dumb," Yubaichuan snorted coldly. "Still, it's wise to keep a low profile before you grow stronger. This divine crystal was looted from the supreme deity of an ownerless plane. It's even more precious than golden source crystals." Upon returning to 3rd middle school, Muyu's first action was to call Xingyan. "Oh my, little brother Muyu, why are you calling me at this hour?" Xingyan's alluring voice came through the phone. Muyu's mouth twitched slightly, but he asked directly, "I want to know what a divine crystal is and how to use it." "Divine crystals are incredibly rare treasures," Xingyan replied. She had just finished showering, her long legs crossed on the sofa, looking utterly ravishing. "Little Muyu, you got your hands on a divine crystal? Does this crystal have any side effects, or is it purely energy?" "Absolutely no side effects," Xingyan replied. "Think of it as a crystallized stone imbued with divine power. It can be used directly to enhance the deities within your microcosm." Chapter 58, Enhancing Deities, College Entrance Exams Begin. After hanging up, Muyu excitedly played with the divine crystal. Yubaichuan truly lived up to his reputation as mayor of Tai City, generous to a fault. Divine crystals are rare treasures that only drop when slaying plain deities. With only one purpose, to enhance the deities of a microcosm. Upon returning home, Muyu immediately entered his microcosm. Ding! Golden source crystal detected. Initiate simulation? Ding! Divine crystal detected. Proceed with enhancement? Both messages appeared simultaneously. Gazing upon the thriving primordial world beneath the vast sky, Muyu felt his resolve surge. Next, he would use the resources plundered from the ownerless plane to forge his own miniature world into an even mightier realm. Just as Muyu debated whether to simulate the world's evolution first or use the divine crystals to enhance the deities, the system sounded again. Simulate first, then enhance. This will allow you to acquire new races and deities faster. Strengthen first, simulate later. Simulation costs double, but world potential increases. Simulation costs double? What does that mean? If the host first uses divine crystals to enhance deities, the next simulation will require 2 golden Genesis source crystals. The advantage lies in strengthening the overall potential of the microcosm, enhancing the base attributes of newly born races. In other words, if Muyu enhanced the deity first, he wouldn't be able to proceed with world simulation, because he'd only have 1 golden source crystal left. Meaning the next simulation would likely have to wait until after the college entrance exams. But this also has an upside: his microcosm's potential becomes greater, and the quality of future races developed will be higher. To ensure every step of his microcosm's development is as perfect as possible, Muyu decided to postpone the simulation and prioritize using the deity crystal to enhance the gods. Ding! Would you like to use the divine crystal to enhance the deities of the primordial world? Enhance! As Muyu issued the command, the divine crystal erupted in a burst of multicolored radiance. Guardian god Pangu is absorbing divine power. His form begins to grow, the heavens rise higher, and the earth expands. Earth Mother Nuwa is absorbing divine power. Her spiritual energy intensifies, and all living creatures grow more vibrant.
Hoi, god of sun shooting, is absorbing divine power. His arm strength is increasing, and his innate skill, sun shooting, is being enhanced. Fushi, the god of state and people, absorbs divine power, strengthening the unity of the human race. Shinnon, god of medicine, absorbs divine power, causing more precious herbs to emerge across the land. As the energy of the deities erupted, the primordial world underwent profound transformation. The deities of the primordial world interact with the very fabric of heaven and earth, Muyu murmured to himself. Thus, the strengthening of the deities simultaneously fortifies this realm. Within the microcosm, Pangu's form grew ever more colossal, the distance between heaven and earth stretched farther still. The primordial world expanded from 100,000 li to 150,000 li, giving birth to more living beings upon this vast land. Ding! The energy of the divine crystal is currently enhancing the deities of this world. World simulations cannot be performed until the enhancement is complete. Countdown to enhancement completion, 6 days, 12 hours. How convenient the enhancement will finish just before the college entrance exams begin. Muyu froze, then let out a wry smile. This meant he couldn't intervene in the primordial world during that period. Despite this, Muyu didn't lose heart. He eagerly anticipated discovering just how powerful his own small world could become. His own little world would be strengthened too. The college entrance exams arrived in the blink of an eye. Throughout the streets of Tai City, banners encouraging examinees were everywhere, along with free Gaokao support taxis offering complimentary rides. The Gaokao on Blue Star was not merely a concern for examinees and their parents, but also deeply resonated with all strata of Dragon Nation society. Each year, the exams produce astonishingly talented small world constructors. These prodigies are recruited by major extraterrestrial conglomerates, guild organizations, and even military factions, ultimately evolving into superpowered individuals who command awe across the cosmos. The Gaokao is a grand event watched by the entire nation. And for any family to produce a top-ranking graduate is a monumental occasion that brings immense honor to their ancestors. I've used all the materials I got from trials to upgrade my armor. My goblin can even withstand heat weapons now. I heard Dongshan province is using the national exam this time. Holy crap, I'll be competing against the entire nation's high school graduates. Competing alongside the entire nation's high school graduates. If I could snag a ranking and show off, just thinking about it makes me feel like a badass. The national exam is brutal, folks. If we run into a god-tier world builder, we're screwed. Since it's a national exam, the rewards must be huge. I wish I could get my hands on those prizes. Similar discussions echoed outside exam centers across Dragon Nation's provinces. Brother Muyu, this year's exam scope is out. Shin Mushue, lively as an elf, thrust the intel into Muyu's hands. We're taking the national exam this time. The content's the same as last year. World Tower climbing. World Tower? Muyu took the intel and studied it closely. The World Tower, a super trial tower forged by 6th tier true god level powerhouses. Each floor is said to be forged from an entire unclaimed plane, with 10 floors in total. The higher you climb, the greater the difficulty and the higher the monster points. Simply put, the entire exam involves leading your legion to conquer each floor of the World Tower, reaching its summit. After understanding the rules, Muyu shifted some of his focus to his microcosm. Empowered by the Divine Crystal's enhancement, Muyu's microcosm now bore little resemblance to its state a week prior. The landmass alone had expanded from 10,000 li to 20,000 li. Across this vast expanse of land, not a single barren patch remained. Every inch was covered in lush flora and trees brimming with spiritual energy. The combat units of the 3 primordial clans and the human clan were maintained at 10,000 each. Humans clad in uniform black armor, shouldering massive black swords. While 3,000 humans had forged contracts with the Qilin tribe to form the Qilin Cavalry Corps. Another 3,000 formed the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry after forging pacts with the Dragon Clan. The Phoenix Clan, inherently possessing flames, was unsuited for cavalry and thus formed the separate Fire Phoenix Legion. At this juncture, the combat strength of all primordial races had surged by over 30% compared to a week prior. As the deities grew stronger, the races under their protection also gained enhanced power. Turning to the divine beings within the microcosm. Hoi's body radiated flames, the celestial fire in his eyes threatening to reduce all within sight to ashes. Nuwa was enveloped in green spiritual essence, appearing gentle yet noble. Fushi's dragon robe shone with dazzling brilliance. Holding the river diagram and the Book of Changes, he stood like an emperor. Shinnon held a jade ruler, and wherever he passed, sacred herbs sprang forth like gushing springs. The enhanced deities now bore a stark contrast to their former selves in both attire and presence. If they had once retained a trace of mortal likeness, they now stood as utterly supreme celestial deities. The most dramatic transformation was Pangu's. Once clad in ragged grass garments barely covering his body, now adorned in divine robes from head to toe. The Pangu axe hung at his waist, and a pure golden radiance now enveloped his entire being. In this small world of his, both the battle legions and the deities had been greatly strengthened. Muyu now approached the college entrance exam with unwavering confidence. Chapter 59, Climbing the World Tower, the nation's eyes are on us.
Outside the entrance to the waiting area, countless parents cheered on their children.
But it wasn't just parents, aunts, uncles, and even colleagues from their parents' workplaces were there too. As an orphan, Muyu should have had no one to accompany him.
Yet to his surprise, he still heard someone calling his name from the crowd.
Go, Muyu. Holy crap, isn't that Miss Skylark, the top auctioneer in Tai City? She really is stunning even without makeup or fancy clothes, she's captivating. Wow.
Why is she here?
Muyu's little brother? She has a little brother?
Muyu was utterly baffled at that moment. He couldn't fathom why Yunxiao, whom he'd only met once, would be here. But out of politeness, Muyu steeled himself and walked over.
Ahem, Yunyu, it's been a while.
You little rascal must have forgotten me already. Yunyu rolled her eyes dramatically, drawing admiring glances from the surrounding men. I come to watch the college entrance exams every year. It just so happens I met you this time. Yunyu covered her mouth and giggled softly.
Good luck, little Muyu. I'm rooting for you.
The annual college entrance exams were open to spectators. But the spectating here doesn't mean watching the examinees themselves, it refers to viewing the live feed from inside the World Tower. This format exists primarily to emphasize the fairness of the exams, preventing potential cheating from going undetected due to the sheer number of participants. As the college entrance exams have evolved over the years,
this live streaming format has gradually transformed the exam into a nationwide celebration.
People across the nation can now witness the intense battle scenes of the examinees through the live broadcast. After exchanging a few words with Yunyu, Muyu returned to the waiting area. Speaking of which, one regret about this exam was that his great sage hadn't yet emerged from the stone. Though the machine displayed a 99% incubation rate, the machine seemed stuck, showing no further movement for an extended period. Inside the mayor's office in Tai City, Yu Baichuan was conversing with the principals of the other 6 schools. I wonder if our Tai City can achieve a good ranking on this national exam, Yu Baichuan murmured.
Last time, quite a few students were lost in the process.
Sigh, this time won't be easy, sighed the principal of number 4 high school, his gaze drifting subtly toward the principals of number 1 and number 2 high schools. Xiaoyu, Chen Feng, and Zhang Xiaocheng have already been expelled for violations. Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaocheng even spent time in jail. They all had promising futures, but they took the wrong path. If only we'd known their true nature sooner. The principals had shed their earlier arrogance. Shaking his head helplessly, he added, at least we've spared society from these black-hearted students. Principal Zhao, I must say your school's Muyu is truly exceptional.
He might just crack the national rankings this time. The principal of number 2 high school chimed in.
His ability should rival the top college entrance exam candidates in the province, or even the nation. While Muyu is strong, he doesn't stand out particularly at the provincial or national level, Zhao Qingli replied with a wry smile. Don't forget, there are quite a few God World constructors among the national college entrance exam candidates. Like Muyu, they automatically generate deities within their small worlds. The matter of Muyu being a God World constructor was already common knowledge among the old hands present. But they hadn't publicized it, choosing instead to conceal his trump card for now. I still remember that God World constructor at my level over 20 years ago.
Yu Baichuan's gaze grew deep. That guy's deity wielded a lightning-forged hammer that obliterated my entire legion in a single strike. All these years later, it remains etched in my memory. God World builders are entities far surpassing the extraordinary world. So powerful that a single god could shatter an entire transcendent realm. Muyu's resources are still somewhat lacking. He doesn't have the backing of a major family, Yu Baichuan analyzed.
Making it into the national top 1000 is already an extraordinary achievement. In the common lounge of the girls' dormitory at Huaxia Divine Academy.
Hurry up, hurry up. Got the snacks ready?
The college entrance exam is about to start. A female college student with a stunning figure but sweet, charming looks urged. Beside her, a cluster of equally pretty female students crowded together. Xinyan, still half asleep, shuffled over in her slippers.
Stop rushing me. The beginning's boring anyway, the good stuff's at the end.
Rumor has it there's a super handsome God World constructor this year.
He might actually get into our school.
I'll be damned if I don't see just how handsome he is.
Oh? Really?
Xinyan stretched lazily. Most God World builders get special admission, right?
Why would they need to take the Gaokao? He's apparently a foreigner and international student, so he doesn't get special admission, said the busty girl. His microcosm is the Western paradise. He's insanely powerful.
Barring surprises, he'll be this year's top scorer.
Wow! A heavenly paradise world? His tribe must be seraphim.
Another girl's eyes turned into hearts as she gushed, so handsome and powerful.
If he comes to our school, I'll definitely chase after him. Heh, he'd probably run for next year's Canon King. Watch out, don't catch anything. You jinx! I'll rip your mouth off.
The senior girls were all chummy, the atmosphere buzzing with youthful energy. Xinyan, however, sat cross-legged with her long legs tucked neatly under her. Suddenly remembering someone, she murmured to herself, "I wonder if that guy Muyu can beat him." The method of entering the exam hall was the same as the trial. The coordinates for the base level of the World Tower were announced, and then a world bridge was constructed. However, unlike previous simulations and trials, world-building creators were unable to project their presence within the first 9 layers of the World Tower. This meant their legions were not under the control of the small world constructors, and they must rely on their own experience and judgment to ascend the tower. Candidates who reach the 10th level are considered exceptionally talented, and they will be permitted to use projections to compete for the 10th level. Of course, candidates who reach the 9th floor are already exceptionally talented. Many players choose to stay at level 9 for stability, farming monsters for points. Points not only determine real-time rankings but also form the core component of the scoring system. Fushi, as the overall commander of this campaign into the otherworld, you command all 3 armies. Muyu began issuing orders. Hui and Yuanfeng will serve as the main and deputy commanders of the distant legions, commanding the Phoenix Clan legions. Shen Non will coordinate the Qilin army, while the primordial Qilin will handle logistics and supply, assisting Shen Non with medical support. Zulong commands the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry, leading them into battle. Quafu, newly appointed leader of the human clan, heed my command, you shall lead the human infantry in close protection of Fushi. Chapter 60, National Exam Rankings, the Arrogant Foreign Candidate. Quafu was a great figure born not long ago in the Muyu microcosm. The human infantry under his command receive additional movement and stamina bonuses. With the expeditionary force assembled, Muyu left Pangu and Nuwa to guard the homeland. All preparations complete, the expeditionary force set forth their target, the World Tower. The monsters on the first floor of the World Tower consisted of the lowest tier creatures like goblins and sprites, which the teacher often referred to as the easy point floor. As the World Tower opened, spectators from all walks of life, both inside and outside the exam hall, erupted in excitement. Who will be our city's top scholar today? The city champion isn't worth much, I'm more interested in the provincial champion. Being number 1 nationwide now, that's the real deal, right? Wonder if the top spot will even come from our Dongshan province. A horde of 1,000 goblins charged toward the primordial legion. In an instant, the entire horde was slaughtered. Fushi, clad in golden armor, glanced at the corpses on the ground and muttered to himself, the human emperor's order is to reach the 9th layer as quickly as possible. Once we've secured sufficient points there, we'll proceed to the 10th layer. All units, heed my command, advance toward the 2nd level teleportation station. Avoid unnecessary engagements with monsters along the way. Under Fushi's command, the legion moved toward the teleportation station. The World Tower's vast expanse permitted only PvE activities on the first 5 floors. So rather than wasting time on the lower levels, it was wiser to ascend to the upper floors sooner to challenge stronger monsters. As the Primordial Legion advanced steadily upward following Muyu's directives, the National College Entrance Exam Score Leaderboard began continuously updating with names from candidates across the country. First place, Li Xiaoran, points, 236. Second place, Shi Jing, points, 136. 1920th place, Edward Lucifer, points, 63. How come there's a foreigner among the candidates? Can foreigners take the Gokao? International students can, but they have to go through a lot of procedures. TSK, can't they stay in their own country? Coming to long way to leech off resources? The audience buzzed with speculation over the foreign names constantly flickering on the leaderboard. At that moment, on the 6th floor of the World Tower, before the teleportation station connecting the 5th and 6th floors, an entire legion of angels was single-handedly slaughtering a massive gargoyle army. Archangel Michael, radiant with white light and wielding his holy sword, commanded, "We are warriors chosen by God himself. Remember, his will slaughter every enemy in sight." At his command, the angels swung their white longswords with soaring morale. At that moment, the teleportation station flickered, and a legion of berserker orcs materialized on the 6th floor. Kill! The angelic legion charged the berserker orcs without hesitation. In an instant, the Beastman legion was slaughtered to the last man. Damn it! What are you doing? The owner of the berserker horde roared from the void. Damn it! How dare you block the teleportation point? Yet the Beastman legion's master could only curse in rage, powerless to halt his army's annihilation. Above the void, the handsome Edward Lucifer watched with satisfaction as his legion slaughtered another. High schoolers from the Dragon Nation are no match for us. Lucifer sneered. My angelic legion is invincible here. I'll revel in this slaughter, letting the Dragon Nation's universities witness my might. By the time I enter university, I'll secure even richer resources. Slaughter on, my children. Revel in this feast of carnage. The 6th floor of the World Tower marked the first watershed for college entrance exam candidates. Roughly 90% of students wouldn't risk entering the 6th floor.
For above the 6th floor, legions are permitted to slaughter one another.
As time passed, legions continuously emerged from the teleportation array, only to be slaughtered without exception by the angelic legions each time. Outside, spectators watching the angel legion block the teleportation point erupted in a chorus of curses.
These foreigners are arrogant. Blocking teleportation points? They'd do anything. I could have gotten top marks, but now I might not even get into a third-rate university because of this blockade. He's ruining people's futures. International student, damn international student. With so many college entrance exam takers in our Dragon Nation, isn't there anyone who can sanction him? Punish my ass. He's a god-tier world builder. How many god-tier worlds have you seen in past exams? They all got special admissions. This infuriates me. I'm furious at this arrogant foreigner. The audience erupted in a chorus of curses, yet it couldn't alter the relentless slaughter unfolding within the exam hall. In truth, Edward Lucifer had exploited a loophole in the Dragon Nation's college entrance exam. As a precious constructor of the divine realm, Edward Lucifer should have been enjoying the highest level of resources and treatment in his own country. Yet here he was, participating in the Dragon Nation's Gaokao. And with ulterior motives, he began slaughtering the legions of Dragon Nation's minor world builders. At this moment, Muyu remained unaware of the unfolding events. As he watched, the Primordial Legion reached the 9th level of the World Tower at breakneck speed. The 9th and 10th floors marked another watershed moment. Out of 5 million National College entrance examinees, 4.5 million would choose to grind monsters and accumulate points on the lower 5 floors. Among the remaining 500,000, only 1 in 1,000 would venture into the 10th layer for higher scores. 1,000th of 500,000 equaled 500. Muyu's order was for the Primordial Legion to remain on the 9th floor, securing all base points before advancing to the 10th floor for higher scores. Thus, the Primordial Legion commenced its assault on the monsters of the 9th layer. A pack of metal Tyrannosaurus Rexes charged toward the Primordial Legion. Tech Tyrannosaurs, forged from tech metal, possessed cannon barrels on their foreheads capable of unleashing devastating energy blasts. Dragon Riders of Huaxia, heed my command. Launch an aerial assault. Fushi raised his golden sword and issued the order. Shilin Army, frontal charge. Phoenix Army, provide aerial fire support. As Fushi's command echoed, the Primordial Legion launched a full-scale assault on the tech Tyrannosaurus herd. High above, Hoi stood atop Yuan Feng, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. His sun shooting skill activated, coalescing a colossal flaming arrow upon his bowstring. In the next instant, the arrow shot forth, transforming into a crimson ribbon that plunged into the tech Tyrannosaurus herd. The flames erupted, melting every tech Tyrannosaurus in its path into molten iron. As Yuan Feng let out a piercing cry to the heavens, thousands of phoenixes simultaneously unleashed torrents of flame. Traces of exquisite arcs in the sky before descending upon the tech Tyrannosaurus herd. The intense heat caused severe deformation in the mechanical structures of the Tyrannosaurus Rexes. The next instant, Zhu Long led the Huaxia Dragon Riders into the heart of the Tyrannosaurus Rex horde. In an instant, metal flew everywhere, and the tech Tyrannosaurus herd was utterly annihilated. The Primordial Legion, whose points had barely surpassed 100, saw their tally surge dramatically. Though the monsters on the 9th floor of the World Tower were formidable, they were no match for Muyu's primordial race. For a long stretch afterward, the Primordial Legion relentlessly slaughtered monster armies on the 9th floor. Quafu's scouting force discovered an ironclad lizard legion. Fushi dispatched the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry to annihilate them completely. A flying zombie legion spotted the Primordial Legion. Within 10 minutes, the flying zombie legion was reduced to black ash by the Phoenix Clan's flames. The Primordial Legion encountered an otherworldly legion. Tensions flared between the two forces, yet no battle ensued. To accelerate the slaughter, Fushi ordered the Phoenix Clan legions to split into smaller units to lure the monster legions toward them. A massive wave of monsters was lured in and utterly annihilated by the Qilin army. The Alien Legion attempted to mimic the Primordial Legion's tactic, but drew too many monsters, suffering heavy losses. Chapter 61, 7-Star Heaven, the final showdown at the World Tower. As the slaughter continued, Muyu's score soared into the top 5. More and more Dragon Nation viewers are starting to notice this dark horse that came out of nowhere. What kind of world is this guy from? How can his legion be so formidable? Only a handful of candidates have ventured to the 9th layer, yet this legion has already wiped out over a dozen monster groups. Could they possibly take on heaven? More and more spectators are discussing Muyu's legion, all speculating whether Muyu's microcosm could defeat that foreign god world architect. In the viewing area of Tai City No. 3 High School, the curvaceous Miss Yu pursed her red lips. Muyu really hasn't disappointed me. With his current record, he's more than qualified to aim for the top universities in Dragon Nation. Miss Yu murmured, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her eyes. Such a promising prospect is worth cultivating. Besides, doesn't he owe me dinner? As the slaughter continued, Muyu's points on the leaderboard unsurprisingly surged to the top spot. and his lead over second place was nearly 50 points. Consider that only an hour had passed in the real world since the exam began, meaning the exam was barely halfway through. While others were still tackling multiple choice questions, Muyu had already moved on to the essay questions and his accuracy rate was astonishingly high. The ongoing National College Entrance Exam was being watched by audiences across the country, with millions of examinees competing on the same stage to achieve the highest score among them. Undoubtedly an exceptionally impressive achievement. However, discussions about Muyu faded away after just over 10 minutes, as a far more captivating spectacle emerged. As the World Tower's layers progressively filtered out contenders, 3 legions from the God's world entered the audience's view. There was Zhao Wuji, the prodigy from the demon capital, whose microcosm was the 7-star heaven world of formidable Mantra Legion. Then there was Su Xiao from Jiangzhou, whose superhuman Speed Force Legion possessed terrifying combat prowess. Lu Yu's Super Martial Mecha Legion, with its 100-meter-tall heavy mechs, was utterly breathtaking. What's going on this year? How did so many divine world constructors suddenly appear? This year's competition is going to be a real show. I wonder if Muyu, the top-ranked contender, is also a god world builder. We'll likely only find out when he faces off against the others. Like Muyu, candidates who reached the 9th floor chose to stay there and grind for sufficient points. After eliminating over 30 teams, the heavenly world builder Edward Lucifer's Legion finally began ascending the higher floors of the World Tower. Before reaching the 9th floor, his squad not only hunted monster groups but also mercilessly slaughtered every other candidate's legion they encountered. Such tactics inevitably ignited the fury of the spectators. This American exchange student was simply too arrogant. Damn it, he was brazenly bullying his fellow countrymen just because he was a world builder from the realm of the gods. This is intolerable. Yet as outsiders, they could only rage helplessly. On the college entrance exam grounds, no outsiders were permitted beyond the examinees. Soon, the Angelic Legion swept through all layers, reaching the 9th tier. After layers of selection, only 1,000 legions remained in the 9th layer. These 1,000 legions represented 1,000 students, undoubtedly the top 1,000 elite candidates in this year's college entrance exam. As the final layer before the grand battle, its area and the number of monster legions were far smaller than those of the other layers. To secure higher scores, clashes between legions erupted as expected. Most legions eager for battle in the 9th layer had no intention of advancing to the 10th, instead focusing on maximizing points from the monsters here, thereby maximizing their scores in the college entrance exams. In stark contrast, some legions chose to venture into the 10th layer for a massive free-for-all. Rather than engaging in head-on clashes with other legions, they chose to conserve their strength. They eliminate monster legions whenever possible, preparing to enter the 10th layer once its portal opens to vie for even more valuable points. Among these elite contenders destined for the 10th layer were none other than the 3 Dragon Nation deities who had shaped the world, alongside Muyu's Legion, which had already maxed out its point count and ceased further battles. Instead, it was Edward Lucifer's Angelic Legion, continued to roam the 9th layer, slaughtering other legions. Above the void of the 9th layer, thousands of students watched the battlefield. Among them, Muyu recognized Shin Mushue. Before the exam, she had told Muyu that she wouldn't advance to the 10th layer, instead aiming to achieve the highest possible score in the 9th layer. Lu Ruobing, who had been highly anticipated, failed to reach the 9th layer. Edward Lucifer? My legion got decimated by a foreigner's thin veil. How utterly frustrating. Has our Dragon Nation run out of people? How dare he bully us like this? Why won't this damnable bastard's legion go pick a fight with the world builders of the gods? He just picks on legions he can beat, damn it, it's infuriating. The curses echoing through the void remained unheard by one another. But Muyu had noticed this foreign high-level candidate. If it were legions from the same nation clashing, Muyu wouldn't bat an eye. But for a foreign exchange student to bully a Dragon Nation college entrance exam candidate? That was not a comfortable situation. However, this fellow's Angel Legion was undeniably formidable. Muyu now observed their battle covertly, adopting the perspective of a distant observer. To gather sufficient intelligence on enemy forces before the 10th layer battle, Fushi dispatched the swift-footed Kwafu as a scout to reconnoiter the enemy. The Mantra Legion, the Superhuman Speed Force Legion, the Super Weapon Armor Legion. This was Muyu's first encounter with other divine world constructors. The Dragon Nation's college entrance examination selected geniuses nationwide through a single test, which, in a sense, proved an exceptionally efficient method of talent screening. This fellow must still be concealing his strength. Of the 12 archangels, only Michael has appeared as commander thus far, with the rest hidden within their legions. Muyu silently analyzed that their current offensive tactics still relied on the primitive method of slaying enemies with long swords. The true offensive capabilities of the angels had yet to be revealed. Edward Lucifer, the exchange student, appeared arrogant and conceited. But in reality, he is a meticulous strategist. His Angelic Legion still held hidden trump cards yet to be played. Kwafu returned to the Legion and then proceeded to gather intelligence around the 3 other Divine World Constructor Legions. The Mantra Legion, whose 6 deities collectively bear the name 7-Star Heaven, hails from the world of mechanical ascension and possesses formidable combat strength. The Superhuman Legion, essentially an enhanced version of the psychic world, spawns Kryptonian superhumans from the outset capable of traversing heaven and earth with limitless power. Finally, the Superweapon Mechanized Legion comprised high-tech mecha, reminiscent of the movie Pacific Rim from his previous life. He silently compared the combat capabilities of these legions in his mind. The 7 heavenly stars and the angels' legions demanded Muyu's special attention, as both likely conceal their true strength. What tactics they might unleash later remained unknown to Muyu. Chapter 62, General Rattan, the Star Shatterer. With only 10 minutes remaining before the 10th layer portal opened in the real world, all candidates preparing to enter were itching to get started. Selected as the nation's finest talents, victory in the 10th layer's chaotic battle would bring them fame and glory overnight. Even defeat would bring offers from prestigious universities. At this moment in the real world, only an hour and a half remained before the college entrance exams concluded. News outlets across major cities swiftly mobilized, focusing their attention on the testing centers where candidates aiming for the 10th floor were located. The moment the top scorer emerges, they would immediately rush to that student's testing center for first-hand interviews. This year's coverage promises to be the most sensational yet, as this year's exam produced 4 Divine World Constructors and 1 suspected Divine World Constructor. At the top floor of Blacklight Tower, headquarters of Blacklight Group, the premier private conglomerate in Dragon Nation, Su Qianhua set down the documents in his hands and instructed his secretary, "We must secure the allegiance of all 4 of this year's Divine World Constructors at any cost. As for that high school student named Muyu, judging by the strength of his kin, he's highly likely a god world builder too. We must exert every effort to recruit any world builder above the transcendent tier," Su Qianhua declared gravely. "Blacklight Corporation lacks neither funds nor resources. If they join our company, we'll meet any demands. But if we go all out to poach them, I fear the Dragon Nation authorities. They're not guaranteed spots. What's there to fear?" Su Qianhua snorted coldly. "Even if we don't recruit them, the major clans and other conglomerates will move. Heh, their methods are far more despicable and treacherous than Blacklight Group's. World builders for the Divine Realm are scarce resources for all major factions. The Outer Realms are boundless, where riches and peril coexist. Even for true god-tier powerhouses, venturing beyond the domain is a mission where 9 out of 10 die. Yet the constructors of the Divine World often return alive to Blue Star, bringing back priceless treasures. The sudden appearance of 4 or more Divine World Constructors at the college entrance exam venue was enough to draw numerous major clans and organizations rushing to the scene, offering substantial rewards to recruit them. 10 minutes in reality passed in the blink of an eye. As a white light spread across the 9th floor, the teleportation point to the 10th floor activated. Without hesitation, the Primordial Legion surged into the 10th floor teleportation point. Muyu also arrived at the 10th floor of the World Tower in the form of a projection. However, before entering the 10th layer, an exhilarating voice echoed within Muyu's mind. Ding! Boneless Sacred Relic Analysis complete. Data stored. New deity born. Please name the new deity. Gazing upon the monkey within his microcosm clad in monk's robes, seated upon a golden lotus, radiating Buddha-like serenity, Muyu named it without hesitation, the victor over demons Buddha, Sunmmary. Thus, another deity was added to Muyu's microcosm. And this deity was the second primary war god to emerge since Hoi. Using the world beacon to summon creatures from the microcosm was permitted during the exam. Recalling his homeroom teacher's instructions before the test, the moment he entered the 10th floor of the World Tower, he immediately activated the world beacon. Accompanied by ripples in the air, a monkey clad in a monk's robe emerged from the space-time tunnel. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, beneath the robe lay intricately patterned chainmail armor, its robust frame concealing world-shattering power. Paying homage to the human emperor, the victor over demons Buddha bowed slightly, his brow radiating an air of steadfast composure. Compared to the defiant great sage equal to heaven who once declared, "My fate is mine alone," the Buddha enlightened Sun Wukong now carried himself with unparalleled composure. After settling Sun Wukong, Muyu shifted his gaze to survey the 10th layer's environment. Similar to the previous 9 levels, the 10th floor featured a vast, level expanse of earth. The sky above was a dazzling night, resplendent like the Milky Way. Though the night was deep and dark, starlight illuminated the land clearly. "Human Emperor, how shall we proceed with the upcoming battle?" Fushi approached Muyu and handed him the golden sword. "Our primary objective is to locate the 6 world bosses hidden within this realm," Muyu stated. "Defeating these bosses yields the highest points, but we must also guard against attacks from other legions." The 10th tier mass brawl featured not only hundreds of the nation's top college entrance exam candidates. There will also be 6 world bosses. Each boss is worth 5 points. representing the most difficult points to obtain in the Gaokao trial. Moreover, once obtained, these points can be looted by other candidates if your legion is defeated. In other words, the 10th floor battle will be a complete free-for-all, with only 6 or fewer teams surviving the chaos. This year, 500 teams entered the 10th layer, with only 5% to 6% expected to survive, a grim testament to its ferocity. Muyu's current strategy is straightforward: secure points from at least one world boss first, and for the remaining points, take what he could get, no forcing it if it wasn't possible. Opening the clue map, Muyu methodically led his legion to gather boss leads. After dozens of checks, they finally tracked down the location of the nearest boss. When the primordial legion arrived at the location, they witnessed a crimson monster mounted on a warhorse battling other legions. Star-shattering General Rutten, an invincible general corrupted by crimson decay, the strongest demigod in the borderlands, embodying both stellar and corrupted energies. The boss was enormous, standing 7 or 8 stories tall. Around him, several legions fought fiercely against each other while simultaneously attacking the boss. The candidates in the melee were fixated on defeating Rutten to earn points. Yet they underestimated the Starbreaker's might. As another assault began, a layer of foul-smelling blood mist spread around Latane, spreading nearly 10,000 meters to envelop all the legions of high-stakes candidates caught in the fray. In the next instant, the mist solidified. Instantly, the legions caught in the fog were infected by the Crimson Plague. They began vomiting blood incessantly, their eyes turning blood red as they launched frenzied attacks against their own allies. Students, realizing their legions were being corrupted, ordered concentrated fire upon General Shattered Star. But the star-shattering general soared into the sky. The next instant, a massive, flaming meteor hurtled down from the sky. The legions besieging Latin were far too numerous, severely hampering their mobility. The meteor slammed into the center of one legion. And in the next instant, the meteor exploded, engulfing the entire legion of soldiers in flames. The world boss of the 10th layer was no trivial foe. Watching from afar, Muyu observed the legions being slaughtered by Crimson Plague and fiery explosions. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes. Teams capable of reaching this place possessed formidable strength. Yet they were still wiped out by the Shattered Star General. And the points for this 10th layer weren't so easily obtained. The legions besieging the star-shattering general were soon wiped out entirely, while several more teams appeared on distant hillsides. Yet seeing the dense corpses surrounding the world boss, they all stood frozen in place, hesitant to attack. Since the surrounding candidates dared not advance, it was time for Muyu's primordial legion to make its move. Chapter 63, The Might of the Victor Buddha. All humans, heed my command. Form ranks and advance toward the world boss. With that command, the entire primordial human army marched toward Latarn. Look! Another challenger is going after the world boss. With over a dozen legions lurking nearby, how dare he? That's reckless. The more fools like this, the better. We can wait to act once we've figured out this boss's true capabilities. The spectating students relished seeing someone take on the boss. After all, this was the final high-difficulty boss of the college entrance exam. Defeating it would be no easy feat. Just as many candidates gloated, preparing to witness Muyu's legion's complete annihilation. Thousands of Chinese dragons soared from Muyu's legion. Each dragon carried a human rider armed with a greatsword and javelin. The Dragon Cavalry Legion switched to javelins, launching a ranged assault on the enemy. After Muyu assumed command of the legion, Fushi automatically took charge of the Dragon Cavalry Legion. Under Fushi's leadership, the Dragon Cavalry charged toward General Starbreaker. Simultaneously, the Qilin army charged the Shattered Star General from the ground. This boss is immune to fire, Muyu stated as the Phoenix army circled the perimeter. Should anyone attempt a sneak attack, the Phoenix army will immediately engage them. After issuing his final command, Muyu joined the Qilin army in their charge toward the star-shattering general. Accompanying Muyu was Sun Wukong. Amidst a spreading crimson mist, the Shattered Star General unleashed another wave of scarlet corruption. Qilin army, dispel the curse! Shinnong roared. And a white halo began to envelop the Qilin warriors. In the next instant, the light burst forth, completely dispelling the blood mist that had filled the earth and sky. Influenced by the dispelling force, the star-shattering general roared, swinging his twin giant blades down toward the troops below. This blow was devastating. If it struck the Qilin army, they'd be either dead or wounded. Yet in the next instant, a black shadow radiating golden light surged skyward from the ranks. A black iron rod engraved with Sanskrit script collided fiercely with the giant blade. Boom! After the deafening roar, General Shattered Star was actually knocked back 2 steps. While the victor over demons, Sun Wukong, hovered in midair, gripping the black iron rod tightly in his hand. What was that? A monkey? The candidates watching from afar were stunned. A monkey had actually repelled the world boss with a single strike. I recall that monkey resembles Sun Wukong from the wild histories of the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Wukong? You mean that crazy monkey who sprang from a rock and ended up pinned under Mount 5 Fingers? Yeah, but isn't that guy supposed to be trash? At best, he's just a demon-level character. How come he's so strong now?
Amidst the surrounding murmurs, General Starbreaker roared defiantly toward the heavens, unleashing his second ultimate move, Starbreaker. He leapt high into the air, transforming into a meteor as he crashed down upon the Primordial Legion.
The strike carried immense power. Even Muyu's legion would suffer casualties without defense. But just then, Sun Wukong intervened once more, accelerating toward the meteor with blinding speed, his iron staff drawn behind his back. Just a split second before impact, he smashed the iron rod down onto the meteorite. The next instant, the meteor shattered with a thunderous boom, and the Latin hidden within the meteorite plummeted to the ground. The surrounding college entrance exam candidates, who had been engaged in lively discussion, fell silent in unison. Their eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Latin's most powerful strike had been shattered by a single blow from a monkey. What was the origin of this monkey? Why was he so powerful? In the real world, spectators witnessing this scene erupted in cheers. Confirmed. Muyu is indeed the architect of the divine world. That monkey is incredible. He single-handedly interrupted the world boss's spell. He must be a deity, though the only one I recall is that monkey who sprang from a stone. It's a shame our dragon nation's mythological history is so fragmented. All these years, very few builders of the Chinese mythological world have emerged. Perhaps the world Muyu is constructing is based on Chinese mythology. The moment the conqueror Buddha Sun Wukong appeared, both the audience and reporters erupted into heated debate. While Su Qianhua, chairman of Blacklight Group, once again called his secretary ordering him to secure Muyu at any cost. Beyond Blacklight Group, major clans and private organizations sensing opportunity began covert maneuvers. The title of creator of the Chinese mythological world held extraordinary significance. In the principal's office of 3rd High School, Zhao Qingli, who was watching the college entrance exam livestream, suddenly received a call from the mayor. Principal Zhao, Muyu is from your 3rd High, correct? Mayor Yu Baichuan of Tai City sounded urgent. The exam hall he's in must be secured immediately. All principals must go there, ensure Muyu's safety at all costs. Zhao Qingli seemed to grasp the urgency. Nodding, he replied, I'll mobilize personnel immediately. Mayor Yu, will you be going personally? Of course. The emergence of a new Oriental divine world constructor after so many years is no trivial matter. Muyu remained unaware of the unfolding events outside. At that moment, he was thrilled by Sun Wukong's formidable combat prowess. His long wait had not been in vain. Now it seemed, the resources and time invested were well worth it. With Sun Wukong holding him down, General Xu Weixing quickly found himself at a disadvantage. While the heavenly dragon cavalry in the skies relentlessly hurled spears, chipping away at the shattered Star General's vitality. Finally, amidst Latin's unwilling shouts, his massive body crashed to the ground. And as he fell, a token inscribed with points floated above his corpse. Simultaneously, the students watching from afar, upon seeing the score token, immediately became competitive. They led their legions charging toward Muyu. With 6 bosses across the 10th floor and over 500 examinees. Meaning each boss would be discovered by nearly 100 students on average. Now, 20 legions of exam candidates charged toward the Primordial Chaos Legion. Their ranks thick and dense, covering one low mountain after another. Their objective was singular, to secure the world boss's points. At this moment, the Phoenix army patrolling the outer perimeter had already spotted the surging enemy forces. Hoi mounted the primordial phoenix, ascending into the sky alongside the other phoenixes. Advance no further, kill without mercy. Hoi's deep voice echoed across the heavens. Yet on the exam battlefield where death holds no penalty, students, driven by the pursuit of high scores, paid no heed to the gap in strength. Thus, more legions surged toward them. Hoi hesitated not a moment, immediately commanding the Phoenix clan to launch their assault. Arcs of flame shot forth like white ribbons, igniting violent explosions the moment they struck the enemy legions. The flames spread, and the intense heat instantly inflicted heavy casualties on the land-based legions. These students had underestimated the terrifying combat prowess of the Primordial Legion. Ground forces suffered massive casualties, while over 10,000 aerial units surged from the sky, including Tech Department flying mechs, Monster Department flying beetles, and Beast Department flying dragons, all charging headlong into the fray. Chapter 64, Crushing Superiority. End of book. The Phoenix army excelled at long-range firepower, but close combat was not their forte. Fortunately, at that very moment, the dragon cavalry of Huaxia arrived on the scene, charging into the enemy's aerial forces and unleashing a one-sided slaughter. Desperate to secure high scores, the students gave their all. Many even activated various innate skills in an attempt to severely cripple Muyu's team. Yet to their despair, their attacks proved utterly ineffective against the Primordial Legion. Having undergone multiple enhancements, the Primordial Legion's overall combat prowess far surpassed that of conventional races. Facing such an overwhelmingly dominant legion, they were utterly crushed in a clash between equals. 20 hostile legions were swiftly annihilated. And throughout the entire process, Muyu never even found an opportunity to intervene. Taking the score token into his hand, Muyu's current score stood at 725 points. Too strong. Muyu's legion is just too powerful. Over 20 legions of top-tier students from the college entrance exams, they couldn't even put up a fight. Watching his primordial legion completely crush those elite students from all over the country, Muyu's face broke into a satisfied smile. His efforts had not been in vain. Given time, his small world would surely evolve into a true world of its own. But just then, a massive pillar of light descended from the heavens, plunging into Muyu's legion. Muyu's expression turned grim as he realized over half of his primordial legion had been obliterated by the colossal beam. Simultaneously, in the real world, the previously stable world suddenly convulsed violently. The earth shattered, space tore apart. Spectators still watching the battle felt the violent tearing force between heaven and earth, their faces instantly turning ashen. 10 minutes later, the entire world shattered with a thunderous crash. And the world fell silent once more. The end.